public facing in the Bitcoin space for about 5-6 years. I own a merch and apparel company called FOMO21. We're in the gear right now. We gotta get you something.
Yeah.
What size are you? A large?
XL.
Oh, I got a large in my bag.
Okay, that could work.
So maybe if you want to squeeze into that. I also promote conferences in the space. So Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas, BitBlock Boom. Over the years, other conferences like Unconfiscatable, Pacific Bitcoin, help them sell tickets and kind of raise awareness for the conference. Promo code FOMO will get you a discount to all those conferences. Got to plug that in.
Yeah.
Shameless plug. And I also do advisory work for Bitcoin mining companies, Bitcoin companies, whoever wants my brand and marketing services.
Nice. So what was the origin story? Was it Bitcoin first and then marketing, or were you marketing and then get into Bitcoin?
Yeah, so which camera do I look at, by the way? Or do I look at you?
I have no idea.
All right. So my background's actually as a CPA.
Oh, cool.
So I started in the accounting world, Big Four accounting firm, private equity firm, then in New York City. Then I came back to Florida, where I grew up. And in 2019, 2020, I kind of dove deep into Bitcoin. So I first bought it in 2013, didn't understand it. 2015, 2016, had my crypto trading days, 2017. Swore I was never going to deal with this stuff again. And then, like I said, 2019, 2020, I was like, holy crap, the universe has been telling you, look at this Bitcoin thing. And I kind of just fell down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, as they say. And I wanted to tell all my friends and family about it. Nobody wanted to listen. So I did the next best thing and tried to find people who wanted to listen to me. So I went on, Twitter, or X now, and just started putting out content and talking to people about Bitcoin. And all of a sudden started connecting with people in the space, growing a following across different social media platforms, and then had people in the industry and CEOs of companies start reaching out. You do some content work that you're doing for yourself, for us. Do you want to speak at this conference? And it just kind of really blew up for me in a really positive way. And now I'm here sitting with you.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So I want to get into the marketing and merchandising aspect of things, but just going back to your previous license on the CPA side,
sure.
Was anyone with you, alongside you, getting into crypto and into Bitcoin at that time? And have you seen anybody from that world switch over to be a Bitcoiner or a believer?
It was pretty lonely.
Yeah.
In pre-2020, in terms of the Bitcoin world.
Yeah.
People in Bitcoin anyways, you had to really find people.
Right.
Now it seems, we're kind of in a bubble here. It seems so many people know about Bitcoin, but it's still super tiny. But one of the benefits today, it's really been in today's world, it's been legitimized as an asset. So now you really don't have to defend it in a lot of ways to a lot of people. It's kind of considered mainstream and not some, just magic internet money.
Right.
So I would say, now we're seeing all the TradFi come in.
Yeah, it feels like we're in an echo chamber when you come to events like this. You think that there's so many more people that are into Bitcoin, but I think the stat is it's still less than 1% of the global population is actually invested in Bitcoin, which is pretty incredible.
And what does even invested in Bitcoin mean?
Right?
Do they own an ETF because they're I want to diversify and have some exposure? Did they just buy some on an exchange and leave it there?
Right.
How many are actually hardcore self-custody their Bitcoin, understand the properties, the characteristics of the greatest money ever created in human history?
Right.
And that's still so tiny. Now you don't need everyone to be scholarly about Bitcoin, but it's still super tiny.
And we're just still so early.
Yeah.
So on the merchandising and marketing side, who do you work with here, and what previous events have you done or spoken at?
Sure.
Yeah.
So here I'm with a company, Abundant Minds.
Okay.
So they're a Bitcoin mining company located in the Pacific Northwest. They do great work. It's co-location hosting. So you want to buy miners from them, they'll host it. And they got great customer service, 95% guaranteed uptime. So if the hash rate, if for some reason your machines go off, they redirect some of their own hash rate. to your machine. So it's a good deal, and good people work there. So it's been a pleasure advising them. I've been doing that for almost 6 months now.
Nice.
What was the rest? Oh, what conferences have I spoken at? The one Bitcoin Magazine throws. So I'm actually speaking at Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas.
Oh, very nice.
So I'll be there.
Okay.
I've spoken at BitBlock Boom, Pacific Bitcoin. I think I introduced people at BitBlock Boom. Pacific Bitcoin, maybe Unconfiscatable. I think the Bitcoin Day conferences. So I spoke at one in Miami.
Okay, cool.
So I've the Canadian Bitcoin conference last year in Montreal. So I've done the circuit a little bit.
And what is your traditional merchandise that or marketing that you provide? Is it shirts, t-shirts, swag?
No. It's more like top level brand and marketing strategy to help grow businesses.
Gotcha.
So I own my own company,
okay.
FOMO 21, right? Like I saw you, like I said, we got to hook you up with a shirt.
Yeah.
But this started about 3 years ago. My now business partner reached out to me and said, Neil, I've been following you in the Bitcoin space, been listening to you. You've been part of my orange pilling journey. And I have a sports merchant apparel company for 20 years. I want to do this in Bitcoin, and I think you'd be a good person to partner with. And I'm like, all right, let's talk. And we hit it off right away. And 3 years later, I think we're one of the largest Bitcoin apparel companies in the world. We've shipped to almost 70 countries worldwide. And it's super fulfilling. It started out more like as a fun, hobby passion and turned into a legitimate business. I mean, I always had the goal of turning it into a legitimate business, but, at the very beginning, it's slow growth and it's fun. And I learned a ton of stuff from the bottom up. I do the graphic design. So 95% of the designs you'll see on the site, I did. We now have graphic designers that help us now because I'm just too busy with other things.
Plug the site. What's the site?
FOMO 21. So you can see, I don't know if it's in the camera shot here. FOMO21.com. What's the name? This is called
Protocol Pulse
Okay, I should put in a discount code.
Sure.
I'll just say Pulse. So wait, how long is this going live streaming?
It's live right now, yeah.
Okay, so right after this interview, I'll do a promo code Pulse. So you get 15% off for the next week. Anyone want anything? Just remind me at the end, so I don't want to make a promise and forget about that.
Hell yeah.
So Pulse will get you 15% off anything off your order.
Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, always be selling. And then for what kind of stuff for other companies, branding, strategy, marketing. I'm really good with organic social media. So I've grown a following of over 6 figures across social media platforms. A lot of people recognize me from X, Twitter.
I feel like I've seen you on a podcast.
I've been on tons of podcasts over the years.
Yeah.
But I try to stay in the background sometimes. I'm not one of the most well-known people in the space, but I enjoy it. It's a passion of mine.
You seem well versed on it. Have you gotten into the mining side of things yourself? Are you own any miners, or do you do anything on that side? Or is it just mostly the marketing?
So with Abundant Minds, I do have a miner right now that spits off some sats to me every day. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's a cool experience. I always tell people start with Bitcoin and accumulate some Bitcoin, before spending money on merch or going to conferences. Accumulate, understand.
Yeah.
Or buying miners. But once you kind of get a more thorough understanding, take that next leap.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you can't go to conferences, right? They're great opportunities for networking. If you're looking to work in the Bitcoin space, definitely go. But start accumulating that stack first, and then move on to merch and buying miners and things like that. And you can get free merch sometimes at conferences. It's not going to be as good as ours, but it'll be.
So a lot of our viewer base own crypto, but some of them are not crypto owners, maybe are in real estate and are crypto deniers, and especially Bitcoin deniers. What would you recommend as books or podcasts that maybe you got started with to get people involved that would give them a good base to then grow off of?
Well, usually when people come to me now and say, I'm not interested, I say, well, Bitcoin's not right for you. And
you get it at the price you deserve.
No, I don't even. I just say, what, maybe Bitcoin isn't for you, or it's not your thing, and then they want to learn.
But that's
right?
A sales tactic. Yeah.
I mean, I'm in branding and marketing, so I know how to hit trigger points.
Yeah.
There's been such a transition to when, I was telling you when I was first started kind of evangelizing and talking about Bitcoin in public, you had to try to convince people. Now it's people want to come to me and ask me questions.
Yeah.
So I don't really try to like convert the people who are against Bitcoin anymore. But I guess if I was to give a pitch, what I would say is it's like nothing you've ever, no other asset you've ever dealt with before, right? No being able to convert scene, right? Like the parallel is gold, right? An analog version. A lot of people use that, and that monetized over 5,000 years ago. So whatever mental models you're using today on everything you normally do might blind you to Bitcoin. And you'll think, this doesn't make sense in today's economy or this or that. And you need to really like break out of your paradigm. Say like, okay, what if like this crazy person on the podcast is right? Put in the time. You need to spend a few hours because it goes against everything you've ever thought of in your life. But once you get there, I mean, you can't look back, right? There's no looking back. And look at, as we said, it's still like a small amount of people, but there's still a ton of people putting large amounts of their net worth into Bitcoin. You don't think they're putting in the work. It's not just some lottery ticket for people.
Right.
So
distinguish the difference between Bitcoin and crypto,
Yeah.
first off. But then there's also the element of like the need to know, and maybe sometimes there's an event that happens in your life or the economy that like actually provokes you to then start to go down that path.
Absolutely.
A lot of people, it was COVID. For me, it was COVID. I don't know how that didn't shake more people to go down that path, but
Well, with COVID, it got very political,
Yeah.
so a lot of people can't then like be objective about other things when there's politics involved. And unfortunately, like Bitcoin it shouldn't be like one party or the other. I don't want to say Bitcoin's not political because of course it affects politics and everything. But yeah, to go back on your point, I think people come to Bitcoin for two reasons: either curiosity or necessity. And when I say curiosity, I'm including things like greed, right? Number go up, or just I'm interested in the technology. Like, what is this thing? Why are thousands of people going to conferences? Or necessity, right? You need it. You live in a country where your currency is being debased. You might not have access to dollars easily, right? A more stable fiat currency. Or you live in the US and you've been shut off from the banking system, which happens to a lot of Bitcoin companies. I have friends that all of a sudden, like one day, their bank accounts, we're closing your bank account. They give them no reason. They don't have to because banks are private companies.
Right.
So yeah, curiosity or necessity, I would say, brings people to Bitcoin.
Or you have a zombie company that you need to stimulate, or you have a job situation where you need to figure out how to make money because you've lost a source of income.
But that's necessity, right?
Exactly.
Like I have a company, it's not doing anything. So we're seeing that happen right now. Like GameStop just said they're going to start adding Bitcoin to their treasury. I think last night they announced a convertible note for like $1 billion they're going to raise to buy Bitcoin. So yeah,
MicroStrategy is the same thing.
Obviously strategies, kind of started that wave.
So I'll send you off on this, and it's a price prediction. Where are you seeing Bitcoin go by the end of the year? Are you still bullish given the ups and downs we've had recently, or where are you at?
I've always made sure to stay away from price predictions. Well, there's a saying: give a prediction, but not a date of something to happen, or give a date and not a price prediction. Look, the way Bitcoin's monetary policy is set up, I do think, it goes up forever over time, right? If I was to give a prediction, what I would say is governments are incentivized to print more money. The current administration, Trump, he's very into the scoreboard. Is the stock market going up? Is Bitcoin going up? So even though you might be seeing some pain now, all it's going to take is a quick flip of the switch where, we get rid of no more tariffs, right? He's super volatile and unpredictable. So I wouldn't be sitting on the sidelines, trying to time this stuff. It literally happened at 3 a.m. one day. He could just be all right, I'm done with the tariffs. No more tariffs. They're good people, right? Or whatever. They're the best. So I would just learn about Bitcoin, understand it, accumulate a position, and then just don't touch it for 5-10 years. and keep accumulating more. That's what I do. Like I don't stop, and I've been in the space for a long time.
Dollar cost average.
Well, yeah, for me, it's like people say, "Oh, how much do you invest in Bitcoin?" And I don't look at Bitcoin as investing. You know, I'm switching out bad money for good money. I tell people, if you have U.S. dollars, or if you live in Argentina and you have Argentinian pesos, right? You want to convert them to dollars. You convert them to dollars. You don't say to people, "So when are you going to convert it back into Argentinian peso?" Like they're only going to convert it back to like use it, but not just to like hold it in Argentinian pesos. So why am I going to convert my Bitcoin to dollars, which I know is better money, and over time it has shown it keeps going up. You know, why am I going to like play those games?
Right.
You know, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, as they say.
Well, we'll leave it on that. Go buy the merch.
Yes. FOMO21.com.
FOMO21, and then
Pulse will get you 15% off, but you're going to have to give me like 10 minutes. So if you're watching live, please give me like 10 minutes to set it up.
Thanks for your time.
Really nice to meet you. Thank you. Nice meeting you, sir.
Yeah, man. Love to get a shirt. If you have an XL,
Okay,
floating around.
so I have a large. I just have a large.
Do you think it would fit me?
They run kind of small and they shrink, so probably not. Yeah, this is the one I have. It's like a retro fit.
Ooh, dude, I would take that. I don't want to. If you want to give it to somebody else, hold on.
But if you're an XL, it's not going to fit.
Keep it.
But
That's a sweet shirt, though. I'm gonna go online and use my code.
yeah, let me do it now. Thank you for interviewing me.
Yeah, good interview.
I hope I was okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
The best interview you've had so far.
The best.
What's your name again? Paul. Scott or Todd? Scott. No, I thought Todd.
Where are you based out of?
Here, I live like 15 minutes away, so kind of made it easy for me. I'm gonna set up that discount code.
We're going to keep this conversation going. Going to be joined by Jack here shortly.
Oh, we're still live?
We're still live, yeah.
Oh, good thing I didn't say anything. You got to tell me that. It's a hot mic.
You know, we're transparent in this community, you know?
Yeah, well, I need to know the kind of transparency.
It's frozen a little bit. So.
I think
Good thing
my
I didn't like say like, oh, I didn't mean all that. Would I say pulse?
Yep.
And how much percent did I say?
100.
15, 100. Okay.
You know, we're getting the special discount code. So if you want some Bitcoin
Oh, it's
merch,
set up
you wanna
now.
support local business, Florida-based business, and
Yeah.
support the community, do you accept Bitcoin?
Of course we accept Bitcoin.
Look at that.
Yeah, FOMO21.com, promo code PULSE will get you 15% off for the next week. So take advantage of
Beautiful. We're just getting started here, but we will remind people along the way. Do you have any merch available here at the conference?
that. We are not selling at the conference, but definitely, go online, FOMO21.com. We ship worldwide, as I was saying. I think technically like 68 countries so far, but we could ship to even more.
Okay.
Except ones where the U.S. will, try to close our company down if I ship there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got so many. Yeah, check to see if that discount code's working. But it should.
When you said FOMO, first I thought you said
Are
forever.
you a large?
I'm a large, yeah.
If you want this, so it's like a retro. I'll show you the full picture of it.
Dude.
He's an XL. It wouldn't fit him because they shrink a little. I mean, it would be a really tight fit. I think it's a large. Yeah.
Looks sweet.
Yeah.
Day 2 of the Mining Disrupt conference, and I'm getting some sweet
Yeah, it's
swagger.
like
Nice, man. Hey,
Yeah,
thanks.
that's our best-selling shirt.
I
On the
will wear
site.
this on the pod. Wow, this is cool.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, brother.
Nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, we'll
It
be
should be set up now.
we'll be remembering FOMO 21. Nice stuff. All right. So, shall we cook a little? Shall we keep cooking?
Sure.
Cool. So
Trying to see if this promo code works.
we're gonna be talking with Larry Lepard soon, the man, the OG. Currently released and published his book, The Big Print: highly encourage that. It's a great read. We are a few chapters in right now, but we'll be doing a series on this book soon, so you'll get the full scope as well as additional insights. But support Larry Lepard as well. Go check him out. Buy the book on Amazon and read his perspective. He's a Boston guy like yourself, and went to Harvard. Did he? Right.
He went to Colgate undergrad, and then he went to, which is up in New York, and then he went to HBS, Harvard Business School, I think 3 years afterwards. So graduated HBS at age 27 and switched over to sound money investing. So that's what I'm going to ask about.
So cool. And he was ahead of his times, right? At that day and age, not many people knew about von Mises and Austrian economics, right?
Rothbard.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do you think the culture is there today? Are people slowly, catching wind of this alternative school of economics because of this insane inflation we're experiencing and whatnot, or are they still in denial? Are they finally more open to this idea of?
I think you can't. I say that you can't deny it, but I know so many people who are still denying it. I have buddies that went to Harvard Business School that I'll be like, we're $37 trillion in debt, running a $2 trillion deficit. You think that we're in a good place? Like things are actually going, and they're like, okay, well then what country do you want to move to? Like that's just is how it is. And it's like, it doesn't have to be the way that is the way it is.
Correct.
I mean, they're all stock guys and want to invest in stock as a hedge against the inflation. But really the best way to look at it, I think, is to invest in sound money, which is gold or Bitcoin. And they can't see the Bitcoin angle. And I think maybe some of them are invested in gold. But yeah, I mean, it's glaring you right in the face every day you go to the supermarket. So I don't know that you can avoid the whole Keynesian economics effect that Keynesian economics and money printing has had on the economy today. What's interesting is Lepard was able to do it in like the 80s and make that switch when the inflation maybe wasn't as bad relative to today. So it's impressive that someone was able to make that switch in the 80s so long ago.
You must be a first principles thinker and saw the writing on the wall. But I can't wait for you to have that conversation with him and hear what moment in time. He mentioned actually at Bitcoin Day Naples, what really set him on that path. Do you remember that moment?
Yeah, I asked him the question. I said,
"You did?"
Yeah, I was.
Look at that.
Which I don't know if I want to tell him because he got emotional on the stage. He talked about his grandmother who was sick and on her deathbed. I mean, I kind of want to let him tell the story, but basically, she was so happy with herself and felt accomplished that she had, went through life and was leaving life without any debt to pass on to him. And, in his mind, he kind of just, I don't want to speak for him, but he kind of understood that she had lived her life with this kind of burden of like, I don't want to leave my family in any debt and always worried about money. And what he came to find out at age 27 is that the money isn't real. And she didn't understand that. And I want to let him explain it because I'm not exactly sure that that's what made him make that entire switch, but it definitely was. It was part of it.
Yeah, it puts it into perspective. When your last moments of life are thinking about money. Right?
I think he just thought that was so sad.
Yeah, he's like, you should be just reflecting on the various memories and being at peace. But it's nice that she was at peace because she was able to leave without debt. But yeah, what an interesting concern to have moments before passing. So yeah,
I think that's what. We'll let him explain it. But I've listened to hours of him on podcasts.
Jack, you guys, we got Jack Fife. There's so much space. Jack, do you want to chat at any moments, or are you making your rounds?
Oh yeah, I'm kind of just floating, doing whatever.
Who have you chatted with thus far that piqued your interest?
Well, I got to admit, I was over there checking out the Bitcoin Ben's banner,
Yeah.
right, for his promo.
I haven't seen anyone there, or it's just a banner.
Oh,
Okay, gotcha.
well, okay, so there's more to the story,
Okay.
right? I was just going to take a selfie on that banner and send it to Ben. Remember our friends from Nashville?
Yeah,
I
Todd
you
and Janet.
You saw them on, Todd and Janet. Just as a what up, hi kind of thing. And then it turns out two other homies walk around the corner, and it's Ken and Miggy, who I'd never met
They look
before.
like Coachella.
And they're like,
Coachella
"What are you
cows.
doing taking a picture? Blah, blah, blah. We're the ones that helped Ben
Oh,
and doing
really?
this."
Oh,
and then they're like, "Take a look closer." And sure enough, look, there's Las Vegas, there's DC,
Oh,
there's
cool.
like the Antarctica one, there's the one coming in El Salvador, and all the stuff.
Oh, cool.
And they're like totally in on the gang. So I was all surprised and kind of gacking out, like, "What are you talking about? You guys really?" And they're giving me all this stuff, and they were showing me the things. Going,
Were they the dudes looking like Coachella?
they were straight out of Burning Man,
Yeah,
Coachella,
Burning
what
Man,
up, what ups. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
That
I
was Ken and Miggy, and they were very cool.
Right
And they
on.
totally enlightened me on some Ben stuff. It was really great.
Interesting, man.
I know.
Well, look at that. You never know. You never know around here who you're going to run into.
Yes, and
Super
I
cool.
could have been an old boomer stiff and dismissed them based on just their appearance or something, but luckily I didn't. I had enough love in my heart to be open to them, and they were happy to say hi to me. In fact, I invited them to come over here.
Yeah, for sure. They look like they're at Burning Man.
You can't miss
So,
them. Yeah, they're
I saw them. They reminded me of some of my LA friends. Like when they go out to party.
Yeah.
When they're gonna pop some Molly.
What did they do for Bitcoin Ben? They do like help him with the build outs of.
so.
He's got multiple locations. And go ahead.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
you're good.
Yeah. So Ben is expanding multiple locations, and this Kenneth person. In fact, I invited them over here to come sit down for an interview. So they're going to be back.
Okay, you'll get to meet
Yeah,
him.
we'll get the full story.
So,
But Ken says he's the one that introduced Ben to Bitcoin in the first place.
are you serious?
That's what he says.
Oh,
So
wow,
we're gonna get it
the
on record.
inside scoop.
I know.
That's fascinating. So just so you know, Bitcoin Ben was a trucker for many years who previously owned a construction company and bought into Bitcoin. He sold his construction company and bought a bunch of Bitcoin very early on, and essentially found out one day, how much has happened over the years. And
Yes.
was very, very, delighted to rediscover some old wallets. And with that Bitcoin, he has now founded multiple Bitcoin clubs. These are Bitcoin Ben Bitcoin clubs, and essentially crypto clubs. And essentially they're
Oh, look, John's here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hi,
What's going on, guys?
I brought a couple guests. This is
Right on.
Matt Cole. So we are live streaming.
Cool. We've got a guest, a thought leader from the industry. So let's dive in. Let's learn a bit more. Scott, do you want to chat? Or
Whatever you can do it.
Yeah.
This is Matt Cole. He's the he works for a company called Strive, which was founded by Vivek Ramaswamy.
Oh
They're an activist investor company.
Wow. Exciting. Okay. Let's go. Well, if you have any questions, throw them my way. We're having one big conversation.
He was just telling me that a month ago they wrote a letter to GameStop.
Wow. Okay. That's some. We're getting some insider information here. So GameStop recently decided to allocate like $50 billion of their reserves, of their assets towards Bitcoin. That's all it was?
I know, because we're.
Oh my gosh, I am totally off. I'm conflating the Saudi Arabian
Where are you based, by the
with
way?
GameStop. Okay, 1.3 billion.
Good. We gotta hook you up. Did John tell you what to do?
I see. Scott, have a seat. We're gonna let Scott.
I don't know.
Get into it. I'll dive in.
Yes.
So it sounds like Scott has an inside
I know,
scoop.
you can make the flight. It's a quick helicopter ride.
Okay, what are you gonna do?
Have a seat.
All right, let's
How's it going, John? Scott.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to do an introduction of yourself? Go ahead.
Let's do it. So I'm Matt Cole. I'm the CEO of a company called Strive.
Okay.
And obviously we're here at a Bitcoin mining conference. And for those that don't know Strive, we're both an asset manager and a wealth manager. An asset management firm founded in 2022 by Vivek Ramaswamy. Obviously ran for president. He's now running for governor of Ohio. And Strive was founded with a core mission to unapologetically pursue capitalism, innovation, meritocracy, all these fundamental core principles that have made America and American equities the best performing equities in the world for the last 40 plus years. We saw that as at risk. And so that first started in pushing back really hard against ESG, against DEI, things that were constraining the returns of corporations, and they were constraining themselves beyond the law. And if you just use a very simple sports analogy, you would never, if there's a rule to win a game, you would never constrain yourselves artificially and hold back from winning. You would pursue your mission unapologetically. So our view on that is that it's largely won. And anyways, I became the CEO of the company when Vivek stepped down to run for president. I was part of the day one team. I'm a longtime Bitcoin.
Very nice.
Background in fixed income markets. Used to run a portfolio for CalPERS, about $70 billion. Treasuries. And anyways, saw the problem of the U.S. debt, of the printing of money, and eventually became a massive Bitcoiner there. And so for Strive, as we kind of winning this ESG and DEI battle, we viewed that our next battle to be corporate Bitcoin adoption. And so it wasn't just an argument that Bitcoin's going to go to the moon, although we're hyper bullish on Bitcoin and I think it's going to go to the moon. The argument is actually founded in the material risk that exists for most corporations today because of the AI revolution, where the business moats of most companies are at risk. If you're a technology company, even if you invest heavily in AI, when you enter an era of exponential innovation, you don't know if you're going to be a winner on the back end. If you look at the S&P 500 companies before the internet boom and after the internet boom, substantial change. And so if you're a company and you see a period of upcoming substantial change, you should want more capital, a larger balance sheet to prepare for that risk. This is not even an argument for Bitcoin. But then if you think about having a larger balance sheet, our view is that there's only one savings asset in the world right now, and that's Bitcoin. Bitcoin reintroduced a savings asset that, unlike U.S. Treasuries, which have a negative real rate of return, they lose purchasing power even though they give you interest every single year. Bitcoin is, in our view, likely to continue to appreciate in a way that makes for a great asset to save in for the long run. So that's the argument for profitable companies maybe like a Microsoft or a Google, someone like that. And then for zombie companies or meme stocks, so we actually sent our first letter. We sent a letter a month ago to GameStop, really pushing them to buy Bitcoin, but not just to buy Bitcoin, to go all in. And so even more all in than they've even announced.
Was it on their radar before your letter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it was on their radar. Our concern, so we own GameStop in 3 of our ETFs. And so we're a long-term investor of GameStop. They're passive ETFs, so no matter what GameStop does, as long as they meet the rules of the ETF, our clients are owners of GameStop. And if they do well, they're going to be even larger owners of GameStop, right? Because then they're going to have a larger weighting in these passive indexes. Right. So we're thinking about how does GameStop as a company that loses money, and I get that their balance sheet shows profitability, but if you actually unpack that, here's what happened. They had a bunch of unprofitable stores that were losing, X% per dollar sold. They closed down a bunch of stores. They still lose X% per dollar sold, but now they have a bunch of cash because they've sold the real estate. And then they get interest on that cash, and that interest offsets the losses. There's no sustainable business there. And so our view was that, yes, they might buy Bitcoin, but there was concern that they might buy more cryptocurrencies beyond Bitcoin, which we thought would be a mistake, that Bitcoin's the only savings vehicle. And then also a concern that still exists to this day, that they may not go all in, shut down your unprofitable stores that don't have a future. Don't just buy, and I think they're actually going to buy a lot of Bitcoin. Just the fact that they did this convertible bond. I think Saylor yesterday did a poll, how much Bitcoin should GameStop buy? Should they be a micro strategy or strategy of 250 million? And his highest option was 3 billion. And I retweeted that and I said, I think at least 6 billion actually. And the reason being is they have, almost $5 billion of cash. They have the ability, because their stock is highly volatile, highly traded, to raise additional cash. And so, this company could easily own way more than 6 billion. But I just said, if they're not doing at least 6 billion, I kind of viewed it as a LARP. Like,
And so the 1.3 that they've committed to in convertible debt as of yesterday is just the starting ground, and
it should be just a starting ground.
Okay,
Like,
that's what you're
I mean,
proposing.
there's no way they're gonna, they're not gonna buy $10 billion of Bitcoin overnight, even if that's the direction they go. I think what this signals to me is they're looking to do it in a major way, which I think is really promising. And I don't think that was a foregone conclusion. And you look at, just as an example, when we sent this letter to GameStop, it was really interesting to me because the Reddit community that's like major owners of GameStop, right? Many of them hated the letter, and they've also not taken fondly to GameStop's announcement. They're not all Bitcoiners, and they have different, they put their money where their mouth is with a very large investment in GameStop, right? And that was kind of a surprise to me. But for us as a long-term investor, we have to take our unapologetic view of the best way to position GameStop for long-run success, which is buy a ton of Bitcoin.
It's kind of interesting because you think investors in GameStop would be tech-oriented, and then they would be Bitcoin-oriented. But maybe the investors in GameStop aren't actually tech-oriented, and they're more just stock buyers and sellers who aren't interested necessarily in the company, but were just interested in making money at the time.
I think there could be that. There could be, I would just rather buy Bitcoin myself and have Bitcoin and have GameStop.
Yeah.
And I think that there's some optimism of amongst that community of GameStop turning around their brick and mortar stores by doing various things. Like it might be sell sports merchandise as well. And I take the other side of that in a major way. I think these brick and mortar stores are losers and are overhangs on their company. And so, to me, it's just like we set that letter to open the Overton window for Ryan Cohen and say, hey, yes, there's other stakeholders that have a different opinion. Here's our opinion. And hopefully we can help move them further in the direction that they would have already gone. Because imagine if GameStop would have bought $250 million of Bitcoin. Their company's worth billions and billions of dollars. They have almost $5 billion of cash. They could raise way more, and they buy a little bit amount of Bitcoin. Like, to me, like that's a stock you should short. I wouldn't ever short GameStop because of but from like a fundamental basis, that's a stock that has no future and hasn't actually transformed itself through Bitcoin ownership.
Are there any other companies that you're maybe sending some letters to that you can disclose?
I can't disclose, but yes, we are. There's another company that we're working on right now that should be public in the near future, and our strategy on these letters is very, very rarely going to be just randomly send a letter of a company that we think should buy Bitcoin. There's going to be a deeper strategy behind it than just that. So to make it very strategic and with a chance and a decent chance to actually drive an impact in a direction to help this company adopt Bitcoin or adopt it in a bigger way or convince other stakeholders on whether it's their other shareholders or other board members on why, because ultimately that's the hardest part. Like think about a company, like any public company in America, you have over 10 people if you combine the C-suite and the board, any public company. Of those 10 people, you probably have at a minimum one Bitcoin. Like just by chance, right? Like, and if you have at least one Bitcoiner that's interested in this and they're the minority, then a company like Strive as a shareholder can be, helpful to drive activism as a long-term shareholder. People like the Twitter community, online communities can be helpful as customers and as people that are passionate. People like Saylor, obviously, just as godfather of Bitcoin treasury companies, can be helpful, right? It's all angles, right? And playing our part in to quote David Bailey, you can meme things into reality, like you really can. And we learned that like when we started fighting against ESG and DEI, like in 2022, that fight was not popular. Like it was not a foregone conclusion that America was going to go this direction. And in fact, actually, we were told we were backwards looking, like there's no chance. Like why are you guys even fighting this? And look where the country is now. And I think the same thing can and will happen with Bitcoin, but it's not just by chance. It's by work and people, beaming it into reality.
What is the biggest impetus that you're running into or something that holds people back on these boards who are making a decision? Is it just that there's only 1 out of 10 people on the boards who actually intimately knows Bitcoin, or is it something larger than that?
That's the largest reason is the lack of education around Bitcoin. And that's true whether you're talking about corporate boardrooms, institutional pension adoption, that you start talking to very intelligent, very successful people that have never done the work to even understand
They
Bitcoin.
might
Like
not
how
have the time to do it.
they don't have the time, they don't have the interest, they continue to think it's a scam, and like a lot of them have. And this is true with my own journey when I got into Bitcoin at first, where I was an institutional portfolio manager managing billions and billions of dollars, and then I learned about Bitcoin on a bodybuilding forum. And so, like, in a way that I say is like from a place of ego, not humility. It was hard for me to accept that these bodybuilders were investing in a solution that I, as an institutional investor, wouldn't see. That takes humility to accept that. And as Bitcoin's now at 100K, and all these everyday people have made a ton of money by seeing the problem before the institutions, you got to take some humble pie.
Yeah.
And I think that's a challenge for boards, and some boards anyway.
You would think the whole idea of it's a scam would have been negated by the fact that an executive order was just signed by the government. Have you seen a change since that executive order as was signed, maybe in the feelings of people towards Bitcoin, or has it just been too soon to really gauge that effect?
You're seeing parts of you're seeing a change, and I think there's still in the large business community, this like view of there was a strategic Bitcoin reserve, but it was Trump, right? And I think that like that. I completely disagree with that framework, and I always view, whether it's Trump or anyone, that look at the merits thing on the argument of the merits, not the individual that says it. Whether you love the individual or hate the individual,
Look at the group he's surrounded himself by too. That's an
billionaires,
group.
billionaires, right? Businessmen, right? And I do think it's going to change things. I think that the complete de-risking from a regulation perspective of Bitcoin being banned in America is. If you were to say before the election, what was the biggest risk to Bitcoin? It was it being banned, and all these individuals that would talk about how great blockchain technology is, but not Bitcoin. Like I think the most common corporate speak that you've seen over the last prior to the ETFs over the last several years, and I think that's changing, and it will change, and but it's just. It takes time. Institutions will move. They move typically with the consensus. So when it's consensus and you have a handful of pensions that have done it, I think more will move. With corporate treasuries, I think my view is that almost every single public company should own Bitcoin. I think there's this unique opportunity in time right now where any company that wants to can. The capital markets will allow it. In the future, that may not be the case. Not that they shouldn't own Bitcoin, but that they may not be able to do it, and because it's a scarce asset, and the ability to lend or issue new shares and raise dollars to buy Bitcoin, that's a luxury, and it's a luxury for companies that do it. And we're still very early in adoption there, and I think that all these companies that do it today are going to be long run powerhouses with a massive amount of capital in an era of massive disruption. And I'm very bullish on their long-term prospects. But I think all 500 companies should own Bitcoin. I actually don't even know if the company 500 and the S&P 500, when they want to do it, if they'll be able to do it in any material way. Just like how before this Bitcoin treasury
ran by that up to a point at that point where it will be out of there.
Yeah, well, I mean, like typically, like it's not that companies can typically just accumulate a massive amount of capital. Forget the word Bitcoin. Like that's not an environment that always exists, right? And it exists right now, and in a period with heightened risk, like people should be running towards this, in our view. So, anyways.
And has Strive kind of led by example with the company itself? Do you guys hold Bitcoin on your balance sheet?
Working on it.
Okay.
Working on it. I'm a big believer in practicing what we preach, and from my view. As a company, there's, we always have to put our clients first. We have a fiduciary duty to them, like as an asset manager, as a wealth manager. So that's like our number one focus. For our company, that's number one focus. Yeah, I feel massively short Bitcoin, and working on it.
Just to end it out, I don't know how much you could say, but like that transition for Vivek between Doge and then doing the Ohio governor race, how has that been? How has that affected Strive's? The company as a whole, is he still involved, or is he basically completely separated now?
So Vivek and I speak every single day.
Oh, okay.
he's not involved with Strive in an official capacity, but he's obviously a major shareholder of our company.
Sure.
And just a personal mentor. He founded the company, so he's heavily involved in the strategy of the company. I mean, he's a business guy, and so until he's the next governor of Ohio, and I mean that's looking extremely promising for him, but until he's a businessman that's running for office. He's not in office, right? And so he's heavily involved. As far as the transition, I mean, he was always, since he's joined that, planning on running for governor or thinking about running for governor. And so I think it just happened maybe a little bit sooner, and I think that was part of how Doge was assembled. That was different than how it was initially assembled. But I mean, he's already got the endorsements of Elon. He's got the endorsement of Trump. I mean, he's basically, I'm not sure a major person that he doesn't have the endorsement from, but I mean, it's at least in the primary, it's kind of looking like a not really a race. But
he had my vote. I loved him when he was running for it, and he's still so young. I'm sure he'll give it another go again.
I mean, the guy's got a bright future.
Yeah.
Whatever he decides to do, I wouldn't be short. Yeah.
Well, tell these guys where they can find you if you're on Twitter or anything like that.
Yeah, so I'm on Twitter at Cole Macro, ColeMacro, and then Strive is on Twitter at Strive Funds, and then our corporate website strive.com.
Awesome. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Good to meet you.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you.
There you go. No. I haven't yet Yes, I know a lot of these. Oh, look at you. Awesome. Yay. No. Hot water.
So
Scott or I will talk.
perfect.
Okay.
How are you feeling?
Let's go.
Where'd you guys get the nice coffee there?
Right now we got to go over to that cafe because they're not ready here in the.
Coke?
Is this what I'm bringing back? Just water, really. Right. Maybe actually before I talk to you, I should drink water.
Right here. Right here. Yeah, you go ahead.
Where do
here.
you want me?
Right here. Yeah, that's okay. All right. Look, we're back. Sorry for the. Let's make sure we're on. Sorry for the break there. The silence. I have with me the infamous BTC Sessions. I think. What do you have a reputation for the best hair in Bitcoin?
Well, it depends who you talk to. It's either the best or the worst.
Yeah.
If it's me, it's the best. If it's anybody else, they probably say the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So tell us about your experience here at Mining Disrupt. Were you on stage? What's going on? Why are you here?
It's been great. So this is my first mining conference ever, which is awesome. And I feel like mining for me, despite the fact that I've been tinkering and teaching people about all the other aspects of Bitcoin for a long time, mining was a blind spot for a long time for me until I'd say it still a little bit is, but I've got into a lot of the hobbyist home stuff the past couple of years and started diving into that. So here it's been great because I get to learn a little bit too.
Yeah.
But also I did a fireside chat with Scott 9000 from the BitAxe project, and it was awesome just talking about this push for open source mining and how things can potentially change in the coming years.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm relatively new to mining, and this is my first Bitcoin or Mining Disrupt conference.
Yep.
So I've really been loving getting to know some of the different vendors here and being able to talk to them directly instead of just seeing them on the computer, right?
Yeah, it's very different from you go to a regular Bitcoin conference and you get a lot of the talk about macroeconomics. You're talking about like the political environment. You're talking about wallets and hardware and stuff like this. And this is like the mining industry is very, very different from your typical Bitcoin conference. So obviously they're present at the big conferences, but here it's a very different vibe. But I'm keen to learn and kind of see what things are like on this side of the fence.
Yeah, because everything else in Bitcoin is kind of abstract, right? For most people, even the Bitcoin itself that we hold in self-custody is still kind of even though we have a physical device that goes with it, it's still sort of an abstract thing until you actually spend it on something. But most of us are hodling, so we're not spending it and using it regularly. And I know some people out there are going to say we need to get better at that. But at the same time, here at the mining conference, you can touch and feel everything. Everything it's a very physical type of work, and you see these physical containers, and you see the sites, people showing pictures and telling about their sites and the machines, and you can touch and feel the fans and everything.
Yeah, there's a very kind of visceral feel to things where it's like you're getting into the meat of it. You see the industrial side of things. You see the proof of work that's going into everything that is mining, and so it's more down to the like, hey, this is kind of part of the backbone of what makes all this stuff work.
Yeah,
and it's a unique thing to be in at an event that focuses on this very specific part of Bitcoin, and I think this is kind of what we're going to see out of events moving forward. Like, yes, there'll be the large, broad ones, but you're going to get a lot more of this event covers this very specific niche aspect of Bitcoin, and that's what Mining Disrupt is becoming, right?
Yeah.
Like that's where you go for this part of the industry.
Yeah, I think you're right, because there's so many different aspects to Bitcoin and the Bitcoin industry. So that's as an event producer, that's actually something that I could look forward to and try to find the right niche for the group of people that I'm connected with. So your BTC sessions on Twitter, yes, and many other places, Instagram.
Noster, YouTube. YouTube is where you can learn, and Twitter is where you can see me post memes and be a degenerate S poster. We'll call it. I'll be cautious on the language. I don't know.
We're streaming on X, so I don't think we have to be too cautious.
Yeah, you can say whatever the hell you want there.
So, but you do tutorials on products, Bitcoin products, and I think you recently did one on a BitAxe, and then another one that caught my eye, the Start 9 node.
Yes. So I did. I took the BitAxe, and you can run something called a datum server on your Start 9.
Oh yeah.
And so what you're effectively doing is you're running your own Bitcoin node, your own copy of the Bitcoin blockchain, your own mempool, all of that, and you're using that. And datum is the communication between your miner, your own personal kind of mining pool, and your node, so that if you were to hit a block, you're pulling it from your own mempool be like, hey, these are the transactions that I want to include in the block. Whereas if you're going to a mining pool, typically, unless they're on like Stratum V2 and you get to actually pick yourself, typically it's the mining pools like, here's the transactions that are going into this block. You won it. Here's your reward. Whereas this, it's like you're doing the whole self-sovereign stack yourself.
Yeah. Wow. And so that datum is a product of our friends at Ocean Mining, isn't it? Yeah, Ocean Mining.
Yeah. It's and again, Bitcoin mechanic, awesome dude. He was kind enough to spend probably an hour to an hour and a half with me, just kind of walking through and explaining things to me as I was prepping for the tutorial.
Oh, nice.
And so, like, I mean, hats off to him for spending that time, because I would have spent so much more time just trying to figure out like what even anything was. And so he was pretty concise in describing datum as like a protocol or a communication layer between the mining pool that you self-host, between your node infrastructure and your miner. So it strings it together so all of that can work cohesively.
Yeah. So if I'm understanding it right, and I haven't had the experience of being with Mechanic and talking to him about it, any miner can use it. Yeah. You showed us how to do it on a BitAxe, just for your home miner, lottery miner. But any miner, whether you have a 1,000 petahash or whether you have 10 petahash or 5 terahash, you can use this datum to make sure that your transactions get.
And so you can then set whatever, you get to choose the block template of what's going to go into the block if you mine it. Some people would just say, I want the most profitable block. Some people might say, well, for whatever reason, maybe I want to prioritize a certain type of transaction over another. Some people are not a fan of like data related, like ordinals and stuff like that. And they might want to say, I don't want to host that on my own node, and so I'm not going to mine a block with that either. But the point is that the individual person who's putting in the proof of work chooses the block that they mine. And the person that mines the next one, if they're doing their own infrastructure, they can choose as well. So it's my initial thought around it. I was like, oh, but what if somebody wants to censor something? But as long as enough people are mining everywhere, and you get these pleb miners, and you get like different mining pools potentially running something like this, where individuals get to choose, then there's always going to be an array of different choices that people can make. And so it's just personal choice of what do you want to host yourself.
Very cool. And not to mention the decentralization aspect of it. Keeping the whole thing more decentralized and
You're not preventing anybody else from doing anything. You're choosing what you yourself want to do with your own infrastructure.
Yeah.
So I think it's really cool. I love the idea. It tied in so many different things that I've kind of been learning about, and just to be able to see like, hey, here's a BitX, here's my Start 9, here's this datum relay that makes them communicate. It can go to my, if I mine a block, it could go to Sparrow Wallet that I'm hosting. That's also linked to my Start 9.
Yeah.
Like all of these different things that just kind of play together, and you start to see how all of these layers interoperate with each other and communicate.
Yeah.
It begins to piece it together better for me. And I'm still, you still get to points where you're like fuzzy on, wow, look at how complex all of this stuff is. And you can step back and be like, holy crap, Satoshi really, he had to do some thinking to figure out how, and obviously it's changed a lot since the early days, but like the base layer of like how all of that stuff interoperated, that was the software. When you downloaded it, it did kind of all of those things.
Yeah. I mean, that stuff goes way over my head. It's just amazing to me that that somebody thought through all that and came up with it and put it out there in the world, and that it's been working now for 16. 16 years now.
Yeah,
right.
And look at everything that's come of it. Look at what we have here. Look at the actual gigantic industry that has been created just around this aspect of Bitcoin.
Yeah,
and it's staggering.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
that's a great way to round this back out, because that's the thing about being here at this conference. You know, when you first hear about Bitcoin, and there's still a lot of people out there in the world, a lot of normies that think it's just magic internet money. Like, they don't think it has any value or anything. And then you come to a place like this, and here we are in this whole convention center full of exhibits that people spent lots of money on, not just to have the space, but then these exhibits are so nice and nice to look at. And there's just lots of employees here, people with jobs because of this industry. And then you go to a conference like Vegas, and they were 4 times this size.
Yeah,
it was just incredible.
It makes sense. I think that my kind of final thought here is I'm realizing, I think it was in The Big Short, where at the beginning they talk about how with the rise of like financial products and the commoditization of money, like all of these, like it's all of a sudden from the 70s, it just became like the financial district of New York just went insane, and like all of the jobs are all in the financial industry. And it's because the money is broken and people are trying to find a way around that.
Yeah.
And so what I'm seeing here is we found the fix for money, and the brain drain is coming to this. So that industry of trying to matrix your way around escaping the dilution of your spending or your purchasing power is it's going to be siphoned off to here, and we're witnessing that now.
Awesome. All the brains in finance are coming to Bitcoin. And 100%. It's going to be the smartest money in the world.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thanks a bunch,
cheers.
man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. And enjoy the rest of the rest of the event. Should be good.
Do you want the world to know about what day it is?
I'm here on my 40th birthday.
Happy birthday.
So thank you. I appreciate it. I'm headed to New York this afternoon, and we're doing a birthday bash on Saturday at PubKey. So should be a good time.
That's such a cool thing.
Cheers. Thanks again for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll see you around here.
Okay. All right, folks, I'm going to try to find somebody else.
Just riff a little bit. That's my white bag, John, if you want. Look at it. Just kidding. Look at this cool booth we took over today. You know, we're kind of in a circle of production people. We kind of thought we'd just come in and just share a little bit.
They got water at least.
Did you get me a soda? Did you already?
Would you drink this? They didn't have any.
Did you already drink it?
No, it's half full.
It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you anyway. I'll get some.
One now, then.
No, don't worry about it. I would just mess with you. I know it's kind of
really crazy.
It's kind of cool. John, are we at least framed up? Okay, awesome, right?
Which camera? That one?
They're kind of a both. Like one.
Oh, 3D. We're doing 3D.
Oh wait,
What do we need?
it's on delay. You're good. Hang on just a second. Delayed. I think we're both good. You're Austin sitting down. Yeah, you're perfect. You're framed in. You're both good to go.
All right.
Cool.
So here we are Thursday in Fort Lauderdale, Mining Disrupts, and I've had the pleasure of newly introduced to Austin Alexander, a resident of the world at large, right? And traveling here. Really nice to meet you. And I was hoping you could just thank you. And I was hoping you could just share for a moment as you and I get to know each other really quickly. You mentioned you've got some really fascinating background on things that you've developed in the past, but you know what? Can you just kind of bring me up to date? Like, is there something that you're working on? And
Yeah, I'm working on a few things now.
that you're willing to share?
Well, we're working on willing to share. Yeah, we're working
Yeah.
on some deals right now currently that I probably shouldn't talk too much about, but I'll tell you my background. I got into Bitcoin in 2011 at first.
Yeah.
I was working at a economic policy think tank, and they interviewed one of the senior people there was interviewing Gavin Andreessen, who was the first Bitcoin dev basically after Satoshi. And this was in, I think, April 2011. And I got pretty fascinated. Before that, I had been into monetary policy and gold, and I had been somewhat interested in some previous non-government currency attempts that all kind of failed, including Liberty Reserve and some other things like that.
Okay.
And so when I had first heard about Bitcoin, I didn't quite get it. It appealed to me, but I didn't quite get it. And then 2013, just kind of serendipitously over the course of 2 or 3 days after
after I had it. So in 2011, I got into Bitcoin for like a month, really into it. And it was not that easy, at least for me. I couldn't find that great of information online. There was a lot of the stuff that I found was interspliced with some really out there, banking conspiracy websites or things like that. I mean, maybe in hindsight, a lot of the stuff they were saying was true. I don't know, but
Yes.
but it was definitely in the realm of what I was finding, of like, it seemed like a lot of crazy people were writing about Bitcoin online.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a little bit of Bitcoin then. Somebody gave it to me. And actually, I had a computer. It was like a Dell. It was like the cheapest Dell laptop you could get in 2011. Although
Yeah.
maybe I bought it in 2010 or 9 or something. But I had this like big plastic like brick laptop, and I tried to run what they call Bitcoin QT. Now it would be like Bitcoin Core.
Yeah.
Back then it was called Bitcoin QT, and it was like the default wallet. I think there had already, maybe there was like one or two other wallets. I think Multibit had come out, and I saw that one, but which is now defunct. But for a while, Multibit was kind of like the second, probably maybe even the most popular wallet, circa like 2013, I think. But I tried to run Bitcoin QT on my $200, $300 Dell laptop, and the noise was crazy. It sounded like one of these miners. It's like, the fan cranked up and all the heat worked, and it just wouldn't. It wouldn't. The computer wouldn't handle it. So I had a really nice computer in my office, and so I ran the software on there, and I put my Bitcoin there, and then I was trying to figure out what to do with it. And so I was like, okay, the price went up to like $20 or something, and I was like, wow, I have more money than I ever had before, which was like nothing. So I was like, wow, this is crazy. Now how do I sell it?
Yeah.
So I tried to figure out how to sell it. Couldn't figure it out. It was easier for me, at least. I can't speak to the whole economy because I didn't know anyone else besides the one other guy in my office. I mean, I didn't know anyone else who knew anything about it.
Yeah.
Nobody in the office besides this guy knew anything about it. So I would go online. I was trying to figure out, what to do with it or how to sell it or whatever. And it seemed easier to like buy drugs than it was to sell it for dollars, because you could find, when you started Googling, you could find like a bunch of things of people willing to exchange it for drugs or whatever.
Wow.
So maybe I should have that would have been better than losing it, which ultimately I just like forgot about it and abandoned it. And when I left that off, I didn't like
trapped on that machine?
I didn't like quit. I didn't get fired, or I didn't quit, but I just like I went to go actually volunteer for the Ron Paul presidential campaign, and then I never came back to the job. So I thought I was going to be gone for like, I can't remember, but maybe I was going to take like a week off or something, and then I never stepped foot in that office again.
Really?
And the
some
coins were on
server
the computer there. I don't remember how much. I'm sure it would be extremely meaningful these days, but
you think someone stumbled onto it, or
no,
they would have had to have
I doubt it.
Was it guarded?
No, it wasn't.
Did
it was
the wallet
on the
have some kind of phrase to get
no,
past?
Nothing like that. I'm pretty sure you
just
could
log
just
right into it?
log right
See
in,
it?
and you could spend the money. And
how wonderful!
But
the innocent days.
You could put on that software. You could put a password. Actually, later on, I did lose some Bitcoin that way because using Bitcoin QT, I lost some Bitcoin on, but just a couple. I mean, or I don't know, not that many. Maybe less than 10. So I guess that's meaningful money these days. But back then it wasn't that much.
Yes.
And then although I can't remember how much was on that computer in my office, but I'm sure it was like serious money these days. I'm sure it would probably be like beyond life changing. But well, not my life, but other people's lives. Yeah, but I stopped stressing about that many years ago. About who,
you just had to let it go, right?
Yeah,
I know. Can't beat yourself up.
And then in 2013, I met a guy when I was volunteering on that campaign, and I started working for him, doing like actually Nick Spanos. It's kind of well-known Bitcoin guy.
Yeah.
I met Nick Spanos in actually later on in 2011. In late 2011, I met Nick Spanos, and I started working for him on like an election consulting company. So we did a few campaigns, and I got really into Bitcoin. So then like he knew about Bitcoin too a little. I don't think he was that into it. But then I went back to New York and started working for him out of his office in New York. And so in really late 2012, I think it was literally like the last day of the year, or like the 30th or something like that of December. Some number that was like a friend of a friend from high school, who like is not a guy I was very close to, and I hadn't remembered ever speaking to this guy about Bitcoin. Even at the moment, and even when so the guy texted me something about, oh, Bitcoin's doing very well, and this was like New Year's Eve, and I hadn't thought about Bitcoin in like a year or more. Maybe a year and a half.
And he just randomly
texted me, and I was trying to think, when did I talk to this guy about Bitcoin? I don't remember. I had seen this guy maybe like once since I even have ever thought about Bitcoin. I couldn't remember talking to him, but I must have, because he texted me that. And then I went and I looked on my phone for the price. Actually, I should say, the first time that I thought, the Bitcoin had gone up to like $28 or something like that.
Yeah,
I wasn't checking it every day. This was in 2011.
Yeah,
and I was like, wow, that's crazy. Like, it's so insane. And then that weekend, like on the next Monday or Tuesday, I didn't check it over the weekend. On Monday or Tuesday, I checked it again when I was back at the office, and it was down to like $4 or $3 or something. It had like what at the time I think was like the biggest crash in the price in history.
Yeah.
And so at that point, I was like, oh, I didn't understand how the markets worked at Bitcoin. I'm sure they were very rudimentary markets back then.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I got scammed. This thing's a scam. Like, all the 90% of the value drops. So while I'm home for the weekend, like, clearly it's a scam, because the other things, if maybe they weren't a scam, but these other things like Liberty Reserve and stuff, they had all failed basically.
Yeah.
And I had kind of been watching them, like maybe in 2010 or whenever that was. And they had failed, so I was like, "Oh, this is a scam. It's going to fail." Like, it's just, in my head, it was like, "Oh, this is like Liberty Reserve or whatever it was that I had been, disillusioned by earlier."
Just like it, yeah.
So then on this New Year's Eve, I remember now. So there was like a New Year's Eve party, and I was the doorman basically, you know. So I was like working the door. It was like actually really boring and really cold, and I was like standing outside in New York City, like really cold.
Yeah.
And then the guy texted me there while I'm like at this New Year's Eve party. A guy who I wasn't that close to says, "Wow, Bitcoin's doing well." I look at the price of Bitcoin, and it was at like $60 or something, and I couldn't, like, it literally rocked my brain. I was like, "What the hell? That's crazy!" And so I started thinking, "Wow, man, like." I couldn't believe it. I was like, how did this happen? Like it recovered or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So then a few days later, anyway, like then I went to try to buy some Bitcoin on local Bitcoins, and actually I went to this coffee shop in Lower Manhattan, and it was Joseph Lubin was selling me the Bitcoin.
Interesting.
You know, I didn't know who he was, of course, but I went. I met this guy. It was Joseph Lubin, and I said, I want $100 of Bitcoin or something. And he said, well, do you want $100 or do you want $100 and a mining fee? And I think when I had first used Bitcoin, there was no mining fees in 2011.
Really?
I think you just sent the money because there was no usage. There wasn't that many people.
Yeah.
So I said, well, what is a mining fee? And he explained what the mining fee was, and I said, well, and he clearly saw that I didn't understand like correctly how the mining worked. Maybe at the time I had thought, probably not, but maybe I did.
Yeah.
But so he explained for 2 hours or so, and this probably at the time, that was probably the best guy in the whole world I could have met, or one of.
Could have laid it out.
And he's explained to me how the mining worked, and at that point, I remember walking back to the office. I was thinking in my head, oh, I can't do anything else. This is like the most incredible thing in the whole world, and this is like, this is way better than the gold standard, and all this thing running through my head. I was like, I can't believe this is real, because once I understood the mining, I thought of it. I don't know if he explained it to me or made this analogy, or if I thought of the analogy, but I thought of it as, the mining is the anchor to the real world. That all these other systems failed because they were just this like ephemeral thing that was on a database or whatever, and then the feds could come in and just kill the database, or the owner could kill the database, whatever. I can't even remember all these other projects or whatever I had been acquainted with in the past, but then that I said, oh well, the way this mining works, like this is an anchor in reality. So the feds can't come in and kill it. Like nobody can come in and kill it because the anchor to reality will always bring it back to reality.
Mm-hmm.
And so I walked back to the office and I literally went in there and the wonderful Nick Spanos, and I said to him, like at that moment, I remember very well. I was like, I can't think of, I can't work on anything else but Bitcoin right now. What that meant, I had no idea. So I said, this is the most incredible thing.
Did he get it, or was he like,
he might not like me saying this because he's done a lot for Bitcoin, and he's, obviously he's been all in now for, basically since a few days after that, basically. And he knew about that. At the time, I think he knew more about Bitcoin than me, maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't remember exactly, but he definitely knew about it. But he was saying, but he probably wasn't very happy because I was, an employee of his, and I was basically saying, like, okay, if you want to kick me out of the office right now, like, I'm telling you, like, I don't know, I have to do this. I have to work on Bitcoin, and so, but I don't remember exactly the course of events the next few days, but then it wasn't very long before he got all in and obsessed as well.
Yeah.
And
well, did you guys talk about it? Like, did you end up sharing
all day, every day
the epiphany? You got
one explanation. We literally talked about it all day, every day for the next year. I mean, like,
okay, good.
Constantly.
So then you finally had someone that really kind of fed.
Yeah. And then we started. We went and started attending like the meetups in the city. Then we started hosting the meetups in the city.
Meetups, yeah.
And then we founded the Bitcoin Center and started, incubating companies, and we were doing a lot of stuff all day, every day.
Wow.
Doing nothing else. I mean, basically from that point until at least 5 years later, I had no social life outside of Bitcoin. I was like, to say I was obsessed is an understatement.
It doesn't hardly show.
Now I'm into it now, but I can do other things sometimes. But back then I did nothing else. All I did was think about Bitcoin and try to learn about Bitcoin and meet all the Bitcoin people.
Appreciate you sharing that. That's a fascinating little snip of your journey, your story, and the background. Hey, I want to be careful about your time on stage.
I think it's at 12:35. They say so.
Well, can you flip?
Only a 1 minute walk.
I know. Well, I'm just trying to be
thank you
polite. You're so you went on to do some kind of L2, this and that. You got involved with this.
Yeah, did that a few. So
it's been evolving wonderfully ever since.
So Nick and I we started an exchange in late 2013 along with the Bitcoin Center, and then really he was steadfast. But when they did the Bitcoin license and we went and had met with the New York Department of Financial Services, which asserted themselves as the regulator for these things, although they're completely, they seem like they've been completely impotent from a Bitcoin perspective. A complete disaster. This whole bit license thing of 2013 of the Ben Lawsky, of this guy. What a scumbag, what a complete disaster that turned out to be. Destroyed any, they set the city back, or the state of New York back 5, 6, 7 years in terms of at that time that they put that out, it was clear. New York City was clearly the leader in the world for Bitcoin companies, and way above anywhere else, way above San Francisco.
Really?
But they destroyed. So anyway, I got spooked. We went and met with these guys. The guy was a complete, kind of condescending, intimidating scumbag. This guy, Ben Lawsky. Anybody know who Ben Lawsky is? He's one of the chief villains of Bitcoin, a complete scumbag. And he was the head of that Department of Financial Services in New York. He put out this bit license trying to make a name for himself, like he was going to be a big somebody. And what a loser!
Wow.
And then so I got spooked. I was like, man, Nick, don't you see they're telling us, they're implying to us that they're gonna let Goldman Sachs do this, but they're not gonna let us do this. They're gonna put us in jail.
Yes.
And Spanos was like, "Fuck that guy! Fuck this guy! He's not gonna do shit. I've never seen a bigger pussy than that guy. He's literally the biggest pussy I've ever seen in my whole life."
Are these the same people that went after Charlie Shrem?
No, I think Charlie Shrem was the feds. I think that was the DOJ or something like that. I think that was New York. I knew Charlie back then, and I know Charlie now.
Yeah, good.
And
Charlie's been a generous supporter of our local events out here.
Oh, cool.
And him and his wife have come and hung out.
Awesome. Well, I'm
Friday
big fans of theirs.
Anyway, and I love hearing his story. And sorry, you just made me think
that
of
was
it.
one
You
thing
realize
because they
it
had
was the
arrested
same-
Charlie
it was-
Trim. Just like when we had that meeting, I think they had arrested Charlie Trim like 1 week earlier or something.
Oh my!
So I was like, and then Spanos, actually, he was completely correct. He was like, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to do anything. Trust me. Like, don't let this guy distract you. Like, we're on path here to, and he was right. He was probably right. But then I was like just so spooked. I was like, I can't be involved with this anymore. And so instead of, founding that exchange, which was very close to, being ready to launch, very close.
Yeah.
I went actually. I went. I had some friends and I had met in New York that were from Dubai. They were locals from Dubai, and I went and met them. So I flew to Dubai basically just to because I was scared of being in New York because I was like, oh, they're gonna arrest me, and flew to Dubai. And actually, I think I was the first person, at least on local Bitcoin, to ever trade Bitcoin in Dubai, in UAE. There was 3 other users in UAE total. So and so I still have a lot of good relationships there.
Nice.
I stayed there. I helped organize the first Bitcoin conference later that year in Dubai with Bruce Fenton. And then I joined Kraken in 2014 because we had been in election consulting. We knew a few politicians, and there was one congressman at the time who was really close to us, and we convinced him at our big grand opening of the Bitcoin Center to announce, his name was Steve Stockman. He was a congressman from Texas who was going to run for Senate, and then he announced at our event that he was going to accept Bitcoin for his campaign, and that was the first federal politician.
Ever, right?
I think it was the second politician in America. There was a guy in New Hampshire who did it first a few months earlier, but he was the first major politician to announce that. But then, I knew the guy relatively well at the time, and I brought him in early 2014 to what was the first ever event in DC to talk about Bitcoin and Bitcoin regulation and all that. And so everyone at the event thought it was, oh my God, this guy's here with this congressman. That's so great. So then, I used that to my advantage, and I wrote to the CEO of Kraken, who I'd met there at that event, and I said, "Oh, remember me? He was friends with the congressman. I want to come back to America, so I need a job that I'm not going to get arrested doing. Can you,
yes,
do you have any jobs?" And so then I joined Kraken. I was the account manager.
Did he get your visa stamped then, or your passport? Get you back in?
No, I'm American.
Oh, I know. I'm just kidding, but I thought because you said you were spooked, I'm thinking they're going to be looking for you at the
Well,
game.
then I could run the cover. I was thinking, okay, if they're going to arrest somebody, they'll arrest him, and I'm just I'm a low-level employee. It's not going to matter.
Oh,
but I was basically the first salesperson in the Bitcoin industry, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. But Coinbase had nobody like that.
Yeah.
Bitstamp, which was bigger than Coinbase or Kraken at the time by a lot. They were the largest exchange at the time. They had nobody, because I had already had some relationships with a lot of people in the industry. So I knew, at least with Bitstamp, I knew them a little bit, and I knew that they didn't have anybody.
Yeah.
There was another exchange called Verum or Mir, which everybody thought was going to be the biggest exchange, but no one's ever heard of it now because they folded. Because what happened back then is they tried to do the regulation first. Appeal to the regulators first, and every company who tried that is gone. They're losers. I mean, now maybe that strategy works. I don't know.
Yeah,
it looks like that's a good strategy now, today. But this is 12 years later. Back then, anyone who did that and tried to appease the regulators first, they went out of business. And who was successful? BitMEX did the exact opposite.
Yeah.
I don't remember who, you know who's successful. And even Coinbase, now they're seen as the regulated one, the really upstanding. At the time, the people in the industry, they weren't really seen that way because they just kind of went for it. Because actually, BitPay was a bigger company in terms of finances. Okay. So Coinbase had, A16 or Andreessen Horowitz, or whatever they had the Silicon Valley backing, but BitPay had raised more money. BitPay had raised $9 million, and that was the biggest fundraise in the industry at the time. And so the assumption was BitPay was going to just start selling Bitcoin because they didn't do that. Yeah. But BitPay was like, oh no, we're not allowed to do that. You have to get these money transmitter licenses state by state because the not FinCEN, but is it
Precursor
FinCEN?
to FinCEN, right?
I think it is FinCEN had said that had appealed. There was like a Jennifer Calvo was her name. I think she was the head of FinCEN. I remember, and she was like out there saying that you had to register basically that these are money that Bitcoin exchanges and brokers were money transmitters, so you needed the state licensing. So BitPay, I believe at the time, I spoke to the compliance officer for BitPay or whatever, and they were saying, oh yeah, we're going to launch a brokerage, but we need the money. But Coinbase just went for it, and they didn't have any of these money transmitter licenses. They said, oh, we're gonna work to obtain them or whatever. And then their chief compliance officer was seemed like a nice lady, like a Greek lady, I forget her name, but she was like, she had all this politician talk where she would talk around it, but it's clear like, okay, Coinbase is not exactly working to the letter of the law, but they had powerful friends, you know, and then the VCs who would help them do it. And so that was the good strategy back then, was just, like Uber did, forget about taxi licenses or whatever, just do it and then worry about it later. And in hindsight, of course, it's super clear. And even the people who had been, the people who were unfairly, in almost every case, prosecuted or indicted or whatever, and it seemed it worked out all right. Even for BitMEX, so these guys were charged criminally and all that, and it was really a travesty of justice. But thankfully, it worked out all right for them, and they're all free people now.
Hey, do you still do any of the sort of campaign consulting or that political?
Oh no, not really. Maybe I did, help to. I did help, made some phone calls and tried to help raise money for Trump from the Bitcoin industry, and was really relatively successful doing that. But besides,
you must have a unique view then, kind of a long arc view of how fascinating it is to see the discussion now moving to some of the more mainstreamy-ish or whatever, even the Bitcoin reserve.
Well, when the president's talking about it, that's mainstream.
That counts, right? Okay, I know. I was softballing that, but you're right. So it must be fascinating from your point of view, then, having watched it develop from
more than fascinating.
Infinite,
But at this point,
well, are we on a good trajectory, or are we set ourselves up
much
for
better
some
than I
serious,
thought. I mean, there'll probably be some corrections or whatever, but the trajectory is much better than I had envisioned years back, and how quickly this would potentially take over. But I think it's inevitable now. I mean, the Bitcoinization of the global economy is inevitable now. It might the status quo. I mean, what status quo Bitcoin? I think what I should say is Bitcoin's likely ossified, which is not the ideal situation. This is why when you talk about that Bitcoin Layer 2 company that from years back that I co-founded with Paul Stewart some years ago. That's why I'm a big fan of this architecture of drive chains, which ever since he released the first blog post about it, I've been a big fan, because that allows you to kind of aggregate different levels of security assurances for kind of cost and usability. Because the way we have it now in status quo Bitcoin, which is likely the way it's going to remain always, because I think Bitcoin is likely ossified, prematurely ossified, so it's not great. But we have very high security assurances for Bitcoin, but that comes with high costs. So Bitcoin is likely going to be for rich people, it's on-chain, layer 1 Bitcoin on-chain. It's for institutions, it's for rich people. It's going to be probably prohibitively expensive to use the Bitcoin to transact on Bitcoin base chain for the vast majority of the world decades from now. We might have another decade of
actual access to the base,
accessibility to the base chain.
Well, is that good?
It's not good. No,
it's not that good, right?
It's not good. So
well, what does
Bitcoin
that portend then?
I mean, it portends Bitcoin being the reserve asset of the world, but that probably a lot of the scaling is just going to have to be through intermediaries, through banks. I mean, hopefully people can hack around the kind of the current architecture and do some things, but it's not the ideal situation. The ideal situation is that you have this tiered architecture like drive chains offers, and a user could, the base chain would be very expensive, but also would provide like massive security assurance.
Yeah.
And then the next layer up would be a lot cheaper and provides just barely less security assurance. So it's like you have this like kind of Bitcoin that's encumbered in this layer 2.
Yeah.
We can talk about like the engineering trade-offs or kind of the engineering difficulties of creating decentralized layer 2s. But basically you could take maybe 1% less security assurance, but reduce the cost of transacting on that by 99%.
Right.
So for
there's utility there, right?
Yeah, and you could just change whatever parameters. You don't have to just have like so that would be like kind of like a big block side chain or a big block layer 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually why I actually am a proponent myself for in that reality of the base chain. I think probably ideally the block size is too big on Bitcoin. So you might want to cut it in half or cut it by, maybe it should be 25% as big as it is, because then you have an even more robust base chain. You saying?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. So
such a great conversation.
I'm a small blocker. I'm like a real small blocker. I think the block size should be great. It should be reduced, and then you can just aggregate activity onto layer 2s and onto side chains.
All right.
That would be the ideal architecture. And for a while, it seemed like that, and I still think it could happen. It could be possible.
You go
to go on stage now. Okay.
Well,
cool.
Hey, I appreciate you sharing the incredible
glimpse
into history, that firsthand experience, which is a really rare thing. What are you going to be talking about on stage right now here?
Talking about Bitcoin treasury companies. So I've been advising 10x Capital, an incredible company, a really great company, run by this guy named Hans Thomas, brilliant guy.
Wow.
And we were working on treasury management. Like 10x Capital is a really big treasury management for SPACs and other types of companies, and now they're shifting more and more into kind of Bitcoin treasury management, and we're hoping to convert a lot of companies into Bitcoin treasury companies in the near future and in the far future.
Is that a little bit like the strategy playbook? If I may borrow
of course.
The idea? Okay.
Of course, and if the Bitcoinization of the economy of human economic activity is going to occur, I think it has to be. I mean, it's like inevitable at this point. Then slowly or quickly,
and suddenly,
all institutions will capitulate. Everyone's going to have to capitulate. I mean, it's just you can't just stand by while you lose purchasing power over and over and over again.
Yes.
And this whole thing, I think, it's going to become. Bitcoin wasn't a political issue in the last election cycle.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be the next election cycle or the one after, but I think Bitcoin will be the number one political issue in the future. It will be literally the number one, and it's going to be like kind of faction does, Bitcoiners and the Bitcoiner sympathetic and adjacent versus the no coiners and the no coiner adjacent. And I think there's been multiple elections in American history where monetary policy has been the number one issue.
Mm-hmm.
There was like the bimetallism era where they were arguing whether the dollar should be backed by gold or should be backed by gold and silver.
Okay.
I think that was the 1898 election.
Okay.
And that was the number one issue in that election. I think in the future it's going to be Bitcoin will be the number one issue maybe 8 years from now or something.
Good. Well, I know you and I could go on for a long time. So look, appreciate you sharing a little bit of time. Do people get a hold of you? Are you easily found?
I have an account. I'm not super active on Twitter, but I do have an account called BTC is Money, or at BTC is Money.
Mm-hmm.
And if you message me on there, I'll probably write you back eventually.
Probably say hi.
Yeah.
All right, Aaron Alexander, everybody, thank you so much. All right, thank you. Hi, Teresa. I'm sorry. Hey, thank you. That's very generous of you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's great.
All right, have fun on stage.
Hit me up if you ever.
I very much will.
No, I'm just making sure he doesn't walk again.
Thanks a lot.
I'm going to go to bed. Yeah, no, I'm around the ocean tonight, so I'm just hanging out.
Well, that was something.
So, okay.
Yeah, in fact, she's saying that to herself. Austin Alexander. In fact, he said, he's like, I'm not very active, but he said, he's like, send me a note, I'll answer you.
That's what also when I was sitting back there, I was in the backstage lounge with this I overheard first guy say, yeah, this guy is real OG from Austin.
Yeah. Wow. Just for a second. I'm not sure if we were in the frame.
You were. I checked you.
Oh, okay. I'm
Remember,
sorry.
I checked
He
you.
was. Wow, man! I feel like my mind just got blown into outer space. It was just such a fascinating, like, not just about these stories. So, like, he was the one saying, "I did this and we did that." And he talked to this guy, and he was talking about the original scammers and how he got spooked. And then when they were he said he's good friends with Charlie Shrimp.
Yes,
In fact, when
I was
Charlie
just
got
about to ask.
arrested, because I brought it up, and he's like, yeah, Charlie got arrested and I was totally spooked and we were doing this and they were trying to threaten us with all this stuff. So he was like, oh, right there in the middle of all that stuff.
Nice.
Which I thought was a great story.
That is nice. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
So someday we're going to have him, whatever.
I don't know. Maybe we'll invite him to Bitcoin Day Tampa, see if he can.
Well, he lives in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Who knows? But
Yeah.
he's, and then he has this whole other political campaign experience.
Yeah.
Did you catch that part? Or
I didn't
or you
listen
weren't
to
here
any
for
of it. I was doing
Yeah,
other
yeah.
things.
So
I was
he
talking
was,
to CJ Constantinos, who's going to be over here in a
He's
little
here?
while.
Good.
And he'll talk to us.
Oh, so the mechanic and Mark were standing right here a second ago, and
Oh.
I felt bad because I was looking over my shoulder, but Austin was talking so much, and then they walked away. So I think they came over here to do a
Yeah.
chit chat.
Okay. I'll go back and
Anyway.
see if we can.
Hi,
grab
Mom.
him. Hi, Mom.
Hey, everyone.
So Paul wanted us to talk about Bitcoin Day Tampa.
We have to talk about that again.
Yes. So June 14th coming up here, about 2 weeks after the big Vegas conference, we are hosting Bitcoin Day Tampa in partnership with the Bitcoin Bay Foundation. And so it's the Bitcoin Day Tampa X Sound Money Soiree. So we're going to have a fantastic local conference with lots of great speakers on stage, lots of great content, opportunity to connect with the speakers while you're sitting in the audience, because when they're off stage, they're in the audience, sitting there at the tables with you. So there's lots of great opportunities to connect.
John, you
And
say
then-
that like it's a good thing?
It is a good thing. And then we're going to flip the room. We're going to flip the room.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to go home, put on their nice clothes, come back, and we're going to have a fantastic Florida formal gala to celebrate the Bitcoin Bay Foundation. What else do you have to add to that?
Gala.
Yeah,
Oh,
gala,
well, you
yeah.
covered it all. I heard you said it was sponsored by X.
No. Not sponsored by X.
I think we
I'm
were doing.
supposed to
It was a
use the word
terminology thing, right?
Buy. When I see that,
Yeah.
yes.
See, I know.
The
It's-
X in
It's
print
Bitcoin
is
Day
pronounced buy.
intersect multiplied by, right? With the Bitcoin Bay Foundation soiree. It's going to be a fantastic fundraising opportunity. Actually, I really can't wait. Wes and the gang over there that produce all of that have done an incredible job in their first year.
I think this is
I'm
the first year as a
their
foundation.
first full year as a
As
foundation.
a 501c3
And
foundation.
the depth of education and outreach and that Wes has done, Wes's leadership, as well as Benny, right, and Fabio, and all of our other affiliated partners, et cetera, over there in the Bitcoin Bay Foundation, et cetera, et cetera. Fantastic people, and I feel really honored to be able to work with them, and you too, buddy. And then there's Paul. And we're going to be live streaming in it. We're going to catch all the action. We got fantastic speakers. It's going to be a next level opportunity for Bitcoin Day. And can't wait. John, how can they find tickets?
Oh, find tickets. Well, bitcoinday.io/Tampa25, or just go to bitcoinday.io, click on the Tampa link, and then click whatever, you'll get there. It's easy.
Yep.
Yeah, tickets are on sale now. You can buy, we're encouraging everyone to buy tickets to to both events. So it's a package deal. And there's VIP tickets available if you want a little bit of a heightened experience.
And it's considered all a taxable
tax deduction.
Tax deduction for those that keep track of that.
Yeah.
Why? Because we're benefiting the foundation and all of their efforts. So
and sponsors too.
It's good stuff.
We still have openings for sponsors. So if you have a product or service that you'd like to promote among Bitcoiners, we have lots of value added opportunities at the conference for you to present your product or service. And we have the social media. We have thousands of followers on social media that we'll promote it to, and we'll give you an opportunity to speak on stage as well.
John, would you say in some ways we're still open calling for some speakers?
We are still open calling.
We got some spots,
speakers and sponsors. I mean, we like to keep we like to bring in as many local speakers as we can.
Mm-hmm.
So we have some great speakers who are local, like Gary Cardone and CJ Constantinos and Chris Sullivan, and let's see, who else do we have?
Neil Jacobs coming.
Neil Jacobs, yeah.
We have rumored Professor.
Oh yeah,
can we say that
Professor
now?
Peter St. Onge will be there.
Yep. And the one and only Goats and Guns.
Oh, Goats and Guns. That's for
Tom
sure, yeah.
Longo.
Yeah.
That's, I don't know. I'm excited. These are some of my favorite people I've watched on the interwebs for years and years, and now we suddenly get a chance to bring them in live.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be really great.
Yeah.
What makes Bitcoin Day stand out from the other conferences for you personally?
Oh, well, I would say the fact that it's kind of a sort of a shorter format that's focused on connecting with the actual speakers and the audience, and the whole message is kind of designed to be as one, really. So it's yes, there's a lot of great talks from stage, and people will sit there and listen and whatever. But we also have a lot of people that'll stand up and spit and argue, and we've had a lot of great discussion breakout from those types of opportunities, and it spills over into lunch and some friendly wrestling out back afterwards. It's like everybody has a great time at Bitcoin Day. That's why I like it.
Yeah, it's I guess I hesitate to use the word intimate because people make fun of me when I use that word. Some of the more childish people out there, but it really is a close knit setting. And somehow, I don't know, I feel like, and maybe I'm biased, but the conversations that happen on the Bitcoin Day stage, for some reason, are a little bit more leading edge than what you see at the bigger conferences, I think people come to those big conferences, they see that big audience out there in front of them, and they're more scripted. They've prepared ahead of time, and so they've sort of are more scripted. They're not
Yeah.
getting out there and really thinking on the fly in the moment. And so that in the moment thinking and interaction really kind of leads to more of a leading edge conversation.
John, I thought you wanted the speakers to say the same thing they've said 5 months ago in Nashville every time they come on our
I
stage.
do not want that. Yes, that's
In
great.
fact, we have a new taser system set up in their seats. If they say the same damn thing that they said on that YouTube last week, they're going to get zapped. And they've got to say something fresh.
Something fresh and interesting. Yes. Yeah. So
It's going to be
That's
great.
it.
And then, John, by the way, you got to tell them, there's something pretty cool happening in Tyson's.
yes, that's right.
It's a fascinating new adventure for us. Tell them about it.
Yeah. So September 27th, we have been invited by Strategy. I don't know how the proper way to say it. Is it Strategy B? Is it Strategy Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Is it
Strategy.
Strategy, formerly MicroStrategy? I see it written several different ways. Anyway, now you know what I'm talking about. We're going to do a Bitcoin Day on September 27th at the Strategy headquarters in Tysons, Virginia.
Yeah.
So we're
The greater DC area.
greater DC area.
We've
Yeah.
already established some great contacts with the district. Is that what they go by, right?
The district. Yeah. The local Bitcoin
The
meetup.
local Bitcoin meetups
Uh-huh.
up there.
Yeah.
And we're a few weeks out on that one, so we got a little bit of time, but it's going to come up fast, and it's going to be a fascinating opportunity to mix with a different culture,
Yeah.
if I may. And I love Florida's my hometown and all that, but the whole DC area and the type of just kind of culture and the people that are up there, and looking forward to kind of a whole new way of looking at the world.
Yeah, I hear we might have some trouble filling the seats though, because everybody left DC because they lost their jobs.
Oh no!
Maybe we'll be able to buy a house for real cheap while we're
They
there.
didn't all lose their jobs, just the inefficient ones. Isn't that what the plan was?
Right. I shouldn't hyperbolize.
No.
But because a large number of people lost their jobs and the housing market has plummeted because there's so many open houses. So lots of housing on the market. Anyway, I didn't want to talk about that. But if
Delete that.
delete that part. No. If you are in the DC area, if you live in the DC area, and you know of a great speaker
Or you
that
are
you'd
one.
like to see on stage in an intimate setting, send them our way. John at bitcoinday.io is my email address. Or just go to our
Hit us up on
contact
Twitter.
us
Yeah.
or hit us up on Twitter. Bitcoin Day on Twitter, we are at bitcoinday.io. And yeah, so Tysons, Virginia, September 27th. And rumor has it, we might be doing this, we might be lucky enough to have a whole series of Bitcoin events happening beginning September 27th and ending a week later. So stay tuned for that. We'll see if that all pans out.
All right.
All right.
Good for now. What's next, boss?
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah. Like Jack said, this is, and like John and Jack said, this is like, the opportunity to be in the same room with Bitcoin legends, get to know them one-on-one. Whereas these other conferences are just, so packed with events that you don't really have that opportunity. It really makes it special.
Trying to get you in the frame. Yes.
Get
Right.
out
I
there,
know.
come out there, come see us. We'll hang out and continue the conversation. So speaking of continuing the conversation,
Yes.
do y'all want to seek some talents as we?
Yeah.
Keep
I saw
chatting it up here.
a mechanic and Mark were here moments ago.
Oh man!
I'm gonna go eat, but yeah.
And we've got.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hi
buddy.
Jack, how are you?
What's up, man?
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Bob.
Good to
How
see
you
you.
doing?
Do you mind sitting for
Oh,
just
All
2
right.
minutes? We won't keep you long.
All right.
so
Okay.
Bob,
We were just talking about our Bitcoin Day conferences and the setting of having the speakers in the room with everyone and being able to create great connections. And what were you saying there, Paul?
oh yeah, we're encouraging people, that want to get to know the, people working on the front line. This here is the back end side of Bitcoin. Without these people, we wouldn't have the protocol, right? We wouldn't have the sustainability of the protocol. We wouldn't have these additional security layers built on top. And now that we have it here, there's this question as to pertaining to mining. What's going on with the centralization of pools? Because on the forward-facing side, like where we tend to where the conversation tends to focus around at these other conferences is the financial side of Bitcoin and the philosophical side. We don't often hear about the back end side of the actual underlying protocol, right? The templates and the pools and the mining infrastructure, and we forget that without maintaining the decentralization of that back end, the front end discussion is irrelevant, right? So I think we have enough centralized currencies in the world. We don't want Bitcoin to fall susceptible to that same outcome. Yeah. So I'm curious to hear your insights. What in 2025 is the biggest threat to Bitcoin, from your opinion? Out of your opinion.
Well, it's even beneath the pool. The issue is block template decentralization or block template diversity. So the block template is the mechanism by which the determination of what transactions are going to go into the next block is made. And for those who don't know, we can't process all the transactions all the time, right? So if at the moment, let's say there's 30,000 transactions waiting to be processed, the next block can only contain 3,000 or 4,000 of them. So there has to be a criteria by which those go in. And in an ideal network, what we would have is we'd have thousands of miners, tens of thousands of miners, and they would each have their own idea about what those should be. And that would create this massive diversity, and that would make it censorship resistant, right? So, Paul, you could pick the most expensive ones. I could pick the oldest ones. John could pick the ones of his friends. And Bitcoin is set up in this way that anybody that creates the template and brings hash power has a vote in that process. Well, we've reached the stage where 90% of the templates are made just by 6 organizations, which are the pools. And it's a very dangerous point, because if those pools, and there's very little diversity, by the way, even between those 6, they tend to use the same criteria and same methodology.
Okay.
If those pools were to start creating blacklists, certain people or organizations that they weren't going to include, that would essentially make it very difficult for those individuals to get in. And certainly what we really would hate is for the banking system, bureaucrats, politicians to impose a requirement on those organizations that happen.
Right.
And so it wouldn't necessarily kill Bitcoin, but it kills one of its greatest features. And I think the thing that probably attracted, especially the early Bitcoiners more than anything, was this censorless, borderless, immutable protocol and way of interacting with people.
Absolutely. So right now, Ocean offers templates that are customizable, that do not require KYC, correct, to deploy your ASICs, to point your hash power towards that template, towards that pool. Is Ocean the only company currently working on the solution to this problem? Because I was unaware of this issue before I heard you speak. So
yeah,
I think it's incredibly important that people learn about this, because we all love Bitcoin for what it represents, for the possibility that it entails. But without being aware of this going on in the back end, we might lose. We might not even get to entertain this notion, because of the idea that transactions could be blacklisted, could be censorship prone. So currently what you're offering, what is your, how has the response been to what it is you're working on? And are you the only one working on this?
Well, we're the only one in the market today, although I should point out everybody has the option of solo mining. So, if you're using a pool, Ocean is, if you want to use a pool, which means you kind of share some of the money, you diversify a little of your risk. Ocean is the only option, although you always have the choice of solo mining.
Right, but
And
it's hard to compete with these, industrial
it's very hard.
operations. Right.
But I just pointed out,
That's an
and
option.
Marathon to point out, there is one organization, Marathon, which solo mines at scale.
Really,
So,
I did not know. That.
I'm not a big fan of the public companies, but I give Marathon credit because they are actually the only public mining company, and the reason is, I'm being very specific in my wording, that to mine requires running a node, creating templates, getting Coinbase transactions directly from, and if you're not doing that, you're only hashing. So what we have is most of the public companies in the industry are hashing companies, not mining companies, and they, in my opinion, do a disservice to the world by calling themselves mining companies, with the exception of Marathon, which actually creates templates and performs the mining function as it was intended.
So that's a very fascinating distinction, and I have heard you previously highlight the importance of integrity of words, right? Preserving the actual meaning of words. So in that sense, what we're seeing is the conflation of the word mining, right? They're essentially, claiming a definition that doesn't apply.
Yeah.
So what is the main distinction? So Marathon, in a sense, is mining because they're actually processing transactions through a
So to be a miner requires running a node, managing your mempool, having block template creation capability, making your own unique template, and accepting a Coinbase transaction from the network.
Okay.
You have to have hash power. The amount of hash power you have kind of improves the possibility that yours is the one that
facilitates that transaction.
Yeah, but if all you have is hash power, you're actually not even connected to the network. If you are connected to a pool, like I'll use Foundry and Pool, I'm not picking on them specifically, they're performing a service, but the companies connecting to them are not miners. They are hashers. In fact, I call them mercenary hashers because they are in the business of directing their hash rate to somebody else who makes all the decisions about what to do with the hash rate and interfaces with the network. And so I appreciate you bringing up kind of my kind of vigilance about articulating these words, because I think what's happened is we've let this go on too long, and now what it means to be a miner has been lost to the general public, and that's why I'm trying to before it really gets too late, say no, because if you don't understand that distinction, then you can't understand the other distinction, which is the threat.
Right. I just learned something new. I wasn't aware of that. So the fact that these are hashers, mercenary hashers instead of miners, essentially means that they've delegated away their ability to actually secure the protocol, right? So they are outsourcing their hash power to a pool that is essentially running on a chosen template that they have no choice over, no say in. So how can we incentivize companies at scale? Like, for example, Consensus Protocol, right? We are now working on, we're working on expanding our Bitcoin mining operation through bringing on clients and building out that fleet, right? How can we incentivize our, clients and our partners to switch to Ocean? What's the why is this not happening in mass? How come not everybody is realizing this underlying threat?
There's when Ocean launched about 18 months ago, and at the time of the launch, I think the public misread Ocean's intent, because a couple of the first blocks that were mined, Ocean essentially exercised its right as a template creator to exclude inscriptions and some of those sort of things. And so the block rewarded slightly less than some people thought it theoretically should have.
Okay.
And Ocean actually got accused of censorship itself, even though it is the most anti-censorship pool. It got a so there was this belief by a lot of people that you were losing money and you were part of censorship, but it was a complete misunderstanding of the way the thing works. And that yes, there are templates created that filter out all the inscriptions. There are also templates on Ocean that include all of them.
Yeah.
Because what we're trying to perpetuate is the people that have the hash rate need to participate and voice their opinion about
what
transactions should be in.
So can I clarify real quick? So what you're saying is incredibly important, but just to clarify what an inscription is an inscription essentially inscribing like an NFT or something like that onto the chain, like an ordinal, or
well,
what would you define?
Let me even just use a broad term. My opinion, and I would say the opinion of the Ocean, pretty much the whole group affiliated with Ocean, and I'm on the board, but I'm also a miner, would be that we think that using the Bitcoin blockchain for data is a bad thing. That it's a monetary network, and that when it gets used for non-monetary purposes, which could be embedding a JPEG, it could be embedding files,
documents, right?
Yeah, there's some technical subtleties that probably aren't for this call, but basically that's a bad thing for Bitcoin.
So why would you say does it clog up a block? Does it clog the chain?
Yes.
So
what it does is it also, almost all of those abuse something called the SegWit discount. So they not only do they embed the data, which we think is bad, but they abuse something called the SegWit discount, which means they probably pay 1/4 of what they should pay for that right. Additionally, what happens is if this activity gets too big, what it will do is it will bloat the block sizes. So block sizes vary. There's something called the 4 million weight units is the absolute size of it, but that will vary between about 1 megabyte in size and up to 4 megabytes in size. Well, if we kind of trend toward the 4 megabyte in size, then what happens is it takes more and more. When something is on that, it's on there forever, meaning that every node from that point forward has to store that data forever. And our belief, I'll say my belief, is that that's a terrible thing to do, to say that, hey, I'm going to ask not only today, but people for the next 1,000 years, whoever wants to run a node, to store my stuff for free. Like that, that's a bad thing.
It's a bad application. It's a bad use case of the application, right?
And what it'll eventually do is it forces the size of the storage needed on the node to get faster at a multiple of the current rate, and that means it will be more expensive, and that means less people will run a node. So, it's a very long topic. Well, there are people on the other side of this, and to be fair to them, but that's why we say vote with your template. If you think it is an appropriate use of it, and Ocean does not prevent you if you are on the other side of this philosophical debate, because we say more important than that is the choice of template. And so, we are not making that decision. You make the decision.
Yeah.
And we won't stop you. You can do.
Yeah. So it's the least censorship template option in existence.
And I also want to point out that the belief that you make less money is not true. I've run a controlled study for 18 months comparing my activities on Ocean to 3 other pools. I won't name them. 3 other named pools, and we have made significantly more money on every machine pointed to Ocean than we have on those and others. And that's because, in simple terms, the other pools use a payout method called FPPS. And what it says is you're going to get paid every 10 minutes whether that pool wins a block or not. And so it's nice because the miners connected to those pools have a very steady and reliable source of income. But that comes with a cost because the pool is now taking a huge amount of risk. So they have to have, because they may or may not win blocks. They may have a long unlucky streak. So they have to lock up a massive amount of Bitcoin against their bad luck. And there's a cost of locking that Bitcoin up. So they pay out less because they're mitigating that risk.
Gotcha.
So, so anyway,
so you're not holding on to any reserves because you're releasing it all in real time. Is that essentially?
Well, we don't even touch it. It comes
don't
directly from the Bitcoin network. Every miner gets paid through the coin,
So
and that's
is that
another.
Why Ocean doesn't have to KYC for those
Correct.
templates?
Because we're not distributing the money.
That's incredible.
The Bitcoin network distributes the money.
So when I
Very
pulled
cool.
Bob in, he was on his way to get lunch. So let's
All
respect
right.
his
Yeah,
time.
Bob, thank you.
Bob, always a
I know you
pleasure,
can
man.
talk to him
Bob
forever.
Burnett, guys.
Whoa. Sorry, guys.
Sorry about that. All good. Nobody got harmed in this production. All right, see you. All right, well, that's fascinating. Bob Burnett, he is on a technical level that I will never be, but we can learn and we can strive. Very cool. Hey, Mikey.
Hey, what's up?
Where are you headed?
I wanted to say hi to Bob.
Okay, so he's headed for lunch now. We just borrowed. He generously offered some of his time. Mikey, why don't you have a seat real quick?
Taking a seat.
We're gonna go from hearing from a mining, aficionado to a mining hobbyist.
Yes.
So, Mikey is running how many
6
home miners? 6 home miners.
Yeah.
So we briefly touched on this yesterday, but essentially, he decided, and I thought this was a very, very interesting point that you brought up yesterday. Mikey decided that he wanted to have non-KYC Bitcoin, and what better way to get it than to mine it yourself?
Yeah.
Right. And I thought, hey, that's a point that's a very relevant reason that I didn't consider previously, right? Because we're all thinking, oh, is it too late, to like begin mining yourself because there's so much competition and there's this initial investment, and equipment is fairly expensive, and you pretty much have no choice but to join a pool if you want any chance to have consistent payout.
Yeah.
But you can do it the way he's doing it. And what templates are you currently running on?
Well, I'm using, just like Bob was saying, I'm using Datum with Ocean.
He's using Ocean with
Yeah.
Datum. Okay, so what's your experience been like?
So it's been pretty good. I need to set up a Bolt 12 invoice so I can get lightning payments, because with being a home miner, you're not really making as much as like the bigger players in the space where they have all this hash power. I think I have 0.005% of the hash power in the pool. So not really making too many sats. However, if you use a Bolt 12 invoice, which is only on, I want to say CLN right now, then you can actually get invoiced in, like lightning payments for all the tiny amounts of sats that you're getting.
That's amazing.
So even more privacy added on top of that.
Yeah, but you look at that. That's a brilliant, that's a brilliant way to go about it. Wow. So if you had any advice to someone getting started, would you recommend a BitAxe to dip their toes?
Yeah.
Would that be a good starting point?
Yeah. Someone actually just asked me the same question. He was like, should I go with like Apollo? Should I go like big with an S21 plus or like a BitAxe? I was like, well, are you going to be doing this at your house? Just go with the BitAxe. Start small. I bought 3 of them initially, and I went through Altair, which was a pretty pretty good brand, I think, of company to sell these, and it's definitely the way to go if you're home mining.
Hearing it from someone who's living it, who's doing it, who's applying this DIY, sort of setup, and I'm inspired by it, man.
Thanks, man.
I work at a company and we do large scale mining, and we have a mostly GPU fleets, but we are also now expanding into ASICs, mostly GPU mining, but now we are largely expanding into Bitcoin mining, and that's how it all started, right? But the operation is large scale, so I never really thought about just generating a little bit on my own, and I've been hearing just throughout the last 2 weeks that quite a few bid axes have struck a block.
Yeah.
That is just
it's
that's
a perpetual it's a perpetual lottery mine. So like every 10 minutes you have a chance to hit a block.
Right. So you're essentially investing into one lottery ticket that'll give you chances for a payout for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Right. So your one-time investment will have a lifetime potential of striking.
And you do it right now, it's 3.125 per block.
3.125 Bitcoin per block, which right now at this current rate, it's about 88,000 or something.
Yeah, I want to say it's 88.
So yeah, you're looking at a significant chunk of change. And what better way to support the protocol, right? To facilitate a node. If everyone had one of these running at their house, right, that would allow for this Bitcoin, decentralized network to have that much more security, that much more decentralization. Because as we just learned from Bob, one of the biggest issues we face today is the centralization of mining pools. And I just learned an important distinction from Bob, that miners are being conflated with hashers. So a miner, he said that Marathon, to their credit, is actually a legitimate mining company.
Mm-hmm.
They don't, use someone else's pool, right? They're mining solo essentially, and so they are a legitimate miner. But he was saying that most other Fountain and most other Antminer and all these massive mining operations are actually hashers, because they're delegating their outsourcing and supplying their hash power to a pool that they have no control over. So they're not actually mining on the protocol level, right? They're just hashers. So there's a big distinction. They have computing power, and that's about it. They have no actual say as to what transactions do or don't get processed. And we don't want anyone to be regulating what transactions do or don't get processed. But the problem is when you delegate away your hash rate to a massive pool that does choose what templates do or don't get to process transactions, then you run the risk of a centralized entity like the government stepping in and essentially asking this mining pool to censor certain wallets. And of course, this is just a probability. It's not a guaranteed outcome. But as we know throughout history, when there is a possibility of something being corrupted, it's not just a matter of when, but it's not just a matter of if, but when. It might not happen in our lifetimes, but we are with Bitcoin trying to build a currency for 1,000 years, right?
Because man is fallible. We fail, and sometimes our ethics get corrupted, and
right. So we tend to act out of a scarcity-based mindset, right? Where we make short-term decisions just for the selfish short-term benefit, disregarding the future consequence. And you can find a million ways to justify those decisions in that moment, right?
Yeah.
But what's so brilliant about Satoshi Nakamoto, whoever this anonymous entity was, is that they knew, because they had studied monetary history and cryptography and computer science, and had probably experienced the 2008 crash and what was leading up to that, and previous government overreach, that they knew, hey, until we have a money that's outside of government's control, we're going to keep going through this. We're just going to keep repeating the same outcome. Boom and bust again and again.
And, maybe being on a Bitcoin standard, we're going to change all that.
That's the goal. We were just getting into it yesterday, man, on deeper levels, but like we don't even know yet like the profound impact that this Bitcoin standard is going to have throughout all sectors of society, right? The money, right? You fix money, you fix the world, essentially, right? Because you think about what greater motivator, when you have a money that is broken, that can just be created out of thin air, there's no scarcity, and when there's no scarcity, there's not real value. And what I mean by that, imagine we all had to share one scarce commodity, right? Be it a slice of
apple pie,
right? If there was only one pie to go around, in order for us to get our slice, we would really have to add value. The market would have to recognize that what we contributed is worthy of a slice of apple pie, right? And so we would be incentivized to figure out what we're really good at, something that we have a competitive edge with, that we actually enjoy enough to become very good at. And then we can utilize that passion and that skill to add value to the market, and therefore we will be rewarded in this scarce commodity, because those who have that scarce commodity will not let go of it easily, right? Because they understand there's a very limited amount, right? So it's going to change that relationship between what you choose to do for a living, and and how you go about earning a living, because nowadays we see so many people just seeking opportunistic short-sighted careers, just based on that payout, right? Like think about the fake news, right? The mainstream news. Do you think those anchors want to be regurgitating lies? They probably know what they're saying. At this point, they should know what they're saying.
I wonder what's going on in their head sometime,
They're just thinking about, paying that mortgage, right?
Yeah.
They're thinking about their kids' private school tuition, and just making sure that they don't go homeless, right? Because essentially they're dependent on that income, right? And that income is only there because whoever's financing this corrupt media entity is likely getting a large source of backdoor funding through channels like we saw, like USAID, which is only able to fund these propaganda arms because they are closest to the money printer and can fabricate value out of thin air, right? So if this goes away, there's not going to be this funding mechanism for these fraudulent, schemes. You talk about the war machine. They essentially, we broke away from the gold standard so that we could finance war, right? Because the people we weren't gonna support it with our tax dollars, right? So they figured out, hey, why don't we just print more money? That's a hidden tax.
WTF happened in 1970, what, 73? 71? Yeah, 71.
Right?
Yeah. .com.
Look it up. What the F happened in 1971? Or is that it?
Yeah, that's a good website. It tells you, like, it shows like diagrams of all the different things. Yeah, you're looking it up now?
I'm gonna look it up. Yeah. It is it's a red pill moments, It leads you to your orange pill moments.
Yeah, certainly. And I don't know. I think there's a lot of great information that you can find just online. Like, I mean, you remember looking at my laptop. I have resources upon resources in the bookmarks.
Yeah.
And like, there's so many things that you can just find in these Bitcoin spaces if you get into it long enough.
Correct. Speaking of good resources, yesterday you shared one with me that was really cool. We were at an after party and you ran into Scott Alford, which is a cool individual, very involved in the space. He was known as the North American connection to anything mining related for quite some years. He was so big that even the CCP had him on their radar. The Chinese Communist Party government officials would call him to get mining equipment.
Wow.
Right? Crazy. This was before the whole thing blew up, but he was an early adopter here, and once the CCP cracked down and banned mining, that's when suddenly a lot more people in North America started popping up and offering that service. So now there's quite a few more people in the space. But at one point in time, Scott Alford was the go-to guy. And anyhow, at this after party, Scott connected with Mikey Bryan here, and they exchanged information, but it was via this app called the Orange Pill app.
Orange Pill app, yeah.
Yeah, and so they connected. It was almost like they exchanged their contact through this app, but then Scott went ahead and sent him some sats, like then and there.
Yeah, well, so what Scott did was he did what's called a GeoZap. On the Orange Pill app. So he sent 2 sats to everyone in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, if you're on the app, then you got some sats.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Look at that. You're just in the environment. You're, in the area of a Bitcoin event, and people are generous and they want to support who's around, so they GeoZap people's stats. And this is cool. This is so, like...
He also attached the message to the Mining Mafia meetup last night. Yeah.
Yep, they were organized with, that's so cool. So, see, I wasn't even aware of this until you told me about it.
Yeah.
So, download the app, and you can find other Bitcoiners around you, and you guys can.
They also have a referral code, so if you want to send that to them,
please do. What's the referral code? Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
So you sent me yours yesterday, but please, share it. So while he's pulling this up, we're going to talk about what happened in 1971. So if you go on the website and you look at the graph, and you can see that precisely at that year, we began seeing that wages and production, diverted. There was a significant shift, and you can see, through various, indicators from income, to inflation, that there was there was a monumental, shift in monetary policy. So we're essentially trying to get to the bottom of what precisely went wrong, right? And this website lays out the evidence. And this shift was the debasement of our currency. Right? You can say it was us getting away from gold, or, but I highly recommend you going down that rabbit hole, because don't just take our word for it, right? Do your research. As Bitcoiners, we're very adamant about doing your own research.
Put it in the proof of work, doing your research, your 10,000 hours.
That's, hey, man, don't intimidate them, right? Start with an hour. Start with an hour. You'll be, further ahead than you were, before. 10,000 hours is something we can all, strive for. But what you'll come to learn is, I've been in this space for quite some time, and so have you.
Yeah.
But we're talking to people who have put in their 10,000 hours today, and we're learning new things, right?
Even like with Bob, Dante, any of these people, like I'm like, man, I don't know enough.
Right. Yeah. Dante made such an interesting point yesterday.
Yeah.
And he just said he actually refrains from talking about technical things regarding Bitcoin, because he thinks that the newcomers are, you're going to lose them if you get too technical too quick.
Yeah.
Right? So instead, what he talks about is things that Bitcoin also, solves, which are much more relatable. And one of those examples he gave was, he says, I'm into Bitcoin because I like to spend time with my family.
Yeah.
Right. He's like, when he said that, I was just like, yep. Who doesn't like to spend time with their family, right?
Yeah, certainly.
So he's into Bitcoin because he wants to have more time with his family. Now, when you think about that, what does that mean?
You have time to spare with and actually do things. Bitcoin is what gives you that time back.
Right.
Instead of being a fiat slave.
Right. Right. Because when you are spending your time earning money that is being printed in real time, essentially what you're losing is your purchasing power, right? So you now have to give away more time.
Not working.
The referral code's not working?
Yeah, no internet in here.
Oh, internet's tough right now. So just check out the Orange Pill app. Let them know Mikey B sent you. No worries or not, just get on the app and you might get what's it, GeoZap?
Yeah, GeoZap.
You might get GeoZap if you're in the area. So, but the idea of Bitcoin, it's a long time preference, right? It's essentially, and he gave this example. He said, fiat money, dollars, government issued currencies that aren't backed by a scarce commodity like gold, like they used to be. They're essentially like a balloon.
Mm-hmm.
And the balloon is prone to its environment, right? It's going to start deflating based on more pressure, based on temperature changes and whatnot, right? And as we see, with COVID, they had another big print, right? They printed trillions of dollars overnight.
Yeah.
So what we've seen in the last 4 years is 40+% reduction in our purchasing power, right? A dollar has lost 40+% of its value in the last 4 years,
yeah,
right? Since the big print of COVID. And previous to that, there was a 2008 big print, and we've seen again and again, the Great Depression, right? These rugs on. What's going? We got CJK in the building. He's about to blow some minds.
All right.
But
hey,
hold on. So let's see if he's ready. But just to finish this point, he said Bitcoin is like having a steel box with helium, right? Where you can decide, you have a valve, and you can decide just how much air you want to let out.
Yeah.
Right. So if you want to fill up your balloon, go ahead. Like you can choose at what point in time you want to, utilize that helium, rather than it just being, subject to the changes of the tide and the wind, right? So I thought that was yet again a more relatable, example that someone new to this can appreciate.
Yeah, I feel like Dante. He's a really personable guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like he, I just met him on Wednesday was the pre-party. Yeah, I met him once, saw him today. He was like, "Oh, Michael," and I was like, "Hey, you." Good memory. So
super genuine person. What you realize amongst the Bitcoin community, everyone here, we're all on the same team. We can have different political beliefs. We can have different religious beliefs. What unites us is the belief that, we need to fix the money, because inevitably, ultimately, what that does is it essentially
it resets our values back to the baseline,
right.
Back to what really matters.
It gives you back your sovereignty so that you can practice the things that you're passionate about peacefully, right? You can't be you can't be canceled and silenced. And essentially what it encourages is cooperative, peaceful collaboration. And no matter what you practice outside of Bitcoin, we all at the end of the day want what's best for our families. And so Bitcoin allows us to have that common ground. And so when you come to a conference like this, you find new friends. No matter how established they are, like you all have that in common.
New friends, old friends.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of new friends,
hey, next time we'll talk about Nasser.
Sounds good. Let's do it. All right, let's do it. We're gonna have CJK and JMD dive into what's going on. This is top of the line quality, insights into how Bitcoin can transform our financial markets from Bitcoin bonds to Bitcoin mortgages. Let's get into it.
Oh man, what an intro! He's already bringing this on.
Let's go.
We have the infamous, the best speaker in Bitcoin right now, according to some people backstage. The infamous CJ Constantino. So we're going to get CJK down here to sit down with Jack, I think. Jack 5 Live is going to interview CJK. And CJ is going to be at our Bitcoin Day Tampa event. I think I said that earlier, but for those of you that weren't tuned in then, Bitcoin Day Tampa, June 14th, with the Sound Money Soiree from Bitcoin Bay. That's going to happen June 14th, a dual event to support the Bitcoin Bay Foundation. CJ will be one of our featured speakers, and his company, People's Reserve, is a sponsor, a very valued sponsor. So I'm going to see if I can get these two guys to sit down and talk about, probably Bitcoin.
Let's go.
I got these charts today.
All right. Let's go.
Yeah, check them out.
Mikey's been telling me about these awesome glasses he has. Apparently, they have this like AR integration where you can
Turn your
read
head up
text.
11 degrees.
Oh, cool!
Yeah.
Wow, this is sweet. Wow, CJ, you gotta try these out, man.
Yeah, I showed them to Jack.
Yeah, that's actually super clear, very
Yeah.
vivid, incredible.
Prescription too.
Incredible. Thank you. Could use that. I'm
All
gonna,
right, change plans. John's gonna interview CJ.
Right.
Yeah,
We've got JMD and CJK.
JMD and CJK.
Dude, what's going on? Always good to see you, bro.
Make sure we're in the frame.
I did not. I was wondering. I was like, man, I wonder if CJ's going to be here. And I thought, this is the back end. You know, the
The cherry on
back-end
top.
stuff. Yeah,
The cherry on top.
Yeah, the cherry on top.
We'll see.
We need the forward-facing intellectual. You know, the articulators. There's not many better articulators than yourself, man.
Thank
So-
you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, so we make sure we're in the frame and everything.
Yep.
How many listeners we have?
Right now we are slowly cooking up to 100. It's a humble grind.
All right, humble grind.
We've got
yes, we
genuine
appreciate all of
audience.
you listening in. Yeah, maybe we'll have a few more after we tweet out that CJ is with us.
I just did. I
Okay.
just tagged him.
All right, cool. All right, CJ, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So is this your first time at Mining Disrupt?
It is. This is my first time here. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's nice to see all the different booths. Mining has come a very long way since I've exited the market, but
Yeah, it's my impression. This is my first time at Mining Disrupt too, even though I'm a miner, or maybe I'm a hasher, according to Bob Burnett. But I just started getting into mining less than a year ago, so I haven't been to Mining Disrupt before this. But the cool thing for me is the just seeing the tangible part of Bitcoin, right?
Right.
This whole proof of work that we talk about,
Yes.
right? All the time we're talking about proof of work, and security, and it all seems so abstract. But I come here and I see these containers, and I see all these booths with different types of tangible assets.
right,
Yeah.
right. A lot of intellectual property
Yeah.
goes into it. I mean, big fans, different size miners, different hash rates.
Yeah.
I saw the taxi demo set up, which was sick, because if you guys are out there and you cannot mine competitively unless you have access to U.S. capital markets, or unless you're hashing with somebody who has access to large amounts of private equity wealth.
Yep.
And if you don't have that set up, you can't make it. So the small guy is kind of getting phased out, but these little independent miners, I think in the last week or two that 2 of them hit.
Yeah, right. The bid-axe you're
Yeah.
talking about?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
2 of those hit.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh my gosh, you spent a couple $100. It's like hitting the lottery.
Yeah.
I always thought the space heater people are selling their space heaters wrong. They're like, warm your house for free. I mean, how many lottery tickets? Billions of dollars of lottery tickets sell.
Yeah.
Every
Right.
single draw, they're selling billions for lottery tickets. So if you change your narrative,
Change your marketing.
forget about freeze at night, but have a chance to win the lottery. You know, that will sell better. It's weird though how psychology plays in that way.
It is, yes.
And
It
it's
is
like,
very weird.
it should sell better that you're free hashing, you're free heating, you get and that's what I love about mining. I have a tweet on this called if you go on my Twitter and you just type in electric love, it will pull up this video that I put together. And I always say Bitcoin is the only sustainably incentivized human network that can actually promote like energy technology innovation, because it increases bottom lines.
Yes.
So you see the miners going into the greenhouses and other heat capture, and then energy capture with the flares and all this. It makes things more efficient.
Yeah.
And it's the exact opposite of like the mainstream narrative, like we're burning oceans.
Yeah, right.
We're
It
burning
is,
oceans.
right,
Like we're wasting energy. We're burning oceans. These Bitcoin people are crazy.
Yeah.
Actually, all of the trash out in the Pacific Ocean, the size of the state of Texas, you guys are the ones who are killing the planet. Somebody made this proposal. I think it was Adam O'Brien, I think.
Okay.
If I messed it up, I'm sorry, but somebody made a really good proposal to take old cruise ships and retrofit them and put conveyor belts on them. So you open up.
Wait a minute, that's our thing.
Is that you?
That's our chief engineer back at our design lab, our engineering lab in Naples. That's his idea.
Okay. That's where I saw it then.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I mean, look, you guys need to look into
somebody else
this,
didn't
and you need
steal
to. Maybe they did. I don't know. I can't remember who sent it out, but it makes sense that I seen it from your, because I had to be following them for it to come up. I don't do the for you. I do the following. Yeah.
You came to our.
I remember it back there at the machinist room. They were showing us all that stuff.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Taking that, retrofitting that, taking all of that waste and then burning it in a clean way too. Not just burning it, it clean burning, and then mining the Bitcoin to actually pay for it.
Right.
And so you're cleaning up the oceans. At the same time, which is the opposite of burning the oceans.
Yes.
I mean, it couldn't be more opposite. And I don't think you can learn it unless you come here to a place like this. And like you said, you start to see all the proof of work.
You
see the type of people who are behind that hash rate instead of just a number.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody yesterday that was telling me about being involved in a project in Sweden or Norway, one of the Scandinavian countries where it's cold, and they built a Bitcoin mining data center, and they were bringing in, it was an immersion center, bringing in cold water from the outside, heating it with Bitcoin miners, and sending that back out to the city's heating system. So, in Europe, they heat their homes with radiators, probably still in New York City and some old cities in the United States. And so that they used hot water to pump throughout the whole city. And so the city was buying the hot water from them.
Wow.
And so that all the money that they made, all the Bitcoin that they earned mining was pure profit.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
Wow. That is the exact position you want to be in.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, I always say that the miners are the only forced sellers.
Yeah. Because
you have costs. But when you're covering those costs through secondary and other revenue streams, then that's like the best setup you can be in. That's what got me. I had no secondary input.
Yeah.
It was just the Bitcoin, and then get hit with the halving, and then get hit with all the difficulty adjustments. I went in cold turkey, not fully understanding it. I came out learning a lot from it and having a better understanding of price discovery. And that's why I say, if you guys are watching, hobby mine, right? You're not going to make money. But you learn so much about the fundamental, the intrinsic value of the network that they say doesn't exist. You learn about that through the mining experience.
Yeah. So you're a finance person. You have a background in finance. You're working on a very interesting project called the Bitcoin bonds, and I'll let you tell more about it. But this brings up a question. I had this question yesterday, thinking through as a miner, and you just said, a miner has to pay their costs from the profits that they make from the Bitcoin that they make when they're mining. And I was wondering if the math works out to borrow enough money to pay your electricity costs over time, right? And keep all of the Bitcoin that you earn. Is anybody doing that? Is that
that's a very common practice.
Is it?
Yeah, and I think miners understand it best because they understand the CAGR, right? The compounding annual growth rate of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And this is the magic. Like, people need to understand, Bitcoin is money, and it's engineered to compound in value over time. And that goes up with the hash rate going up, the difficulty going up, and then the halving, always pushing up the cost of production, therefore increasing the price to access the value proposition of the network. So if at any point in time, the value proposition of the network drops below its true value proposition, hash rate will actually shrink because people will not be willing to pay to access the network.
Right.
But a truth ledger in a world of lies, the value proposition is very high. And we're in that price discovery process right now.
Yeah.
But so the miners who understand that better than most people, they know that to take out loans against their Bitcoin, especially because it's lower leverage. They have a pretty big treasury. The LTV is very healthy.
Right.
And then you cover those costs. And then the appreciating value of Bitcoin can help cover those costs in dollar terms.
Right.
But the real trick is you want to gain that value in Bitcoin terms.
Yeah.
So that's where I think there needs to be that secondary or extra form of income. Because even if the value of the Bitcoin increases when you're borrowing against it, you still have to cover the principal loan.
Yes.
So at some point in time, you have to let go of the Bitcoin. But the ultimate thing is, how do I let go of the least amount of Bitcoin or no Bitcoin?
Yeah. So like I was thinking, I wasn't thinking about borrowing against Bitcoin, but if there's a new investor, we're going to start mining, and they wanted to lay out, let's say, $1 million to buy a mining project, and so it doesn't make sense to borrow $1.5 million and put the $1 million into the Bitcoin mining project, maybe put the $500,000 and buy some Bitcoin with it, and slowly sell off that Bitcoin to pay the interest on that loan. Is that a sensible way to look at it?
There are some opportunities out there where there's actually no interest. So you make interest accrues, but you don't have to make those payments until a certain period in time. So if you can time that right, I think the answer to this question always comes back down to timing.
Yeah.
if you can figure out the timing of it, then it could actually work. But the math gets in trouble if you make a bad timing decision.
Yeah.
And that was my big mistake. Yeah. I made a bad timing decision, and then that's what really led to the creation of the Bitcoin fair value algorithm. I said, I can't make these decisions. I don't have the mental capacity or ability to make these decisions. I need to know mathematically where I'm at in the cycle. And then the next question is, well, how do you know where you're at in the cycle?
Right.
Well, you have to analyze your cost of production and then look at the market price relative to your cost. And when it gets too much of a premium, okay, we're getting to the point now where people are paying a large premium to access the network.
Yeah.
And like any commodity, the premiums will always come back down to that fair value or that cost. And sometimes they even go to a discount.
Yeah.
So that ended up being a good way for me to measure timing and kind of get back into the profitability of it.
Yeah.
But when you combine a loan with it, it really depends on the terms of the loan.
Right.
It depends on the terms of the loan. But I think if you could pull off like a 24 month no interest, then you could do it because you have a big enough window.
Yeah.
Because you don't know when it's going to trigger. Nobody knows when Bitcoin's going to pop.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Like if we did, we'd be multi-billionaires. So you just we're more reactive.
Yeah.
And because of that, it makes it hard. But if you could time it right, then it would make sense to do that.
Yeah.
If not, you can get stuck.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's like the thought just occurred to me just yesterday. I don't know. I was having a conversation with somebody, and I thought, I wonder if that would actually work. So
yeah. Well, the use of debt. I mean, it's exciting that people are having this conversation because that's what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like the market got caught off guard by digital gold, right? Like nobody expected Bitcoin to go to 6 digits.
Yeah.
Nobody expected BlackRock. Nobody expected strategic Bitcoin reserve, and now the states are doing it. So the whole market seems to have been completely blindsided by digital gold.
Yes.
But the conversations that you're having and the ideas that you're thinking about aren't about the monetization of Bitcoin. That's already happened. It's digital gold.
Yeah.
This is about the financialization of Bitcoin, the financialization of this new emerging asset class within a very short period of time.
Yes.
So like the pace and rate and growth of this is amazing, but the fact that people are asking questions about how I can leverage my Bitcoin, how I can borrow against my Bitcoin, and what we're doing at People's Reserve, how we can integrate Bitcoin into traditional debt products.
Yes.
This is the next bull market. This is the next big wave that brings Bitcoin up to the next level. And you can see just from your own thoughts and from the conversations that this is accelerating.
Yeah. Yeah. Most definitely. Yeah. There is the next level that we need to capitalize on. And those people who have been lucky enough to purchase Bitcoin or mine Bitcoin and have Bitcoin in their possession now need to use I love your term, pristine capital, this pristine capital to leverage that and make and do better things, more things,
yes,
and help grow not only the network, but create new jobs, create new innovations, create new products and services, and help make the world a better place with the right incentives.
It's so well said. I think that's what people are missing. I know you're a MicroStrategy guy. You have your beautiful shirt on. That's what people are missing about this. They think he's just buying Bitcoin and like he'll just hold it forever.
Yeah.
But there's going to be more ways to use it, and that is fast approaching.
Yeah.
So the people who are able to, we're in that accumulation phase right now.
Yeah.
And that's what people get so hung up in this thing where it's like, I got to buy it and I got to get rich, because they're just trying to escape the rat race.
Yes.
They just don't want to work anymore.
Yes.
But the saying, be your own bank, you guys should take that to heart, because when you have a Bitcoin, when you have that pristine capital, you are going to be like the mega banks.
Yeah.
You are going to be your own bank. You're going to, if you have enough of it, you'll be your own central bank. And strategy right now is like the Fed of the future foundation of the financial system.
Yeah.
Nobody tells the Fed what to do, and nobody's going to tell strategy what to do in the future.
Yeah.
Because they have the capital.
Yeah.
And then not only does that empower them by having the capital, but when we see governments, and I don't know if we're going to see it, I think the most interesting question in all of Bitcoin right now is, who's going to be the first to launch a Bitcoin bond? Is it going to be the federal government, or is it going to be a state government? Personally, I think it's going to be the state government.
Hasn't El Salvador?
No.
Ever launched a Bitcoin bond?
No, they did not. They never launched a Bitcoin bond.
Okay.
But their bonds are some of the best performing bonds in the world because they've added Bitcoin to their balance sheet. So even the banks were forced to say, okay, we're even the IMF, right? Like a lot of people saw that as, oh, El Salvador is bowing down to the IMF.
Yeah.
No, actually, the IMF would love to tell them no.
Right.
They would love to tell them, hey, we're not financing you at all. But because their credit ratings are going up, because their bonds are the best performing bonds in the traditional sense, they really are hard pressed to say no. Right. Because ultimately, the IMF is the central bank of central banks, and they need to create interest on their reserves as well.
Right.
So it's amazing that we're getting to this point now, and the big players who have this. Where do you think the governments are going to get the Bitcoin from? I mean, if the governments are issuing trillion, the United States has to 9 trillion. Is it 9 trillion? I think it's $9 trillion this year. It's $18 trillion in the next 2 years, and it's just over 50% this year. So this year alone, $9 trillion. Who the hell is buying $9 trillion of government debt?
Yeah, nobody is right now.
I mean, we have a huge demand problem.
For the stable coins.
The stable coins, right? I mean, that's it. So it's going to be, you're going to have to package this debt together with something, right? Yes. It's like when they have the big screen TVs and stuff, right? And it's like, well, if you buy the big screen TV, we'll throw in the sound bar, and we'll throw in this, and we'll throw in a couple movies for you too.
Right.
You're gonna have to throw a couple extra things in here to keep the market incentivized to keep allocating capital into an instrument that creates a negative real rate of return. There's no natural incentive there.
Right.
And I think the big guys are actually kind of like in panic mode. And it was sparked by 2020. In 2020, like everybody would start getting pilled on this, red pilled, orange pilled, whatever you want, green pilled, right? Whatever it is. And then they started saying, oh my God, like over the last 4 or 5 years, they said, this is actually true. Like there's no mathematical model that can disprove this.
Right.
So now we need to adjust.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing right now. So things just take longer in finance. But I think by 2030, you give it another 5 years, traditional finance will be unrecognizable.
Interesting. Well, you've said a provocative statement before. I think you said it at Bitcoin Day Naples that you think the dollar should be the layer 2 of Bitcoin, or will be, or could be. You're talking about this same thing right now. Can you explain
absolutely
how that would?
Yeah, that triggers some people.
Yeah, it does trigger people. But I'm with you on that. I don't think Bitcoin is a threat to the U.S. dollar. I think Bitcoin will save the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that's just so well said. Bitcoin is not a threat to real estate, and a lot of people think that too. I mean, you're always going to need a home, and Bitcoin is, to me, I don't want to spend my Bitcoin. And if you're in Bitcoin long enough, you learn why you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin is really the risk-free rate. Bitcoin is the true risk-free rate in the marketplace. So if you're going to spend that equity value, you have to find a way to spend it without giving up ownership.
Yeah.
And when you look at Elon Musk borrowed against some of his Tesla shares to purchase Twitter, which is now X.
Yeah.
So these are regular tools that are built up around sound financial instruments and tools such as securities in a strong company with good cash flow and stuff like that. So if you can borrow against your Tesla stock, why can't you borrow against your Bitcoin? And if you don't want to sell your Tesla stock, and I think, why would you want to sell your Tesla stock?
Right.
You have to be a freaking idiot to sell your Tesla stock. I mean, the guy he's on the forefront of AI. He's got robo-taxis coming out. Yeah. He's got humanoid robots walking around.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. If anything's got potential, that it's Tesla. So you want to borrow against it. Well, it's the same principle here. Like if you can understand that principle, you should be able to easily understand the principle on Bitcoin, except Bitcoin is not a company, it's just money.
Yes.
And that's the thing. Like you wouldn't take your Tesla share and go buy a coffee. Well, you shouldn't take your Bitcoin and go buy a coffee. But if you want to borrow some dollars tend to be like the best. They're already accepted everywhere.
Yeah.
So are we going to burn the system down and rebuild a brand new L2, or just kind of hijack the existing system?
Right.
Which I think Bitcoiners should prefer because you're empowered.
Yeah.
It goes back to our original part in this conversation. When you borrow inflating fiat currency that is losing value against deflating engineered money that is accruing value, that's Bitcoin yield.
That is.
I'm trying to redefine this in the marketplace. I hope everybody understands. Like Bitcoin yield is not I lend my Bitcoin to you and then you pay me back more Bitcoin. That's probably the most stupid thing you can do.
Right.
There's too much counterparty risk there. There's rehypothecation. There's all these things. So look no further than BlockFi and Celsius and that whole fallout that happened. We tried it that way, it didn't work.
Right.
So real Bitcoin yield is not done in a TradFi traditional sense. It's in the form of reduced burden of debt over time. So when you borrow against your Bitcoin, you're going to have to pay back the debt, but the value of those debt payments is the purchasing power value is dwindling because it's dollar denominated. So if the powers that be are forced, because they really are forced to continue to dilute the dollar, the only thing that can happen when you borrow dollars against Bitcoin is that the value of that debt, the burden of that debt shrinks over time.
That's the same thing. We had this same phenomenon in Bitcoin mining. In most cases, the expenses for mining are denominated in dollars. So that electricity cost, that power cost, is a dollar denominated cost. And we're earning Bitcoin. So as the price of Bitcoin goes up, the value of the Bitcoin goes up, that we're earning, the percentage of that Bitcoin that we have to spend to pay our expenses goes down.
Yes.
And then our profits go way up. And
right.
So that's
Exactly.
That's one of the key points that we make to investors that are thinking about mining. Like, well, I don't understand. Right now, it doesn't look good. The returns don't look that great. And then I say, I put in my model and I change the price from 100,000 to 150,000. And all of a sudden, the amount of Bitcoin that we net every month, goes up 30 or 40%.
Yeah.
We're like, oh,
yeah.
I get that.
And now that underlying mechanism plugs right into price discovery. So as Bitcoin goes up in value, your dollar denominated costs go down, the premium grows. So now you become more incentivized to sell. And maybe on a private level, you don't sell because you want to keep your Bitcoin. But on the public level, unless they have in their prospectus that they're a long-term HODL strategy, they have a fiduciary responsibility to sell. You cannot be creating a good or service with a 40, 50, 100% margin and not lock in profits. Right. Unless you specifically tell your investors, it doesn't matter what the price goes to, this is a long-term HODL. And some mining companies have done that, but the publicly traded companies that haven't done that, a lot of the sell pressure comes from there because they have a responsibility to lock in that profit and to pay it off as a dividend or to reinvest it and grow the operation. And that's what really creates the massive amount of sell pressure. And a lot of people disagree with that. But when you're in mining, you can see it better than anywhere else because the money's on the table. They say a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. Right? So when you got the bird in the hand, you take the bird. And then you wait for more birds to come back. You try to get another one. And the people who try to grab two, like I did early on, you end up with nothing. And that's the learning process that comes with mining, which is my original passion stemmed from there. And then through mining, learning what Bitcoin really was, that pristine capital. That's when all the doors started opening up and all my old school finance started being like, oh my goodness, we got to put this into everything. How is it not in everything already? And it's just, it goes back. I told you this story earlier when we were first talking. The competitor of McDonald's, right? I mean, they created a 3rd-pound burger and people thought a 1/4-pound burger was larger than a 3rd-pound burger. So they went out of business. And it's like, how do we teach people this? Can you even teach people this? You just need to put it, just create the Bitcoin powered mortgage. Just release the Bitcoin bond because they're not going to get it until they actually hold the instrument and get a lower monthly payment or get a cash flow that they were just like, whoa. Who else can I lend money with this type of cash
that
flow?
right there is the key, because even then they might not understand the mechanism behind it.
No, they won't.
I bet a lot of people have HELOCs and don't really truly understand
And have no
what
clue.
a HELOC is and why did the bank give me more money based on my value of my house? I don't know, but you just said it. A lower monthly payment. I was just talking to a mortgage broker just a couple of days ago, and he was saying that, right? He's doing the interest mortgage rates have started to come down, and so he's got a lot of people calling him wanting to refinance because at 7% they didn't want to refinance, or they didn't want to buy the new home. It could come down to like 5.5%, and they're all calling him. And he was saying that they don't care about the fees that it costs, the upfront fees and all that. All they care about is lower payments.
Yep.
My monthly payment's going to be lower. Let's do it.
Well, that's because it's so easy to equate that to, if I have lower monthly payments, I can now increase my quality of life and standard of living.
Yeah.
And that's the real power behind what we're building with the Bitcoin powered mortgage.
Yeah.
I mean, there's multiple ways that you're empowered, but the easiest way to understand it is, look, because you've posted pristine collateral, you have a lower interest rate. And because you have a lower interest rate, even prime minus levels, depending on how much you over collateralize the loan, you are saving a fortune on that monthly payment. A fortune sometimes over the life of a loan, like a standard loan, like $400,000 loan on a $500,000 average price property with $100,000 down.
Yeah.
You can save upwards of like $250,000 over the life of the loan.
Yeah.
So when you see that number and you're like, whoa, I'm saving half the price of my house.
Right.
And then monthly I'm paying this much less relative to that. Sign me up.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't care if you put Easter eggs. Put whatever you want with the more. I don't care what you combine with this thing. I want that monthly payment. Right. And that's the real driver because that's what they can easily understand is going to make their life better.
Yeah. And then when they see the benefits over time as the Bitcoin starts to go up, and then you offer them the ability to pay the mortgage payment without having to give you any more money, they're going to be like, whoa.
That's my favorite part of it.
The mind-blowing part, right?
Because in some cases, people maybe you don't have a job for a year, or maybe you just go on you want to take a break for a year. You're just switching to something. You might start a business. You take a year off. You can pull right from your collateral. You don't have to worry about your mortgage payment. You can the burden of your required cash flows for expenses drops significantly.
Right.
And then if you get a big run up, if we go from 100,000 to 1 million,
right?
I mean, you could consider even just closing out with that altogether.
Yeah.
And that's a great way to lock in profits.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, nobody can time these things perfectly.
Right.
So you get a big move like that. I mean, you go look at the charts. You get a big move, typically it comes all the way back down. Doesn't mean it's not going to go to new highs.
Right.
But you get a big move, and sometimes it makes sense to take advantage of those big moves because almost always you get that retest and then continuation.
Yeah.
So these are the types of tools that I'm most excited about because and miners support it. That proof of work network supports everything, and that's of the utmost importance.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I know you have to be on stage here in a few
minutes.
Going on
stage. I'm gonna do this for Larry real quick.
Oh yeah, and you're actually on stage with Larry.
I'm going on stage with Larry. This is the type of person Larry is. I bought a book and brought it for him to sign. As soon as he saw me, he whipped out a book and gave it to me and signed it and wrote a great message. So if you haven't got this book, you have to go buy this book. You have to support Larry. This is a great book. I bought 25. I've handed out around 10 or 15 so far. It's simple. It's simple. That was the essence of this conversation. How do we dumb it down? How do we keep it simple, stupid?
Yeah.
And he does a great job in this book. I think this could be the orange pill for that family member who doesn't get the deeper financial aspects of this and just needs that one thing that will just make that light bulb go off. It's probably in this book.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're going to do Maddie, our normal host, Maddie Ice, is going to do a deep dive series with Larry on the book here. Probably end of April, mid-May, probably be released sometime mid-May, something like that.
Beautiful.
Oh, maybe right before the Bitcoin Vegas conference, we'll be releasing that.
Nice.
That'll be good timing.
Nice. Oh, I just found out the other day I'm speaking at Bitcoin Vegas.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'll be out there at Bitcoin Vegas. Bitcoin is a digital 1776 is the name of the panel. So it's gonna be a good one.
That is so relevant.
Yeah.
I keep saying digital 1776.
Like the founding fathers, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You signed that Declaration of Independence, right?
Yep.
early adopters took a significant risk, but
Yes, they did. Their family, their wealth, and their fortune, they put it on the line for us.
Yeah.
But that's what's happening here. It's not just about free market money, though. The next move is about free market interest rates, free market yield curve, and then we can really start to accelerate.
Yeah,
but
awesome.
Thanks for having me on. Great seeing you, John.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
So, Scott, we were going to try to answer this. You had answered some you answered that really well. Scott's got to remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, but let's see if I can get one more question. I'm doing this for everybody. Now you guys sitting back together. I'm just going to ask you this one question. Cut you off the hook. What does Bitcoin mining actually do?
Okay. You have to go look up Electric Glove on my next, and you'll see a great video about this. But it's the only sustainably incentivized network to improve energy technology. I think all energy technology innovation is going to stem from Bitcoin mining because it's about lowering cost of production. They're actually economically incentivizing lower cost of production. That means we're incentivizing innovation. And then when you innovate, right now that innovation is with waste capture, right? So Bitcoin miners are the best waste capturers in the world, and they're turning that into profit. But as soon as that waste is cleaned up, the next step is how do we make energy more efficient? So I think eventually, if we ever have free energy, it's going to come from Bitcoin. It's not going to come from any other industry. Let's go.
All right. Well, wow. If that didn't blow your mind. So, as you see at events like this, you get to talk to these thought leaders in person and get to ask them any questions you might have, any reservations you might have. And what better way, to educate yourself than from the sources who are on the front lines, applying these skills, living these philosophies, not just based on, false conceptions, but real fundamental principles, real understanding of the protocol, of essentially the underlying ethos of Bitcoin beyond number go up. So if you keep hanging with us, you will continue to hear from these people. We're going to source our next guest, but meanwhile, I'll hang out and we'll chat. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat box and we'll get to them. We'll answer them for you right here. Meanwhile, I will pull Scotty A into this, unless you're too busy, Scotty. But while we're waiting for the next special guest to come, you can hear from the home team. Scotty, I don't want to interrupt you if you got other things to do. But we're hanging out in real time here, and we're gonna try to keep this party going. So this is Scotty's first time here. Scotty is from Boston. His orange pill moment was around COVID time. You are not alone in that. That was a pivotal moment. I think a defining moment in our last decade that orange pilled, red pilled quite a few people. And coming from where you come from, I had no idea, the liberal skew that is apparently very prevalent there. It's all throughout Europe. It's the same case. You have some friends in Paris, you said, and they're catching on to Bitcoin. They understand the financial attraction to that, sound money, but they're still not scratching deeper to uncover the corruption that has led to the inflation. And so if you when you have the chance to speak with Larry Lepard, who will be joining us soon, who CJ was just talking about his book, The Big Print, you'll get into that more then. But your personal experience, I think a lot of people can relate to, because you come from a an academic background. You know, you are you know, an outstanding individual, respectable individual. Yet you are now
Counterculture.
Counterculture, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. The same thing with Larry, but to a lesser extent. I didn't go to Harvard Business School, but I went to a top 30 university in the country and grew up in Massachusetts, just outside of Boston, super liberal. So all of my education up until that point was very liberal. And around 2020, or previous to 2020, I was kind of questioning what was going on in terms of the money printing, but didn't think it was that big of a deal. But then in March of 2020, when they printed $5 trillion, I started to say, okay, there's something going on here. And then it got me thinking, okay, if there's something going on with the money, what else is going on? Is there something going on with our food? Is there something going on with our education system? Is there something going on with religion, family? Like, you know, it's similar to everybody's kind of journey through Bitcoin. It just gets you going down all these other rabbit holes. And essentially, it's kind of like an ego test. Do you have the ability to question what you've learned, and do you have the ability to maybe admit that you were wrong about some things that you learned? And I think that's what Bitcoin does to
That's
everybody.
a great point. Can you disassociate from, you know, that initial, you know, response, that initial ego centered, you know, response? Because it's not that you were wrong, it's that you were misled, right? So can you disassociate yourself from having been led astray? Because it's not a reflection on you, it's a reflection on our institutions that have been captured. So I've come to that conclusion. Do you still are you still in touch with friends back home who are stuck in that echo chamber?
They're definitely stuck in the echo chamber, and you know, I have to be cognizant of the echo chamber that I'm now in too, because it's easy to get stuck in the red pill, orange pill echo chamber as well. So I enjoy. Some people can't even have that conversation. If you're liberal, they don't want to talk to conservatives. I need those liberal people in my life just as a check in my echo chamber, because I understand I could be over here. So I still like engaging with them, but yeah, I mean, they read the Washington Post, read the New York Times, watch CNN, and I think I'm maybe pushing them over to the right, but not necessarily in terms of Bitcoin. They're still not there yet, because with Bitcoin, everybody knows you have to do that work yourself. If someone's trying to push it down your throat, you're never going to actually do it. It's not going to do anything. You have to go through that journey on your own and put in the 100 hours. And once you get to that point, you can take it off.
So such a good point. You know, there's this idea around Bitcoiners that I've been hearing a lot more of lately, and it's a short-term time preference and a long-time preference. And I think most of society, most of us are living life on a short time preference, because we're just, you know, paycheck to paycheck, treading water essentially. And when that's the case, you know, you're not really concerning yourself with the future. You're not concerning yourself with 10 years ahead, right? You need to make money now. And so you don't realize, though, because of that mentality, you are essentially, you know, just repeating the same thing, expecting different results, and you're not necessarily seeing the bigger picture, which is that the longer you are in that situation, the less likely you are to escape that situation. And I feel for most people, because they are hanging by a thread financially, and that is also largely because of inflation. But they're not associating that struggle with the broken money. They have yet to make that connection. They're just blaming other issues, or, you know, perhaps oblivious to what the actual issues even are, and just so occupied with trying to make ends meet that they don't have the time to sit down and address these underlying issues. So if we had to address that demographic, which is, you know, I think most of working Americans, you know, what would be a you know, an aha moment? You know, is it 1971, right? What the F happened in 1971? If you go on that website, you will see the charts. You know,
yeah, but if it hasn't hit that person now in 2025, 54 years past 1971, in my experience, that person that it hasn't rattled yet, inflation hasn't rattled yet, looking at those charts also won't rattle that person. It's a good, once you've accepted that inflation is ruining your life, then looking at those charts, it's like really eye-opening. But someone who hasn't recognized that fact yet, looking at those charts, it's not going to do anything. Like, you have to really come to terms with, this is messing up my life. And saving in a hard asset like Bitcoin gives me hope for the future and gives me financial stability to be able to do something I want to do because I have money in the bank that I don't have to work paycheck to paycheck.
Right.
You know, so it's two things. It's hope and financial stability that
right.
it will provide.
Absolutely. I recently heard an interesting, I saw a post on X, and it was just somebody talking about how they're making 6 figures a year, up to 7 figures a year, but they're still living paycheck to paycheck. And so for the average person, that sounds absurd, right? But if you look at the cost of living, right, if you want to live in a decent apartment in a decent part of town, right, you're looking at $5,000 to $10,000 a month, easy, right? Add the car insurance, add the car down payment, whatever. Cost of living is high, so that can easily happen. So someone made the distinction. They said, you have to separate this idea that your salary means that you're wealthy. If you have a well-paying salary, it doesn't mean it's assets that make you wealthy, right? Your salary it's quicksand, essentially. Whereas if you are able to, invest a portion of your income into, hard assets, that's how you escape poverty, right? Otherwise, you're continually treading water. And this whole short time preference outlook on life, it incentivizes people to get into careers and industries that are really not what they actually want to do, but that pay well, right? So they end up just like grinding so hard for a short period of time, or maybe a long period of time, to escape poverty or to situate themselves. But then they end up burning out because it's so crushing. Being in a sales call center all day, right? Like, there's no real satisfaction and purpose in that.
And the step further in that is when you get to a lot of people who get to that high-paying job, corporate job, you get there by being kind of submissive to the structure. You're submissive to the structure of corporate America by keeping up with the Joneses, as they say. So it's like you want to get to that job, so you have to buy that house in that neighborhood. You're going to overpay for that house. You're going to overpay for that car you can't afford. Then all of a sudden, that $400,000, $500,000 paycheck every year ends up going away, disappearing because your mortgage is so expensive. You're sending your kids to that private school that everybody else in your job, you have that Escalade that you can't afford, and like it's because you need to keep up the appearance to be making that money. But then $400,000 turns into zero savings by the end of the year because of all those things that add up. And that's what people don't understand, and it happens so fast. And then all of a sudden you're 40 and you have 3 kids, a mortgage, a bunch of car loans, and you're like, well, now I can't leave my job. I can't really decide to work, invest in the Bitcoin because I have no options. I have no savings. So, I mean, that's just my experience, and I think a lot of people figure that out a little bit later in life, and they regret. There's regret as a result. So, something to think about.
Most definitely. Quite a few people at our meetup. We host a meetup in Naples, and Naples is a largely it's a retirement town, right? You have a lot of elderly, retired people and snowbirds for the most part. But since COVID, that's kind of changed. Since COVID, quite a few people transitioned. They relocated from other places. And
me included.
Yep. Right. Yeah. Same here. Although I grew up in Naples, so I left for a decade, and then we came back because of how crazy it got in other parts of the world. I kid you not, just to go to the grocery store, they were asking for vaccine passports. In Los Angeles. So, and we're speaking of an experimental vaccine here, right? This is absurd. So anyhow, we got to see how quickly things can go the wrong direction. And now, luckily, we can reflect on that. And throughout history, we in history class, right, like we hear about the Nazis, and we wonder, we think to ourselves, like, there's no way I would go along with that, right? There's no way if this happened today that I would go along with that, right? Then you see these case in examples or case in points, and these people at public spaces, like, I kid you not, we would go on a hiking trail, and there would be a person with a vest and a clipboard and a whistle, screaming at people to put their mask on
outside,
right outside the gate. Yeah, so you couldn't enter unless you had a mask. You couldn't go on a hike unless you had a mask. And this guy was like, he would aggressive. I was threatened by this guy, and I told him, I said, dude, I'm not the one. Right? Like, do not get in my face. Right? Like, I'm not putting on this. I'm not putting on a mask. I'm not anywhere near anybody right now. I'm on a hiking trail outside. Right? I will wear the mask to enter, and then I'm taking it off. Right? And
that's insane.
And that's me, doing me playing your game here to enter this damn trail. But he chased me down. Right? He came running after me because he saw me take my mask off. And so I just thought to myself, like, how can you go along with this, right? Where you're aggressively yelling at people, right? And I'm thinking, like, absurd, man. And this is why I was so adamant about not entertaining this. This was after the Harvard study had come out proving that these masks are inefficient, that they do not block, aerial contagions, right? Like airborne particles of COVID, right? So essentially, Harvard study had proven that the mask mandates were ineffective, and so at that point in time, they should have been dropped.
Also, right. Who is that dude? Like, he's not even a police officer.
Not even a police officer, no. So, right? What NGO is funding this, right? And so, right, and the guy was overweight. He was, he was yelling at people trying to be outside and just take a walk.
It gave him power, though. It gave him a sense of self. Like, that's his purpose, is being holier than thou, virtue signaling to everyone that he's smarter and better than you for wearing the mask. Which is like, to talk about everything just being about psychology, like, really what it was saying is, like, I'm being submissive by wearing this mask. But, like, he didn't see it that way because he was able to convince himself that that's not what it meant.
Right. I heard, I think Jordan Peterson was talking about this. It's this idea that on a scale of obedience, original thinkers tend to buck the trend, right? Because they think for themselves. But those who follow the rules, who don't think outside the box, can compete rather well on the scale of obedience. So Jordan Peterson made that correlation and said, no wonder it was those that went along so aggressively were yelling at everybody else to follow suit, were the ones who found their opportunity, right, to shine. Right? They said, oh, this is somewhere I can compete. I can outcompete in obedience, right? And obedience to authority, right? Because that gives them validation. But it's authority to whom, right? Are they an authority figure that were democratically elected, or are they being imposed upon us, right? Is it a tyrannical authority? And in this case, it was, right? We saw through this entire, now that we have the privilege and the ability to reflect, anybody who has the chance and the time, go check out Mike Benz. Mike Benz just did a recent episode on X where he makes the connection between the Wuhan lab, COVID, Lyme's disease, you name it, anthrax attack, all of that. When you go back, and he found in the JFK files, he found that the same people funding the anthrax stuff and various other bioweapons during those times are also the same funding mechanisms that were behind COVID. So when you connect the dots, it becomes rather clear that the only way that people can finance this stuff is because they can extract value and essentially create, money out of thin air to finance all of these, fraudulent schemes. Whereas if they had to compete over a scarce asset where there's, a limited supply, it's going to be a lot harder to convince people to do your bidding if you have to give up something that's truly scarce, right? And that's why we're so adamant about people learning about Bitcoin and then learning how they can, not just participate in the ecosystem, but support the ecosystem, right? And, miners are at the front lines of that, right? They are the ones with their computers actually, maintaining the protocol worldwide. Bitcoin is the most global network of computers ever to exist, right? So it is unparalleled. And yeah, we're here learning, soaking it up, and meeting people from other walks of life that we that we might not have much in common with outside of this place. But what does bring us all together is this shared vision for a sound money that we think will fix these problems so that we don't continue to repeat them, right? Us thinking that we will never witness anything similar to a genocide or Nazi-like type regime ever again, yet to be reminded how close. I mean, think about it. They were going to mandate this vaccine. They were going to mandate, right? They forced an emergency order in order to mandate this when there was alternative treatments available, right? That just goes to show how close we were to entering that. And then, if you don't know this, but this is something I also learned from Mike Benz and Jordan Peterson, the Nazis used a health crisis to push anti-Semitism at the time, right? To push this idea that, those people, they're dangerous, right? Those unvaccinated people are dangerous, right? That notion was starting to make its way around, and before you know it, we would have been excluded. And then before you know it, there would have been rehabilitation camps and you name it, right?
And it was the same people who were adamant about mass and holier than thou and virtue signaling that then very quickly jumped to the transgender movement after that.
Right.
Which was another just like crazy, didn't make sense. First, we were told to trust the science of COVID, and then those same people didn't want to trust the science of biology.
Right?
But still convince themselves.
Right? To look at the suicidal rates of people who did proceed with that, there's a very clear correlation that this does not lead to positive outcomes, right? The what is it? The rate of the amount of people who essentially have a what's it called when you try to transition back? What's that? I forget the term. Detransition. What's that called?
Takesy-backsies.
Right. The detransitioners, I guess. So
yeah, that sounds right.
So there's a large community of people who have transitioned and are looking to detransition, to revert, the changes, and what they're seeing is that rate is rather high, but it is not being talked about because there is no incentive for the medical practitioners to talk about that because they're not going to get paying clients. They're just seeing dollar signs, right? And this goes along with, yet again, broken money. They're able to extract value out of insurance companies. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but even the military was looking at paying for these transitions on taxpayer dime. And not only that, they're also going to pay for the transitions of migrants on taxpayer dime. Have you caught wind of that?
Yeah, and in the military.
Absolute absurdity, right? And any of this, the only way it's possible is because of broken money. All of this absurdity that we would have never thought possible 10 years ago, right?
We got Larry on right now.
Larry Lepard's on stage right now? Sounds like it's time
I'll try to grab some.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. We're going to rendezvous here in just a moment. We're going to grab Larry Lepard once he comes off stage. Meanwhile, I'm going to find someone else to chat with. So stick with us. We will be right back. It's just a hard one to get right.
They're not on live still, are they?
No.
Okay.
Austria. And you?
Texas.
Texas.
Yeah. You were screaming your hand as you were walking through the conference center. I was like, I just got back from Switzerland. Oh, really? Were you at Start Summit? St. Gallen? All I know is I know how to talk. This is my company, Right One. So we make CPU fans. This is a fusion service. We do unlimited replacements. So if you do mining or like the hardware for mining, then I'm your guy.
I need to rush.
No, go for it. I don't have any business cards right now. Yeah. Here you go. Yeah, absolutely. Justin. Thank you so much. This is like a
What's up, John?
We're going to take a break here because can't quite get anybody.
Okay. I could probably we could probably chat with the Right One fan guys.
Yeah.
He expressed interest. Yeah. Good. So get an inside scoop on what they're doing to optimize fans. And wish M3 was here because he could get into that with them. You know? But
we could show him the clip.
Do you have a clip?
No, I mean we could show.
Show M3 what they're working on. Oh yeah, what they're talking about. Okay, sounds good. So bear with us, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We are live here on the ground. We're gonna find other intelligent people, without a shadow of a doubt. There's plenty of them, but we are being. Right now, we're waiting on Larry Lepard, and he is on stage now, right?
In a few minutes.
In a few minutes. Okay. So we'll catch him hopefully when he's done. Meanwhile. The mechanic. He's just making his rounds. Okay, that'd be cool. Okay, we'll be right back. So we are looking for the mechanic who works for Ocean, and he is an incredible mind on the technical side of Bitcoin mining and how to preserve the Bitcoin protocol from being centralized on the mining side, which Bob Burnett is obviously involved in as well and very knowledgeable about as well. But when I hear the mechanic speak, he articulates that point in a way that was very understandable. And from what I can recall, the example he gave, painted a beautiful picture. I made it very simple to understand. And that was that the Bitcoin blockchain is essentially, imagine a road, with rain drains, right? With water drains, and that road is designed for cars to travel on, right? And if there's some rain, the water will simply flow along the curb and drain as designed. But what people are trying to do with that road, instead of using it to travel on with cars, they are trying to travel on it with boats. So essentially what people are doing on the Bitcoin blockchain is, instead of using the blockchain to process transactions, they want to include images and upload much larger file sizes to the blockchain. And in effect, what happens is that it increases the block size, which slows down the chain. And if everybody was doing this could really have a negative impact. So essentially what they're saying is the people that are trying to use Bitcoin for something other than money by uploading, NFTs or documents or whatnot, they're trying to turn this road into a river where they're going to clog the drains and flood it with water so that they can now ride their boat. But that's the opposite of what it was intended for. So, it's essentially becoming an entirely new thing. So when you put it like that, it's much, it makes more sense for the average individual like myself to comprehend why it's important to preserve the initial use case of Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin it's like one of those, it's like a Vitamix blender, right? It's good at one thing, very good at one thing, and that is money. And in the sense of a Vitamix, it's very good at blending, right? It's a very efficient blender, where money is as we see in the hands of governments, it is very inefficient. It is devalued. It is debased because more and more and more keeps getting issued, but what's underwriting its value is non-existent, right? So we want to maintain the most pristine collateral in the world, Bitcoin, for what it was originally intended. And the mechanic does a fantastic job of getting that message across. He is, a high-level thinker. So I hope to have him here shortly so we can get into this. But meanwhile, I'm going to pull the Right One fan technician who's right next to us here so we can keep chatting and so we can get some inside scoop on what they're working on. Be right back. So, just mentioning that we're right next to you, Right One fan products, and so let's sit down and get into it. Let's learn about it. Sure. So, tell me about yourself? What got you to be a part of Right One Fan? Are you the founder?
I'm the founder.
Are you? Sweet. Right on. So, how long have you been developing these custom ASIC fans?
So I've been working on these fans for about 4 years.
Okay.
The company, Right One, actually, the original premise was to develop a electric turbine system for flying cars, though.
Is that right?
So we completely repurposed the technology, and we made a more energy-efficient CPU cooling fan.
Wow.
It's highly modular.
Wait. This is incredible. You were working on fans for flying cars.
Oh, no, we're still working on
You're still working on that?
Yeah, so
Okay.
every single fan that we sell for Bitcoin, because of the harsh environmental conditions, because of the way that you guys are actually just beating these fans up all the time, we want to collect the data in terms of the failure points, and then we feed it directly to the Federal Aviation Administration to help with our type certification.
Wow. See, you never know. Like this connection is very, unexpected, but incredibly, fascinating. So, I've been seeing quite a few videos of flying cars in China now, and they're using this drone type, fan technology, and it is now becoming a legitimate, market ready reality, right? So to hear that you're on the forefront of this, not just on that side of innovation, but combining, like, what an interesting parallel to show you, endless possibilities. So right now you're at Mining Disrupt. Do you attend the tech the electric the innovation conference in Vegas? What is that one called again? It's
Bitcoin 2025.
No, it's
Oh, you're talking about CES.
Yes, correct. Do you attend that on the other front of
So when I was in my previous lifetime, I was working as a product engineer for a tier 1 automotive supplier, which is kind of how I cut my teeth into manufacturing. So this module system, or this modularity system, is built off of a lot of concepts that are used in the automotive field that we employed for Formula One teams, for high performing sports teams like in the IMSA division. We basically wanted to have something where people could have a box. It could be any one of the modules, and you would be able to just hot swap particular failed components to ensure that your fan would always be up and running. So that's how we kind of birthed the system. Was we just wanted to take away the pain for you guys, because we know that it's so painful.
Yeah. So we have our own fan design that we've engineered in order to solve one of these pain points.
Nice.
And so it's fascinating that that y'all are on the same. You're offering solutions because many people are looking for them actively, but we couldn't find the answer. So fortunately we're blessed with a very talented technician on our team that was able to create a genius solution. And I wish he was here right now because he could share that with you. And hey, we'll send, perhaps I'll get your information after this and we'll send you some just to have a look at, because we are considering mass producing these because quite a few people have expressed interest and are looking to buy them, and we already have the pipeline to manufacture these things in scale.
Nice.
So, we're entertaining that, but it's yet another side venture, right? So we're kind of, not making that a priority, but
how How are you doing? Are you still in the prototyping phase, soft tooling?
So the
hard
prototyping phase is
tooling?
finished. We have the finished design ready to go. We have all the drawings, and we have the manufacturer lined up with with the quotes and everything. So right now we're essentially just weighing whether or not we want to focus on that or we're somewhat in between expanding our mining infrastructure and building out a new data center, and so we're spread thin. So it's a priority issue, right? Where we're seeing, okay, this is a legitimate product that there's a legitimate demand for, but we can't over allocate ourselves. So that's where I'd rather figure out a way to, since you're in this business, if you see the value in this product, perhaps there's a way where this can be a mutually beneficial thing. So
Yeah.
I wish he was here right now because he would give you all the the technical breakdown of it. But
So as far as I know, I'm the only fan system that enables zero downtime.
Is that right?
Yeah. So what we did is we actually placed onto the fan a power switch. So whenever your miner is actually up and running and one of the fans actually goes down, typically Brains or Luxor kind of triggers the mining module to go into an idle state. So with our particular fan system, you don't really need to have that happen because of the specs. 7,000 RPM, 251 CFM, 45 watts.
45. Okay. Yeah. 445 watts.
45 watts.
45 watts. So you have four. You said 445. So you have
No. 45 watts per fan.
Okay, 45 watts. Okay. So you have two fans. So is it combined 90 watts per unit per ASIC?
So if it's 4 fans, then it's going to be 45 multiplied by 4.
So it is on both sides. That's why you said 4. Okay, so
Yeah,
I was right.
yeah.
Yeah. So okay, I see now. I'm
I've
looking
got
at the
that
image
image.
here, and I only saw the front two. So understood. Now I see the actual prototype right there.
Yeah, yeah.
45. Got it. So fascinating. What is the comparable fan, like wattage wise? What are we looking at here? Is it 80 watts per fan, or what is the average wattage?
Yeah, so for a standard 120 by 120 millimeter fan, you're typically seeing what I've heard from the Bitmain replacements in terms of the fan system. I said it's around 250 CFM, it's around 56 watts, and it's around 85 decibels. Something really, really loud, and it has like this very distinctive whining noise. I don't know, maybe you guys can tell me. Look, I just make fans.
Look, I can definitely tell you that it's loud and it's annoying. And our technician solved that issue for us, and we love him for it.
Nice.
Right, so we have a few server racks in our office as well, right? Like in our headquarters, in the main space. And, we have our data centers and whatnot, but it's quite funny. We have a few servers running at our office as well, and they essentially pay our lease. Right?
Nice.
It's pretty sweet.
Very cool.
But, they were noisy. The fans were noisy.
Yeah,
So
they're
that's
really
what led
loud.
us to begin this process. We're like, we need to make these fans quieter, right? So that, and then we made our technician, our engineer, Michael, he made them incredibly more efficient too, on top of that. So they're a lot better. So I'm excited to hear what you're working on, because this is he's largely focusing on GPU side of things, like H100s and that kind of stuff.
Oh, nice.
So this is specifically for ASICs. Your fans are specifically applying to ASICs, correct?
So we've got a few industries that we're targeting with these particular fans. I mean, the 120 by 120 millimeter fan is used agnostically across a wide variety of industries. So it's data centers, it's cryptocurrency miners, it's EV batteries for electric vehicles. It actually is used as a buffer. Like let's say during the summer and you drive your vehicle like crazy, like me, and then your car needs to actually cool the battery off a little bit. It'll actually kick on a fan.
Yep.
And then the last one is telecommunications. So whenever a country actually moves from 4G up to 5G, they need more cooling infrastructure, and they use these particular fans as a way of cooling them outside.
Wow. Interesting. So right now, what industry is sourcing and ordering these the most out of
it's you
all
guys,
those sources.
cryptocurrency.
It is us. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's awesome.
If you guys have a harsh environment, I want to work with you because of our unlimited it's our unlimited replacements.
So a hot environment, right?
Hot environment, dusty environment.
Dusty. Okay.
Corrosion, lots of salt corrosion. It could be frostbite, so negative temperatures during the winter. Yeah, you've got chips that actually happen on the impeller, and then it actually creates an imbalance with the rotor. And then the motor itself starts to kind of vibrate, and then through the vibration, it'll start to actually destroy itself.
Huh.
Yeah, so all of those particular instances, what we do with our subscription model is we basically charge an upfront fee per fan, and then we offer a subscription on a 12-month basis. And then through the failures that you actually send back to us, we re-engineer it and then redeploy it so that it's a better product.
Yeah. Right on. So people can find you at right1.com or
rightfan.com. We have
so it's
the Right
W.
Fan.
It's like the Wright brothers.
Yeah.
So rightfan.com.
Rightfan.com. WRIGHT fan.com.
That's so cool. Okay. So are you working currently with mostly American companies? Are you shipping abroad? What is, because right now there's with our new administration, we're going to see tremendous thank God, we're going to see a lot more investment here locally and domestically in building out infrastructure around Bitcoin mining and crypto mining and AI, right? Innovation in general. Like let the builders build, right? According to Elon Musk. All the red tape, we got to take a scissor to it. So are you seeing this new administration and the impact it's having on this sentiment? Are you feeling that change? Are you noticing an increase in orders here?
Hey guys,
we've got the
yeah. Can I interrupt this?
I've been hyping you up.
Yielding for a few minutes.
No, absolutely.
Hey, it's been a pleasure. What was your name again?
Justin.
Justin
We'll
from
bring you
Right
back
Fans.
in a minute.
I'll be talking to you again, man. It's been a pleasure.
If
Thank
you're
you for jumping
available,
with us.
we might bring you back in a minute.
John, did you want to speak with the mechanic or do you?
I think I'd rather you speak with him.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I would love to.
I got to shoot, so let's.
Yeah,
the sooner we can do it, the better.
No,
he
sounds
really
good.
has
He's just got like
time.
a
He was
couple
on
minutes.
his way
Okay,
to the hotel.
guys,
I
we
grabbed
have
him.
the mechanic in the flesh. I've been hyping him up because, as Bob Burnett and Mark Artimko have made us aware, one of the biggest threats to Bitcoin that we're facing today is the centralization of the mining pools. And this was an issue that I was unaware of before I met these guys. And so I'm now talking about this all the time because if we care about Bitcoin, if we don't fix this issue, then Bitcoin ceases to exist, right? And as you told me, we are centralized. It'll become a more centralized currency, and we've got enough of those already, right? So I think the way that you articulated it on stage at the last conference that we were at, it made so much sense, and I already told our audience, essentially you compared it to having a road with gutters, with water drains, and it was intended for cars to travel on, but instead, these people want to turn it into a river, by clogging the drains and floating their boats, right? But it's essentially changing their original use case. For what purpose, right? We already have enough alternative blockchains that can be utilized for that. We don't need to clog the most decentralized network in the entire world for use cases that are going to slow it down. So if you could, in your words, in a way that the average person can understand, just to shine some light on that, because I'm trying to better understand how to articulate this so that we can get everyone to support Ocean and Datum and how we can help.
So, I mean, what you're starting with talking about there is just all the alternate use cases, and these are all of use cases. So this is something that Ocean, being full of people that are doing it for Bitcoin, really, and that's why they do what they do. Naturally, we end up talking about arbitrary data storage and that kind of shit, which is a problem, right? But it wasn't the initial point of Ocean. It's just obviously another thing we have to tackle. Ocean's mission is to decentralize template construction, which is the reason centralized mining pools are a problem is because of what the pools do with the centralization that they have. they decide what goes in blocks. Centralization of mining pools is not a problem if pools don't really do all that much. If the miners are the ones deciding what goes in the chain, then it's not really a concern if the pools become centralized. So fundamental to what we do is the understanding primarily that you can only really have a few pools. Pools don't work very well if they're tiny, so you need them to. They're necessarily they're going to be quite big if they're any use.
Right.
So you need to make sure that they're not in a position to abuse when they are that big. So
Right.
that's Ocean's design means that we can grow to be an enormous pool without it posing a real threat to the network, because the miners are the ones deciding what goes in the chain. So that's an essential part of it. What you're talking about there with the abuse cases is when we first came out, we didn't yet have the ability for miners to make their own blocks, and we did what a standard pool does, which is make it ourselves, and then miners all just have to use that. And we had a different mempool policy, which was more restrictive of arbitrary data, and people having no clue about how anything works at all decided that was suddenly censorship, and that blew up in a massive controversy, which was just maddeningly stupid. But it basically just comes down to the fact that Bitcoin, like a tool that can be used for a specific job, is typically, limited in use cases to that one job.
Right.
And if you try to make it a jack of all trades and a Swiss Army knife, they tend to suck at lots of things rather than be good at one thing.
Amen.
So turning Bitcoin into a generic arbitrary file storage for anyone to use as their own personal cloud storage is just, it's a good way to take what Bitcoin is, centralize it, and ruin it for everyone, and you turn into tragedy of the commons pretty quickly. That just sort of happens. So,
well said, brother. So, is that misconception being rectified? Are people finally coming around to is that negative taint finally disappearing? Because I've heard nothing but good things. Are the people who were initially critical finally now speaking up and changing their tone?
Yeah, Ocean is better, and there is no way to characterize it as not being better than any of the alternatives, with the exception of there's more variance. When you mine on Ocean, there's more variance, and that's why it's not a free lunch.
So
but everything else about Ocean is a benefit and an improvement for any miner that comes to join us. The price of that is they have to deal with Bitcoin directly again, which means they have to deal with variance. But that typically means more money, so it's worth it.
Right.
It's not just an altruistic move. Miners, on our homepage, you'll just see testimony after testimony of well-respected miners saying, "I make more on Ocean."
Yeah.
So,
It's amazing. So, what if I had to, onboard somebody or pitch Ocean to someone, and I had 30 seconds to do so? Like, what are the top 5 points, or the top point that I should make to get, we're trying to continue expanding our mining operation, and I want us to be using your protocol. I want us to be using the Ocean templates. So how can I convince?
You want to make your own templates.
We want to make our own templates using Datum. So that's the beauty. We have a choice when we use Datum. When we use, Fountain or Antpool or whatever, we don't have a choice. And essentially, we're no longer miners, right? We're hashers.
Yes.
And that's something I wasn't aware of either until I just spoke with Bob, that there's a massive distinction there.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
To participate in Bitcoin, you need to run a Bitcoin node.
Right.
Most miners have never done that.
Right.
So they are not mining.
Right.
Mining is a Bitcoin thing. Hashing is part of that, and you can hash and let someone else run the node on your behalf. But that's the same as owning Bitcoin with someone else storing your coins.
Right,
So
like
it's the
ETFs.
same.
Right.
It's permissioned middlemen between you and Bitcoin.
Right.
And if everyone uses those, then Bitcoin isn't meaningfully decentralized
Correct.
or sovereign anymore.
Absolutely. So is that the main selling point? Is that you're essentially maintaining that sovereignty that Bitcoin was intended for because you are mining and choosing your own template?
Yeah, you're using the network without anyone else's permission. So you run a node. The node populates its mempool with unconfirmed transactions. Your Datum server, which is your pool server that you're running, reaches out to your node. It grabs a template. It creates work for the miners to do, and if your miners find a block, it broadcasts that back to the network. Ocean was not involved at all.
Yeah.
If you want to involve Ocean and get reward splits, which any miner logically would, then you also, in that process, you additionally grab a Coinbase split from Ocean, and as long as you use that split, you can submit all of the work back to Ocean, and Ocean will say, yes, you're splitting rewards with everyone else on the pool, so they will split rewards with you too. We are a centralized coordinator of reward splits, but that's irrelevant to Bitcoin. You're still using Bitcoin permissionlessly. You have your own mempool, you are creating your own work, and you are publishing blocks directly to the network. So you're a sovereign Bitcoiner again at that point, but you still get the advantage of pooling. So it is, you
Best
are
of
a
both
solo
worlds.
miner, but you are pooling rewards. That is what Bitcoin, that's the holy grail of it. Because
Absolutely.
the naive solution is everyone's got to go on Lotto Mine, which sucks because unless you can find a block in a 2-week period, you're just going to end up dying. It's
Funnily enough, in the last 2 weeks, BitAxe has successfully mined a couple blocks, right? So that is just incredible.
But
But
they
the
have about
chances,
25 petahash of BitAxe in the wild now. A 25 petahash miner will find a block, a couple of blocks every 6 months or so.
Wow, okay.
So there's enough BitAxes out there.
yeah, that's so cool. Wow, inspiring, man. So, how can we get people to be more, to be in touch with ocean mining, to keep up with ocean mining? Is it on X? Is that the best place to go? Okay,
Ocean_mining.
Ocean_mining. You've heard from the mechanic, and you are on X under
Grass-fed Bitcoin.
Grass-fed Bitcoin. Love it. You need to get sponsored by ButcherBox.
I have a T-shirt.
Do you?
Yes.
I love it, man. Well, thank you for your time, mechanic, man.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, bud.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have a good one, guys.
You too, bud. Yep.
Yeah. All right, Heather, would you like to join
How
us?
you doing?
I'll
Heather, good to see you again.
Yeah.
We saw you at the Neighbor Symposium at the Family Office One event.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. Yeah. So I've been trying to come back and forth here, but you were talking.
So you're Heather Pierce. Yes. Right here. And it's funny, and you probably get this all the time, but when I first heard your name, I was like, wait, is that Esther? I was thinking Esther.
You're the third person today that said that to me.
Okay.
And I was like, no, I'm not.
Am I chatting? You want to chat?
I can. It doesn't matter if you've been at it for a while. Are you?
I was just going to grab a quick water. I was so thirsty. So I will come back if you're still chatting. I'll happily jump in. But you are. Tell you what, this guy. Tell him to find Elon Musk. He will find him. He is incredible. He brings the best of the best. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. You're going to be treated as Heather Pierce and JMD. So if you have any questions in real time, drop them in the chat. And
get in?
we will keep this conversation rolling.
Yep. All right, Heather, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, Mining Disrupt.
Yeah.
Here we are. What's your impression? Is this your first time here?
Oh no, this is probably my 4th disrupt I think I've been to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so how does this year compare to the other years?
I think they're all good. This one's been a different vibe. We're in a different place, so a little different environment, so that's nice. But yesterday was jam-packed. I didn't have a minute to think about anything, so that's always good when you're just kind of back-to-back clients and new contacts. So that was wonderful. And today's obviously always a little bit slower on the second day, but it's just been great. It's been a good experience today.
Wonderful, yeah. It seems like it's thinned out a little bit.
A little bit today.
Yeah.
Well, we all party a little bit on Wednesday night.
Yes, I went to a party and I had a good time as well. So, anyway, so you're with Compass Mining.
I am.
Yeah, so I don't know if many of our listeners or people watching know about Compass Mining, so do you want to give us a little plug?
Sure, yeah. So Compass Mining's been around for quite a while now. Our main business, as most people know, we do retail hosting. So this was, our business model was built on everyone can mine Bitcoin. So you can come to us and you can buy one machine, this MOQ of one, we'll take your machine, we'll host it, take care of all the operations, and that's all you have to do. You can buy one machine, you can buy 5,000, we don't care, but that's how we'll take care of you. We have 23 facilities right now. We're working on our 24th one across the U.S. and Canada. We have around 200 megawatts right now that we host for clients. So that's sort of our main model. Along with that vertical, we have what I do, which is sales managed services. So we do site procurement for, obviously, we're always looking for power for Compass, but site procurement for our clients. We have long list of clients that want to buy sites, sell sites. So I work on that side of Compass, where I'm out trying to find that power, find that land, and then help those clients build that site out for themselves. And then we do that as operations on that site. So that's another piece of Compass. We do operations not just for ourselves, but third-party operations, and we will operate your site. We gladly have. We've learned over the years from mistakes and also from other people operating us. So we've really just kind of tried to tweak that and be best at it. So we want to operate in other sites as well. So that's another thing that we have.
Nice. So 2 things I want to say, because you said your mission is that everyone can mine Bitcoin. Yeah. And so I got a Compass Mining T-shirt in probably my first Bitcoin conference, and it's my favorite one because it says that now everyone can mine Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's a great slogan.
Right, it is perfect. Secondly, before I got into Bitcoin mining, I've been personally mining for about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years now, and then I've been managing mining projects for others for almost a year. And but before I got into Bitcoin mining, I had no idea about the intricacies of the power grid and the power market.
Sure.
And when you're talking about finding sites, buying and selling sites, and I just it's almost a new discovery for me that there's actually that kind of a market out there in the world.
Yeah.
So how did you get into that, and how did you learn about that market?
Well, my background is in real estate and economic development. So I'm from a little town in western Kentucky called Paducah. I worked at our local economic development agency there, and sort of at that time, everything really broke loose in China with all of the miners having to find a new home. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, Kentucky abated all the sales tax for the miners in Kentucky. So it was a great time for mining to take place in Kentucky. So basically, we were giving 9% of the sales of the tax off of their utility bill. So we just had an influx
of Kentucky.
So it was like a big influx of clients there.
Is that still the case?
Yes,
There's no sales tax for Bitcoin miners?
That is right. Yeah, it was actually supposed to sunset. Well, deviate from what we're talking about. It was supposed to sunset last year, but it's been pushed back to 2027. So I think we're good for a few years now on that. And then, since that's kind of the business clients we were trying to take on, my job was to find businesses to come into Paducah and help in our community and grow our community. But I started going to meetings every day to utility companies with miners and helping them and trying to figure out this. And so that's really where I learned about these intricacies, as you call them, that I did not know existed either. And so really kind of learned all of that, and just really realized this kind of niche that was there that had to be taken care of. And my background in real estate really has kind of helped me with that, because there is not just the power piece, but the real estate piece, and then the permitting piece, and all of these things that have to kind of come together to make a site be able to come to fruition.
Yeah. So, and then doesn't each site have to have an interconnect agreement?
Sure. Yeah, we have to have a PPA, and then in that PPA, it's going to tell you how much actually needs to be done. Right? Are there interconnects that need to be in place? Is there a substation that's going to need to be built for us to get the actual power to the site once the load study is completed? So we really have to kind of dive into that, because you may tell me that I may come to you and you may be the utility and say, yeah, we've got 50 megawatts, but that 50 megawatts may not be ready today. There's 50 megawatts somewhere, but there's capacity there, but we got to get some other stuff in line for you to be able to use that capacity. So we have to work really closely with the utility companies to make sure that everything's together before we can actually go to the miner and say, there is actually 50 megawatts here. Here's the timeline that it will be online, and the timeline that it's useful for you. And it's, we do have to have these interconnects ready, or we have to build a substation for you to use that 50 megawatts, right? So we just have to know all of that and those costs to be able to push that project forward.
Yeah. So what exactly does the term interconnect mean? Is that an agreement, or is that a physical thing?
That's going to be a physical thing, right? That's a physical thing of where the power is coming to from the utility to the
It's an
line.
actual connection
Right.
from the utility to
To
the property.
To the property,
Yes.
correct, yes.
And so just because you might see a piece of property that is located right next door to something that looks like a power plant or a power grid doesn't necessarily mean that piece of property has electricity running to it.
Right. And there's probably some there, but there may still have to be a line running to make everything connect and get going on it. Right. So you're exactly right, John. You kind of nailed it there. But yeah, we have to just make sure that we know exactly that. It sounds like it's easy. And I know a big frustration is when people say, oh, the utility has to do a load study. They can't just tell me what's on this line. Well, the problem is that you went in earlier today and put a request in for 50 megawatts, and then later today I went in and put a request in for 10 megawatts. Well, they can't tell me now because that capacity is exactly there because everybody's stacking those requests, and so then they really have to kind of nail down that. So they can't tell you. I know it's very frustrating to clients sometimes to be like, why can't they tell me what's right there today? Well, because there's just a lot of things that are coming online daily. And so they do have to do these new updated load studies. As frustrating as it can be.
Well, see, that to me was the most, mind-blowing thing that I learned about when I started into the Bitcoin rabbit hole, the mining rabbit hole, and started learning about power and power grids. And I learned that the load the load has to match the demand exactly.
Yeah.
And on any grid, no matter where you are, the load has to match the demand exactly. And that demand obviously fluctuates up and down. Like if you think of a residential neighborhood, when everybody's gone during the day at work, they're not using power in that neighborhood. And so the power company has to remove the load from there and direct it somewhere else, and or to scale down the amount of power they're producing. And that to me just seems like, if you just think about the scale of that.
Yeah. It's not just sitting there waiting for you to flip your lights on.
Right. It's literally sitting there waiting for you to flip your lights on or turn on your washing machine. Yeah. And then the technology that goes behind that must be incredibly sophisticated.
Sure.
And so to your point, if you're talking about electrifying a site that has never been electrified before, there's no way for them to know
all of them, right?
Exactly how much they can get there because there's never been a demand there before.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. And again, what you're saying is true. And then again, we've got they may have said, oh, I can get you that 50 megawatts a month ago, but then someone else might have come in and said, may have gone ahead and built something else, and they may have taken 4 megawatts of your 50 that they already promised you. So you've got to kind of make sure that all those things are in place, because until you lock up that power with them, they can and will sell it to someone else, right? Because it doesn't belong to anybody. So, so that is their business. So we have to be. It's sometimes as frustrating as it can be. That is complicated. It's a complicated business for them as well. They have to be very. They've also been kind of thrown into this world of mining Bitcoin. That just kind of popped up, and having to write load studies and write all of these things for us and ramp up schedules. I mean, that's another thing they need to do for us. So just it's an intricate world. So sometimes we have to kind of give a little grace to them.
Yeah. And they're learning. So the other thing that on this topic very related is the fact that the Bitcoin miners actually can help stabilize the grid,
100%.
right? Because we're a 24/7 buyer or demand on that power, and so if they are directing the power to that residential neighborhood during the day when everybody's at work. Well, we're over here and we'll say, we'll take that while they're at work. We'll take that power. When they all come home and use it, we can give it back to them.
That's right, absolutely. I mean, it's a wonderful thing that that we can offer, and and everyone's very familiar about curtailment and when we can take it off. And if there's a great freeze and they need our power, then we can curtail it off. Or if there's a huge Texas has a heat wave. They can curtail those machines off and give that power back to the grid for those homes too. So it is a nice way to balance everything out for them.
Yeah. And then it also Bitcoin mining helps with the stranded energy that comes from a lot of the renewable energy sources like wind and solar are very intermittent, right? And so the intermittent power means that there's a lot of times when they are generating power that there's no demand for it. So that's another way that Bitcoin mining helps stabilize the grid. Do you have sites that are located like behind the meter or in areas like that?
We do not right now. We have a lot of behind the meter sites. I have a lot of clients looking at those behind the meter sites, and looking at the solar side of that. They can access that behind the meter. Really, the excess really at the solar site is really the best way to do that. The uptime on that is low unless there's a battery backup.
Yeah.
So the best way to kind of monetize that is to use older machines, and they're still profitable at a lower energy rate, but that don't have to be up and running all the time. So so there's another good way of to kind of use that excess energy that doesn't have to be up and coming all the time. And so if you're like, oh, well, what do we have? We can only use this 30% of the time. That's a great way to kind of look at a way to alternate way to do that.
And then it also helps pay back or monetize those large projects because they can put Bitcoin mining in as soon as they get some power generation, and then earn money to help pay off the loans that they took out for the larger projects. So, lots of good things.
Lots of good things that we do. There's a lot of good things that we do. I know that we always get a rap for having the bad things, but we do a lot of good things too.
We can be a little noisy, but we don't mind doing that in places where
where nobody can see you. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, what's on the horizon? Any interesting on the horizon for Heather Pierce or for Compass Mining?
Yeah. Well, right now we are really vetting out a lot of new different sites for clients. That's my main goal every day. We've gotten a lot of new leads here at Disrupt, so that's great for us. For Compass, we do have a new, I'll call it a department. That might not be the right term. Vishnu might not like that, but we have a new called CM Logistics. So for those that don't know, Compass does a lot of logistics out of our company, mainly because we've had to do it and learn how to do it ourselves for all of the machines and the containers and things that we have to move. So if anyone's looking for that as an option, that's something that we can offer to through Compass. We can offer those things at a discounted rate because of the demand that we have to do. So if that's anything that anyone's interested in, happy to have those conversations as well on the logistics side as people move machines and equipment around.
And move it not just within the United States, but internationally.
Sure, 100%
as well.
internationally, yes.
And bringing machines over from Hong Kong or Asia, wherever most of them are coming from. All that.
All of that, Yes. So Vishnu McIntyre runs that department. He's the director of the global logistics, and but he has tremendous experience in that area, and he can certainly help anyone through that. And I know we've had a lot of issues just recently with things getting stuck and things not moving, and people not being able to get what they need. So he's been intricate in getting some of those things, working in Washington to get some of those things released. So I think if anyone has those issues or wants to talk about logistics, that's another way that Compass can help them, along with our hosting and site development, and of course the operations. Again, we'd love to go back to that operations piece and help that. So, but Compass is really looking at multiple sites. I have clients looking, if anyone has sites, that's another thing. We have a site, I've got clients looking for 5 megawatts up to a gigawatt right now for some HPC clients that we have. So, we are kind of running the gamut right now on all things.
And are you? So one last question: Are the sites that you are looking for are you strictly looking for sites in the United States, or do you have sites in other countries as well?
Yeah, I mean, most of ours are in the United States, but we have international sites that we are vetting right now as well. We have certain areas that we're looking at, and so we're trying to kind of stay in those, but we do have some sites that we're looking at internationally, and mostly for our clients because that's what they're asking of us, and so we're trying to look for those. But yeah, absolutely.
And what is the average power rate that your clients pay? Just average.
The average power rate they pay, or the power rate they want to pay.
Well, I know they all want to pay 1 cent or 2 cents.
I say the average power rate is probably around. Yeah, I think around that we charge. So ours is all a hosting rate, right? So we charge, but our clients. When I'm looking for sites, I'm going to talk about what I charge, what I'm looking for sites. My clients want to look and be around 4.5 cents or under. Obviously, some places can get down into the mid threes, and so it just depends on what part of the states we're looking in. But 4.5 and under is where people can be profitable right now. Right.
All right. So that's
my target rate all the
your
time.
Client, particularly when a client's buying or setting up a whole site for themselves.
That's correct.
4.5 cents.
Yeah.
And if you operate that site, do you upsell the power, or do you charge them a different way? How do you?
We work that out with them, but we will do a proposal for them on the operations based upon the scope that they want us to do.
Yeah.
If it's 20 megawatts, obviously that's more than if we had 5 megawatts. But and if they want 24/7 operations, or if they just want people during the day, so we have to kind of do a scoping call, but we'll price that out accordingly to what they need, and have a ton of lists of operations that they're all listed on our website, so you can go there and take a look at them.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, John, for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. All right. Talk to you soon.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Absolutely. You too. Have fun.
All right. Thanks. Oh, wait. We didn't tell people how to find you. Are you on X? Are you on?
I am on X. It's Heather Mining, and then our Compass website is compassmining.io. And then if you want to shoot me an email, it's heather@compassmining.io.
Great.
All right. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Process using geometry, optimizing the surface level. It's kind of mindful. So this is my baby. This stuff is all. No, I got I dropped out. This guy is. Yeah, so yours is fans. What's your answer to fans? Okay, so there's gotcha. Subscription model is actually that talks to the problem, right? Just like if I'm doing work orders, I mean, I'm going to do it in my phone. Right. Swap right the rack. Do it. My question is,
Hey guys, we're gonna go grab Larry Lepard. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Our mic is coming off. Get this fixed. That's a little bit. Yeah, exactly. All right, guys, we're bringing a beers, brews, and Bitcoin.
That's right.
Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Right. Brought to you, not officially endorsed by Michelob or the Ultra crowd.
That's right.
Yep.
We do need a Bitcoin beer. Who's gonna make that happen?
Oh my gosh. I know.
Let's get it going.
Oh, there's a brewery in Naples. Could maybe make that happen.
Anchor
The
Lab.
Kaleidoscope. Or Anchor Lab.
Anchor
Pretty
Lab.
good. Okay, we're gonna work on that. Put that on my list of things when we get back to work on.
Okay,
All right.
so
Okay, we're doing their surf and ski report.
surf and ski report.
Right?
Okay.
That's right. Brought to you by Jack and Michael. I'll bring the surf. He brings the ski.
Skis. Okay.
I used to do a morning ski and snow report.
Okay.
When I used to live up at Lake Tahoe.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a funny. It was sort of tongue in cheeky, but it was actually serious. We'd do like before the sun came up and what the snow conditions were, and what the grooming was going to be on particular mountains, and what the weather forecast was. The kind of information that you want to know when you're trying to figure out which ski or which snowboard to grab from your quiver on the way out the door that morning. You know, because conditions, if it's wet, if it's dry, depending on where the snow is going to go, etc., would make a big difference in the type of gear you take out in the field.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I don't. I lived in Florida all my life.
Oh,
and,
okay.
And I've seen snow a handful of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was this one time when I went to Vermont and I tried snowboarding and I couldn't even get up the lift, like holding on.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Yeah, I kept on falling. And so I think I had to like walk my way to the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. In some mountains, they have this little cabin thing, you know, like a little trammy thing.
Yep.
You get in, the door's closed, like Disneyland. You just go up to the top. You don't have to worry about being towed up by the rope. Or the classic ski lift. I'm sure you've seen those. But you got to be able to ski off the lift at the end. That's the trick. When you get up to the top, the lift kind of slows down for a minute, but you got to like get off it and then scoot out of the way because the chair goes back around the corner.
Oh, jeez.
It's I swear the classic chairlift scenario has provided endless entertainment, you know, for most of us in the industry.
Yeah.
You know, there's all kinds of different styles for getting off, and some really cool, and some trip it up, and then one person will fall and take out like 5 other people. You know, as
Yeah,
they
I
get
can
off
imagine being that person
and tangle up the thing, but it's all good fun. Then you have like a tech there ready to hit the red button, stops everything, and then you got to pick everybody up. And then the other people on the lift are going, "Hey, pick up, fuck up."
Yeah.
Well, I'm not supposed to swear on the interweb.
Wait, we can't cuss online?
No,
No,
it's
I'm just
forbidden. Yeah, we would never do that.
No, not at all. So,
So how's the show going for you?
Show's
Michael,
going
here we
pretty
are,
well.
day 2.
Day 2. Yeah, I've been picking up a lot of swag. There is a cryptocurrency club, you know, cryptocurrency.
Come here.
But
Come here, I want to talk to you real quick. We're live. This is John. Hello. Hey, John. So you see the two homie the clowns behind us?
Yes.
At the table? Have you talked to them yet?
I haven't. No.
Okay, so they're the ones that say that they introduced Bitcoin Ben to Bitcoin in the first place.
Oh, really?
And he's the guy who's taking over the new Las Vegas Bitcoin Ben crypto club in Las Vegas.
He
And
is.
He had a tremendous story that he laid up the one not in the fuzzy hat. That's
Okay.
Kenneth.
Really?
Super cool guys, by the way.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so I want you to go say hi because I
Okay.
want you to talk.
Okay. I do.
They were all
Well.
they knew about Bitcoin Day, but they weren't sure. But of course, they got this whole thing going on about Ben. Yeah. Feel like it's a good connection.
are you guys going on? Because
I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Can I ask Jack to introduce to interview Teresa?
Oh, you want to risk it again? I do. Oh.
Yeah, because you guys were on stage together. He was the moderator.
You know, you didn't look too happy that
This
last
one
one.
thing.
okay.
It's okay.
I kept
That was
saying to Bob and to Larry, like, what's this? And they're like, no, just be like that. And then I'm
I know.
thinking, as
It meandered.
as we get towards halfway through to the end, I'm thinking, oh, well, I would have said this, that, and the other. Absolutely. You know, it's like I've had these issues of people not understanding history, and like they miss out. I actually the year before, the year before, not this one, but the year before, I was talking with Trey Sellers at the hotel after the event, and I was like, in the last 25 years, I have seen just a decimation of middle class. And he's like, I don't believe you, and I don't see that.
You don't see
And
that?
I'm like, and the only thing I can think of, he doesn't see it because he's too young.
Old enough, yes.
Yeah.
Sit down, guys. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't have that story in my head. So,
Okay. All right.
Jack?
Oh, no, Jack.
Good talking.
I know. See you, Michael. We were doing the surf and ski report.
Oi, you're
When
gonna
I was
scare me about this, right?
No.
You're gonna. I know. Wait this way.
no, when I was coming up, I used to do the morning snow report
Oh,
before the
okay.
sun had come up, and it was a way to get the word out across the radio waves for people that were choosing their gear accordingly for the day. You know, weather conditions, mountain
Right.
conditions, things like that.
Yeah.
It was really fun.
Yeah.
I always thought it'd be fun to do like a Bitcoin, whatever, daily surf and ski report on the conditions. I haven't figured out how to do it yet, but
So I have 3 separate careers, right? So I start off in investment banking and merchant banking, and ended up in South Africa. So I did that for quite a long time until I retired. There are more stories to that. But then I took this time frame in the middle and I started a wine import and distribution business. Because
you did?
Every investment banker needs to
What?
runny down a black
Great.
hole.
It's
And
really
then
funny.
I was fortunate. The business was sufficiently successful. Bear in mind, these are lifestyle type businesses. So these
Oh,
are
yeah.
not. You're not
get that.
in it for
Yeah.
the IPO.
Mm-hmm.
And I was fortunate that the business was
Hilarious.
sufficiently successful that I was able to sell it. And I did that in
Nice.
2017, and got back into finance. So started a wealth management firm. Around about that time, I was introduced to Bitcoin. I understood it. I mean, I didn't understand it. You still have to do 10,000 hours. But I immediately clicked that this is the new financial plumbing
Really?
for banking.
Really?
Yeah,
You
totally.
just got the vision, right? Like crazy.
Well, because I had that history.
Hey, are we in the frame? Can you just give me a sense of? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just was.
No.
I had a feeling that I was in the middle and you were on the edge there.
Oh.
You okay?
Okay.
You're too close. All right.
There
Thank you,
you go.
John. Okay, I interrupted you. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no.
So, what year was this?
So
Circa?
that goes back. So I go back. Circa on Bitcoin was 2016,
Okay.
I think. Started looking into it a little bit more in 2017. Did my rabbit hole until I was all on my own. Got to tell you, that's a very lonely place to be doing lots of research. Fascinating, but anyway. Eventually got into it more full time in 2021, I guess, something in that last bull market.
Mhm.
But the reason that I saw it straight away the first time it was explained to me, beyond so earlier I had asked, like in 2013, 2014, my daughter, like, what is this Bitcoin thing? And she's like, oh, they're just a bunch of computer software developers and they run computers in their bedrooms. I'm like, okay. Doesn't sound
How
like
old-
anything
how old
I
was that?
can do.
Understanding? How old was she when she gave you that overview?
Oh, she was in college.
Okay, so she had some ear to the
Yeah,
ground.
yeah. She had,
right?
yes, she had a little more than ear to the ground. I later find out
Oh.
that these were like some of the
Yeah.
truly computer miners back in the day.
Yeah.
So
she wasn't wrong.
She wasn't wrong, but it was definitely, I was like, okay, that's it. Not me. I don't code. I'm a banker. What can I say? But the reason that I understood it was because back in the day, I was with Investec Merchant Bank. It was a brand new bank, and we went from 40 people to 6,500 in less than 6 years. So crazy rocket ship. But it meant that what we were was, small, clearly, but we managed the growth and actually overcame a lot of skepticism from other traditional banks that have been around for a couple 100 years or 100 years, and you work through it. But as you're building divisions and products, and you're having to say, so I was part of the origin story for the interest rate swap. I was a little junior, wet behind the ears, traipsing around an international corporate banker while the bank participated in the first globally syndicated interest rate swap, and that would have been in 1984. Then I moved to South Africa in early '85 and joined Investec Bank. And a couple of years later, it was like, we need to be able to do these interest rate swaps in South Africa.
Yeah.
So bear in mind, we did not have financial derivatives at that time. Like, you had the oil, some of the oil and gas derivatives came out in the late 70s.
Okay.
So, I mean, everybody thinks that derivatives have been around for a long time. They're new.
Oh.
I mean,
yeah.
They're old by
Relatively
many,
new.
by
Yeah, by
many
these
people's
standards,
standards. But they are not only within a lifetime, but they're within a working career lifetime. So I set up the interest rate swap in South Africa, which had its own unique challenges. But in order to do that, you had to set up the accounting. You had to make sure you had to set up the trading rooms. You had to set up the pricing mechanisms.
Yes.
So all of these things had to come to be in order for the product and then the derivatives that follow on that product to be able to trade.
Yeah.
And going through that process and being part of that early bank where we're trying to keep the money floating through, because you're unknown bank, you need depositors.
Oh yeah.
So it was, and you need lines of credit from other banks.
Yes.
And you don't have the reputation, you don't have, the asset base. So there was, a lot of moving parts to getting a bank up and running, and getting divisions and derivatives up and running. And that process, circling it back to Bitcoin, that process was like, that technology is really old now, that plumbing. Those are computer systems that have been patched since the 1950s.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And this is a whole new computer system.
Right.
It's going to be massively expensive for banks to replace their existing system. Plus, they have to understand it.
Yeah.
And the other component that needs to, or that should be better understood, is that they need to rethink how they make money. Because it's not necessarily the case that Bitcoin will take banks out. They're called intermediaries and I use bank in a very large sense. I mean financial intermediary.
Okay. Yeah.
So somewhere along the line, financial intermediaries actually do add value. It's whether it's fair cost, fair value.
Right.
If we can discuss that at a later stage.
Yeah.
But that change in underlying technology means that the business models need to be rethought. And because there has not been a lot of deep dive into Bitcoin by financial intermediaries, means that one, they haven't come to understand it like at a gut intuitive level.
Like
the other,
yeah.
Right, to really understand it. And then, to come to a mining conference where I'm not a miner, but I understand what they do.
Right.
And then to turn that around and say, well, how can we structure financial products that help the different businesses in this economy, adjacent to this economy, or even just the users of it. There are a lot of companies that are using Lightning as a payments mechanism, not even knowing that they're using Lightning. You know, they're using a wallet, and it happens.
Right.
People have Proton Mail, which is great for security, but they probably don't realize its Bitcoin origins. So, you know, over time, we don't have to orange pill people. We have to be able to build products that will give them, it will be sufficiently interesting and give sufficient corporate economic value or personal value that they're like, yeah, I want to do that. You know, we don't ask people to understand how emails work.
Yeah, I know. We're past that point, right?
We're past that point. We don't need them to fully understand. We need an understanding of the mining and the risks of it, because it is still game theory, right? We do still have very important components that we have to protect.
Yeah.
And that's where not doing all of the work and understanding what it means to be Bitcoin, you can get lost before you get to the full meaning. And I had a major bank about a week ago, maybe even 2 weeks ago now. They were very, very much going down a Bitcoin only road, and it was fantastic. It was a bit of change of guard. And it's now like, no, we're going to do wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum. And I'm like, you're going to do Bitcoin on Ethereum? Okay.
Why did somebody talk them out of the base layer, or some thinking that they couldn't scale
No,
on layer 2?
I think what happens is that much like people don't understand the history before when they became part of it, is that I'm guessing, and it's purely a guess, is that the person who made that decision came into an awareness in the 21 bull run, and that's how it was done.
Okay.
And building Bitcoin native peer-to-peer that also works in a regulated environment, that also works in a banking, financial, institutional grade technology is not easy. And I can tell you it's not easy, because that's what we're building.
Well, what was your rebuttal then? Or is there a rebuttal, or could you just say, fine, knock yourself out kind of thing?
That is the rebuttal.
Yeah.
Like, you've already gone through all the security measures of, you know, MEV, and how you have these attacks, so what we were talking about was more high volume, high velocity type of lending. So it's there's a foundation of collateral, and it needs to be in a Bitcoin standard, which is that you cannot rehypothecate it.
At all. Yeah.
You have transparency. You have privacy of the contract, but you have transparency into the transactions.
Yeah.
And the change from one manager to the new one coming in is he's clearly comfortable on the Ethereum side of the equation. And when you have that kind of decision, it's okay. Like, Bitcoin is long term. It's the tortoise. You go slowly, you build well, it doesn't break, it can carry a lot of weight, and you let the rabbit run. And this guy chose the path of the rabbit.
Yeah.
It's like, that's fine. You'll be back.
Wishing the
It's
best.
okay.
I was just gonna say. And then he'll call you,
we're
a year
here,
or so downstream.
and we'll keep in touch.
Maybe.
You know, no hard feelings. But it's, you know, everybody has to make their own decision. So I think they'll run into challenges.
Yeah.
And not necessarily this company, but, you know, as financial intermediaries begin to do that, the more, and that's one of the reasons why we went about to build institutional grade financial infrastructure, was that it's built on the Bitcoin standard. And it gives them a native way of accessing Bitcoin in a secure fashion. without having to go these other roads. It also means that they're actually on Bitcoin, so you have less latency. So as fast as wrapped Bitcoin is on Ethereum, you still have to mint and wrap and trade, and high frequency traders in the 90s proved that just moving across the street made them faster.
Yeah.
So you're 1 second of having to wrap the Bitcoin and get it out there could be worth a lot of money when you could just do it on Bitcoin.
Are you referring in a way, without naming it, perhaps, of the kind of the new product or the new development announcement that may be coming from?
There you go.
It
is. Yes.
Am I slowly picking up on
You're
this?
slowly.
Or did you want me to stay away from it? I wasn't sure.
No. That's okay.
Does it have a project code name?
It has a project code name that sounds an awful lot like everybody else's project code names, which is called ARC.
Yeah.
Our ARC is auto-reconciled collateralized contracts. So essentially what we're doing is bringing programmability to Bitcoin.
Oh,
So smart contracts in a Bitcoin native environment.
Got it. Understood. Gabe sent me something on this months ago.
Yeah. Well, we're getting very
now
close.
It's really there.
So
oh boy.
Part of the reason why we're getting really close to launching it is we've taken time to build out to. So it took a year and a half to build and test the technology.
Yeah.
And we've tested it with quite a few partners. It's production ready.
Yeah.
We've spent the last 2 months upgrading code, updating and upgrading a user interface. So we're middleware, which means that we don't actually need a user interface.
Yeah. Right.
However, for people to understand what we do, we had to build one.
Got to have a little GUI somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
So we had to build it. So we've had that rebuilt because it was kind of like the old banking system. It was patchwork. Like it worked, did what it needed to do, but so we rebuilt the front end. And then the developers were going through, cleaning up the code, making it just, slicker.
Okay.
And while they're doing that, we've been building out an SDK because the goal is to open source it so that it is truly Bitcoin.
That was going to be my next question. Is it very super proprietary? Are there black box corners of it? Or will it wind up being, I don't know. It's still something unique that you've built though, right? Is there a way to do both? Have it open sourced and yet it's
so it is absolutely. So what I have it's 2 innovations, and the foundation innovation that we had to create in order to build what we were after. That foundation innovation is what will be open source because there are a lot of things that can be built on it.
Okay.
So open sourcing that.
Good.
We then have our little piece that we've put together that makes a lot of sense. Once you understand the foundation piece, you'll know what we did. And that's where our little special sauce is.
Okay. Nice.
The point being is that special sauce, if it's not expensive, it's just easier to use the special sauce than it is to spend all of that time to develop it.
Mm-hmm.
And other people will build more and more on that foundation piece. And maybe they'll build things that make our little platform that we've built extensible, in which case we all win.
Okay, good. I was going to say, does it transcend that much? It has potential for others to build even more.
Yes. Within our realm. So we're expecting that there will be a lot of other ideas that people will build on. But if you're building for institutional grade collateralized structured finance, and in particular, we're looking at Bitcoin becoming the high quality liquid asset. So we're looking at the shorter term trading times. So think of hedge funds, exchanges, think of corporations doing cash management. using Bitcoin as their high quality liquid asset in their lending, borrowing, day-to-day stuff. So what we're focused on is more on that high velocity. I think there's some really good solutions at the UTXO level, but our focus is more on high velocity, and our platform is extensible. So there will be wallets, there will be lenders, there will be other products that can build it in, and it just shortens their time to market.
I see. How brilliant.
Not brilliant, just step by step.
Just a nice evolution.
It is.
Yeah.
We had to get Bitcoin to the way. So I go all the way from this computer. No, it's just some computer software coders, mining Bitcoin on a computer in their, in their bedrooms, kind of thing, to then starting to come to developer conferences and talking with developers and realizing, well, it's still not a coder.
Yeah.
Never will be.
Yeah.
But at some point, what I know will become valuable. I didn't know where it would be. And that was about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. It was like the development in Bitcoin got to the point where it's like, yes, we can actually build these things now. Not that they're easy to build, but they can be built.
Yes, right. Wow. Fascinating.
So there we go.
And so let me see. I'm trying to think how this has played out. Like, could this have played out if you sort of hadn't joined forces? Like, would you have been party to this, regardless of joining forces with Gabe and Rosetta's operation, or was it a good fusion?
No, it's an absolutely great fusion. So I was at BTC++, which is Nifty Nye does her developer conferences.
Yeah.
Those are all over in various countries of the world.
Right.
I went to the one in Austin. It was one of the first. It was the second one she did. It was like maybe her third conference as she was getting the conference series up and running.
Yeah.
And I met quite a few, clearly a lot of developers there.
Yeah.
But one in particular, Michael Tidwell, looked at me and he said, "So what do you do?" And I explained what I do. And he says, No, what do you do in Bitcoin?
Yeah.
I was like, well, I'm trying to figure that out. In classic Tidwell, he looks at me and he says, "Well, you better figure it out soon."
Mm-hmm.
I was like,
because the train's leaving the state. Really? What a great challenge. Pull it together, lady.
Pull it together. Get it
My
right.
gosh.
So,
That's funny.
So my background goes back, and this will lead into Gabe and Rosa. My background goes, I studied econometrics and microeconomics in college, and I ended up doing master's classes as undergraduate because I'd run through all of the economic classes that interested me.
Yeah.
In order to study options and futures and derivatives, I actually had to take an agricultural class. They didn't have derivatives unless you were doing wheat and corn. So I took an agricultural class.
Oh, interesting.
To do futures.
Is that really the origin of it?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
The more you know.
The more you know.
You know that rainbow move I'm making? Remember those little messages on TV when you're a kid? Okay, sorry.
And then
okay, wow, that's really fascinating.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's when I say,
Oh my gosh.
and I went to college in the early 80s.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like, that's why I say financial derivatives have not been around.
Right.
And so I did that part. I went through all of those courses, and then I got to my last semester, and I'm like really running out of classes. And somebody said to me, you really should study with Vernon Smith. He's really brilliant. I was like, I'm going to do that. So I go into the university. I'm like, I want to sign up for this class. And they're like, he teaches PhD students. He might take, and senior level master's students.
Yeah.
I'm like, but I really want to take this class. And they're like, well, go and talk to him.
Did you have to go pitch him? Yeah.
And I had to go and pitch him. And he was like,
how fun.
He was like, okay. And he let me in.
He saw
now, you need to understand, I'm doing a degree in economics.
Yeah, you're still an undergrad, right?
I'm an undergrad, and I am one of 2 women in the entire
school?
Economics department.
Oh my gosh.
So, you know, for me, like doing econometrics, I was the only one. And then when I go and like try to pitch it to Vernon Smith, there were women in the master's courses, so I wasn't the only one in the class. I was one of two, but the other one was a like beginning year PhD student.
Okay.
Anyway,
Wow.
that was to study game theory. And it was something that Vernon Smith was known for back in those days. And
So early 80s?
Early 80s.
Wow.
And he used to work on the game theory class that I took. All the classic game theory, clearly. But he also used to do experiments. And we would do auction experiments, live auction experiments. And years later, I mean, I've reached out to Vernon since then.
Yeah.
But in 2002, he was awarded a Nobel Prize for his work in experimental labs, experimental economics, in what he's offered to the world of game theory. So I was really like crazy excited to see that.
Of course.
When I got to Bitcoin Plus with Nifty, it was part of I didn't realize it because I was just like, I'm just going to show up. I have no idea who these people are. I don't know what I'm in for. Maybe they're anarchists. I have no idea.
Yeah.
And they're all like really cool people, right? Really awesome.
Yeah.
But there was a huge amount of talk around game theory, and it was something that I actually know quite a lot about, like from an academic perspective. Not only, you know, decades ago when I was at university, but I did when my was working through my master's. I was working on agency theory, which is a form of game theory.
Yeah.
Fast forward a couple of months, I meet Gabe and Rosa at BitBlock Boom, and they're talking about like what they're wanting to do, and I'm like, I couldn't figure out why we're talking about a block space forward.
Yeah.
How do we create this? Now, you know, I have this background in building derivative markets from scratch and derivative products from scratch. And they were wanting to build a block space forward, which is a derivative. So there's a need for traditional finance knowledge, but I also I'm like there aren't many of us left who were at that stage where you were building markets from scratch.
Wow.
So I'm able to bring that knowledge forward into Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And again, Bitcoin, it's not a one-for-one transition. This is not, you know, stratifying Bitcoin at all, but it's a knowledge of how markets work.
Okay.
Markets just work. You have to understand who does what, why they do what, to make sure that the incentives are all aligned. And it was literally within 5 minutes. We're going like, and it goes like this, right?
Yeah.
And we're both doing the same thing at the same time. And we're like, yes, we are thinking along the same way. So I joined them as an advisor for the first year and a half.
Oh, okay.
And then full-time in January as COO.
And right about when I think I met you the first time.
Yeah, it was shortly after that. Yeah. But I was an executive advisor, kind of giving them input to at the early stages of building out the tech.
Wow. Yeah, you don't want to just stratify Bitcoin.
No.
Which is, I know as soon as you start saying derivatives and stuff, I could see the tendency to want to think, etc. But that would be shallow minded.
Yeah.
Of course, and reckless of me to do something like that.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a silly question. It's a little bit pedantic, so
okay.
Please bear with me. So it's kind of it's kind of mid journey, right? Middle. How do you describe it again? Middleware. Thank you. Right. And so there's this sort of Bitcoin maxi part of me that's really annoyed when, you know, like I can't use my debit card to buy, bulk ammo online. They block my transaction mysteriously. So, right. And so I'm happy when the bank is suddenly taking their politics away from me and I can transact the way I want to.
Right.
Not that I buy a lot of bulk ammo, but I'm just saying some might need to someday. I don't know.
Right. We might want to just go out and buy crocodiles.
Exactly. Crocodile ski boots or whatever we need for Phoenix. Wait, you're in Phoenix again?
Tucson. Yeah.
Okay, so what I was trying to get at is there's a little part of my ear, because I'm pretty simple-minded, I guess. It still hears why is there a middleware necessary game? What layer still required? Is it just the nature of the industry? Is it because that there always is a need for that middle handling? As much as I'm the guy that says I want the bank out of my way so that I can somehow transact.
So
But
this
that's probably too simplified.
No, it's not. It's actually a good question. So if we had wanted to build end to end, we would have built a wallet with an interface, and you would have gone on the interface. You would have signed up for the wallet, gone in the interface, and then said, I want to borrow, or I have Bitcoin.
Right.
So we're not a payment system, right?
Yeah.
We're collateral contracts,
Mhm.
managing collateralized contracts.
Oh yeah. Okay, good. I forgot
Okay.
the contract part.
So you're going to want to, if you buy bulk ammo, maybe you have to put a deposit down, because if you
Whoa.
bring the shells back, you get your deposit back, right? So
Right.
that would be collateralized.
Okay.
Okay.
True. Yes.
Okay. So on a bigger scale, at a financing scale, you need, the collateral system needs to be in place. Otherwise, you cannot do peer-to-peer.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that because at the moment, in order to do collateralized loans, and those would be margin loans or securities lending or repo or commercial paper.
Yes.
A lot of these institutional high volume, high velocity products all have an underlying collateral
need. Basis.
Stole away Mr.
But once you get into Bitcoin, the only way, so the collateralized need in TradFi, stay there for the moment, because then the Bitcoin side will make sense.
Okay.
I could, you and I transact.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, I'll do X number of deals with you up to a certain value because I've run your credit and I'm going to give you a credit line of this, but I don't require collateral for it because you're good for it.
Okay.
I've made the credit assessment
The trust system. Yeah.
that you are good at. You are good for that much.
Yes.
When you get to that level, then you have to start putting in collateral.
Yes.
So essentially, you've gone through an approval process that you're good up to a certain amount.
Mhm.
And then after that, you need collateral.
Right.
In a Bitcoin world, when you're trying to do things peer-to-peer, you may not know me.
Right.
So how are you going to give me
Right.
a line of credit?
Yeah. Be impossible trust.
It is impossible trust, but you trust my Bitcoin.
Right. Hence the contract.
Hence the collateralized contract. It means that from a peer-to-peer, we don't need to know each other.
Yes.
We know Bitcoin.
All right.
And as long as we both know that that collateral channel cannot be broken, or cannot be stolen from, or cannot be rehypothecated,
yes,
then we have a contract that we can go to sleep on at night,
That's right.
even though I don't know you.
Yes. Brilliant.
So the foundation technology has to be how you handle collateral. And that's why it allows for more and more products on top. So the middleware is that collateral control.
Yeah.
You bring your own contract. Somebody else says, yeah, I like that contract. I'll do that.
Oh, okay.
We don't do the contract. We let you
Oh, I
put the contract
misread that.
terms
Okay.
into the collateral.
Oh, I see. All right.
But we're not, it's not like you have to buy our contract. We don't have a contract.
Okay.
You figure out what you're happy with.
Okay.
You let me figure out what I'm happy with. We're happy with the same thing. We contract. We
Got
put
it.
it, we sign off. Yes, I'm happy with that. You sign off. Yes, I'm happy with that. We double check. You happy with that? Yep, double check. Okay, done. And then the contract runs.
Yes.
So from
Okay.
that part, that's like a really important part of being able to financialize Bitcoin, so that we can have more.
No, but we are friends with someone.
More, I'm going to call them products, but more solutions to opportunities and to problems. And then that will help expand adoption in Bitcoin into places where people may not necessarily have adopted
Thought of it in the first place,
They'll-
right?
And they'll be using it as they use Visa or as they use email. They don't know how it works. They just use
Okay.
it. So it's for all those other Bitcoiners out there who want to build these types of financial products that require collateral.
And is a portion of it related to you mentioned the velocity and just probably the sheer scale and volume, right? Is it the technology that answers that challenge where like you said, our little base layer interaction between it, that could never work through those types of channels or wallet to wallet or whatever.
Right.
So it's obviously talking like a whole other scale.
It is, but it's still Bitcoin native. So there are no side chains. There's no wrapping.
Yes,
It's still
right, I get
100% Bitcoin native.
Okay.
There are no
Great, man.
oracles.
That really helped me actually.
Good.
Well, no, I'm really grateful.
But that's why I
was being
say
sincere.
the financial people need to. That's where they haven't done it. They haven't done it deeply enough.
Okay.
To recognize that in order to be peer to peer, you they're still in the world of I'm going to give you a line of credit.
Yeah. I guess.
That world doesn't exist. I mean, it exists
Uh-huh.
now, but
Uh-huh.
it's
But
not really
this
the
is-
world of the future. Plus, it's global, right?
Oh, yeah.
By
Sure.
definition, it's global.
247.
So once you solve for that, then you have a lot of other opportunities, and that's where we get to block space forwards, which then helps the miners, which is why we're here, is to make sure that we kind of connect in with some of the miners because they have a lot of operational risks, and if you want to decentralize mining, which isn't just it's more getting more people to run nodes because that's where the security of the network is,
Yes.
And helping them get the nodes, find finance to build small or as Bob Burnett calls them, wild horse sort of mid-sized mines. You need to different solutions, financial solutions, to be able to get access to capital without always having to run to the public market capital providers.
Yes. Wow.
And there's nothing to say that the public market capital, that the public miners can't actually use the same system. I mean, it's not. It's agnostic. It's key agnostic.
Yeah, that's right. How exciting.
Yeah, I know. We might
So-
even be able to get a whole bunch of miners finance. I don't know. We have to find the banks or providers of funding.
In the first place, right? Patch into this. Would you go out as far as calling it BitFi? Only 'cause-
BitFi.
I heard CJ Constantinos
Yes.
use that term the other
Yes,
day because we were
BitFi.
comparing TradFi with BitFi.
Yes,
Whatever.
I would think it. Yes, I would absolutely put it in the camp of BitFi.
All right, good.
BitFi.
Okay, so now I have a nosy question, which sounds kind of silly, but and there's a clear way where this operation makes it worth your while somehow, right? Are there's somehow a payoff?
For us?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. We build something and we open source it,
Yeah.
and then that is good for the ecosystem because it's
Yes.
really good technology.
Yes.
We don't need a whole bunch of other people out there building the same thing or
Yeah.
trying to keep it all proprietary. So
Yeah.
that needs to open up. For the little secret sauce that we built, that's an extensible platform.
Okay.
People can tap into it when they're building their BitFi.
Okay.
Small little cost for using it, right?
Okay.
We're high velocity, high volume, small fee.
Okay. All right.
So
I was just trying to understand a little bit how the model works and where you finally
we're
keep the lights on.
exactly right. I mean, you can be altruistic to a point.
Yes. To a
but
point.
we also created at least 2 different technologies, and we didn't do it with grant money. We did it with
Kinda
equity money,
bootstrapped
and
it. Uh-huh.
have a few shareholders that are looking for a return.
Yep.
But
Mhm.
they're also really good Bitcoiners, so they understand.
Yes.
And
Wow.
it's the beginning step of financializing Bitcoin. So there's a huge economy and ecosystem out there still waiting to be built. But yeah, there's a small little part of secret sauce.
Okay.
And we expect other people to go out and build their own secret sauce. Maybe not ours.
Yeah,
we hope they
it might happen.
we hope they
Yeah.
use our platform to build their secret sauce, but
Right.
there will be an open foundation for everybody to say, this works. Or they poke holes in it and make it better.
Right.
Right? That's the whole point of open source.
That's
it gets
exactly
better.
right.
It gets more sound.
Right. Someone else suddenly sees spot something or whatever, and it could suddenly all be better or improve it. What a great project.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
How funny.
Yes. So,
Looking back over the years, did you imagine being kind of on the leading edge of all of this now? When you first started becoming aware of it all?
no.
And now,
No.
I know. Did any of us really?
So, right. So, we've had in the past, it's like in the history, what do we know in the history? Well, I look back in history and I didn't realize in my 20s that I was at the leading edge of something that was going to change.
Yeah, you were right
finance.
then as well.
It changed finance.
See, that's the overarching theme about you.
And then I go off and end up in a wine business, and then I come back to finance.
Oh, I know.
And then
We're gonna have to go back to that
down
story
the
sometime.
Bitcoin rabbit hole, and I'm like, I got to figure out how I fit in. And I go to this BTC++ conference talking about game theory, and I'm like, it's got to have something to do with the fact that I know, one, really good at game theory, but also that this derivatives and the building derivative markets from scratch. That has to be my Tidwell moment. This is it.
All right.
I love it.
I'm
John,
gonna
we're
ask
not
you
done.
guys
What are you
to
doing?
wrap up. Sorry, because we have a very special guest here.
Awesome.
We have,
Wait.
Nico
Moran.
All right. Teresa, say goodbye to everyone.
Say
Can
goodbye.
anyone get in
Thank
touch
you.
with you out there in the world?
They can. At
Whatever is nice to share. What? X? Or
Well,
the company?
Let's do blockspaces.com.
There we go.
That'll be the easiest place to find
All right.
us. Blockspaces.com.
Teresa Morrison, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Very much. That was wonderful.
You guys do edit the hell out of this.
Oh no, this is live. We're live streaming. I mean, literally live streaming. Yeah, we are. We'll pull it together. You can look it up now and watch us and see who's talking to you. Okay.
No, go ahead.
So we're doing a little DIY guerrilla style setup here. Guys, we have got Nico from Simply Bitcoin in the building. He is what Bitcoin embodies. Hardworking, straight shooter, a bit, slightly toxic. And I would say in the best of ways. When you have something worthwhile, something valuable, worth protecting, you have to stand for something or you'll fall for anything, right? And so I think there's a hard line that needs to be drawn between Bitcoin and shitcoins. And oftentimes maxis get, a bit of flack for how, strongly they oppose alternate currencies. But that's because you cannot conflate hard money with a centralized currency that can be essentially, issued out of thin air. So I'd like to hear your take on this because you understand this deeply. You're very passionate about the subject. When someone asks you, why only Bitcoin? Why simply Bitcoin? If you had to summarize that into a message, where does that, how did you arrive at that conclusion?
Yeah. Thanks for having me. First of all, I appreciate it. Look. I think most people come into Bitcoin because they want to get rich, and they stay for the revolution. And I think over time, a larger portion of your net worth is in this asset, and that leads you to start asking questions about what it is that you hold. And that's a very deep rabbit hole. It leads you to the question of what is money, you just kind of fall down the rabbit hole. Look, I'm more of like a free market maxi. So, if
people should have the ability to buy whatever they want. I think Bitcoin is just superior money because of its characteristics, its absolute scarcity, its decentralized nature. Any other altcoin, there's either a foundation or a CEO. And because they're inherently centralized, what history has shown is that the people that have influence or power over that money tend to change the rules to benefit themselves at the expense of the many. And Bitcoin is this neutral, fair system where Michael Saylor doesn't have more influence over the network than someone that holds 0.01 Bitcoin, right? It also has this the so-called virgin birth, right? When Satoshi created Bitcoin, he didn't think it was going to have any value. Or better said, he had no idea it was going to have any value. And then one of the most important things Satoshi ever did, other than invent Bitcoin, was leave. So he left Bitcoin to its own devices. And, Bitcoin is essentially, it's been self-sufficient ever since, right? A lot of the altcoins, that's not the case. Like what we saw with the recent SVR and the digital asset reserve that was just announced by the Trump administration. A lot of the altcoins that were included in the digital asset stockpile, that a lot of lobbying went into that. There was a tremendous amount of pressure from those companies on the Trump administration to include those digital assets in the stockpile so that the price of those assets would go up. That isn't the case with Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't have a lobbying arm. It doesn't have a CEO. It's completely community driven, right? So, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm people could do. They're totally entitled to do whatever they want. But I'm focused on Bitcoin because I think Bitcoin's really the only currency that could actually fix, one of the major problems that the world is experiencing, which is monetary debasement, inflation. Like inflation is ravaging society. It's taking the opportunity away from the lower middle classes that don't have the means to save in assets. And every time essentially a government prints money, and most governments have this ability, essentially it just destroys their purchasing power. We have a little bit of privilege here in the West where we have a relatively stable fiat currency, and we don't really see that. But most of the world doesn't have that privilege, and they get destroyed. Like imagine not even being able to save because the currency that you use is broken. And then there's the unintended consequences of broken money, which I would say are like, the degradation of society, the moral decay of society, the cheapening of goods, so-called shrinkflation, the degradation of food quality. Like it's all, if you look at the root cause of this, it's fiat money, it's inflation, right? So us Bitcoiners believe fix the money, fix the world. Maybe it's naive, but I think if you spend enough time going down the rabbit hole, you could really address. You'll find the root cause, and it's just fiat. It's the ability for the government to create money for free that everyone else has to work for. Misalliance incentive structures in society, and it breaks things. So, yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Well said. So, fixing the money and fixing the world, taking ownership, self-custody over your assets. For the first time ever, we essentially have this opportunity where money is separated from government and can essentially redefine our relationship with government, where it is no longer a forceful, relationship, but rather a voluntary cooperation, right? Where now our tax dollars, if they want to continue receiving those, need to be voluntarily given and also transparently spent, where we can see this, like we could on the Bitcoin blockchain. Do you think that there might be a way with those now entering the equation and we're for once getting some transparency, a look behind the curtain of wasteful spending, of this insane government spending, which Elon keeps saying is essentially a main cause of inflation, right? they just keep issuing more paper currency, devaluing our purchasing power. Do you think now that with this trend that we might see a Bitcoin protocol style block, like voting mechanism where we can have certainty the way that we can with Bitcoin, that it's verifiable? Could we see that sort of change come to voting? Could we see it come to our tax dollars, the way that those are spent? Are you optimistic in what we're seeing with our current administration that we might be able to have this conversation now?
I think they're going to try, but if you look at the deficit, I was just talking to a friend of mine, Larry Lepard, just wrote a book called The Big Print.
Yes.
The reality is that, like, even if Elon is completely successful, his goal is to reduce government spending by $1 trillion. The government is at a $3 to $4 trillion deficit on a yearly basis. So, like, even if they get it down $1 trillion, they still have to print the difference on the other $1 trillion. Like, people also don't have perspective on what $1 trillion means. Like, the GDP of El Salvador is 32 billion, right? So $1 trillion is like more than the GDP of most countries on planet Earth, or a big portion of them. So it's a ridiculous amount of money that the U.S. government has to spend, has to print every year in order just to keep it going. So nothing stops that train. I think what Elon and Trump are doing is admirable. They're getting a lot of pushback politically. Elon too. I mean, he's putting himself in the crosshairs or targeting his companies. So, I mean, that's a lot of pushback, and it hasn't even made a dent in the deficit spending. Also, the Republicans have a slight majority in the Senate, definitely not filibuster proof, and they do have a majority in the House, which is all you need. So, like, the Trump administration realistically has 2 more years with total control of government, the House, the Senate, and the president, the executive branch, before they'll probably lose the House to the Democrats during the midterms, and then we're kind of back at where we started. So, I mean, look, Bitcoin is really the only solution to this, because it allows you to opt out entirely of that system, and you say, look, I don't want to participate anymore, and you just buy Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, put that Bitcoin in self-custody, and just forget about it, and your life gets cheaper. So what do I mean by that? You're saving in money that is inherently deflationary. So all the goods and services around you, even real estate, it gets progressively cheaper for you on a Bitcoin standard. If you live on a fiat standard, everything gets progressively more expensive. So Bitcoin is like, it functions as an oasis. Like, we don't need the government to start benefiting from it now. It also gives you the power to vote with your feet. So you can go to a more favorable jurisdiction.
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to redefine that relationship between governments, because they're going to have to treat citizens like customers. If they want to keep them, they have to treat them well.
Yeah.
And what you're saying essentially is that you want to see a Bitcoin, like a parallel economy. And how can we accelerate that adoption rate? Is it through mining, having like BitAxe miners, and everybody have their own node, right?
Yeah.
Like creating Bitcoin that was not KYC, right? Like, and then I was just talking to CoinDad, Tobias, and he was saying that like he lives on the country. He's encouraged all his neighbors to start mining Bitcoin, this small.
Yeah.
But now what they do is they swap that Bitcoin for eggs, for chickens, right? They're bartering essentially, and they have a local economy in that sense. I think we have a 5-year window where we can really like get this parallel economy established before it's too late, because these central bank entities are going to, through these various ETFs mechanisms and whatnot, try to eat up as much Bitcoin as they possibly can and wage that against us, right? So do you have advice or strategies or any tips that you can give us to try to begin this peer-to-peer network ASAP, just on a local level?
Yeah, I mean, The great Andrew Breitbart passed away, unfortunately. I loved one of his quotes. I used it at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville. I got quoted by The Guardian. Not misquoted. I mean, I quoted Breitbart, but the Guardian attributed the quote to me, which was I didn't come up with that. But basically, it goes along the lines of politics is downstream from culture. So if we really want to effectuate change, you really got to win over the culture.
Amen.
You win over the culture by doing what we're doing right now, creating content, by
Telling the story,
creating music, creating art, and then slowly you'll start to change, the culture of society where they want to adapt to sound money standards. So I think a lot of Bitcoiners are trying to see if there's a shortcut to that. I think it's going to be a multi-generational thing. And I think it's going to take time and effort. The way that I compare it to is like really what we saw with social media and Elon Musk, where we went through this very interesting phenomenon in history where the last 10 years, the world went from consuming the majority of their media using traditional media to consuming the majority of their media using new media.
Yeah.
So in that process, like governments essentially started to lose control over the narrative and being able to control what stories were approved, what stories were not approved. We essentially figured out that the corporate press or the legacy media is really nothing more than like government propaganda. Like the stuff that they said during the pandemic was just like you're effing kidding me, right? So this is why new media has exploded the way it has, because old media essentially has failed as an institution.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm bringing all this up to kind of weave this all back in is it was a very gradual phenomenon. Like it took many years. It was very slow until one day it was like a switch. We reached a critical mass where a majority of people consumed or got their information via social media, via independent media versus legacy media. And all of a sudden we kind of saw this great awakening in society. I think with Bitcoin adoption, it's going to be very similar. It's going to be very gradual. And then eventually we reach critical mass. When we reach critical mass, and it starts to become very sudden all at once. So I still think we're very far away from that.
So
yeah,
what you're saying is so relevant. And the reason I think we might be closer than you might think at this moment is based on what you're saying. So this sudden shift that we witnessed with Elon buying X and preserving the public square, essentially, allowing for people to express their concerns and essentially discuss the narrative without, this, propagandistic, coerced, like propagandized narrative that we were being forced upon by mainstream media. I think what we saw was this acceleration of critical thinking, of independent thinking, and community-driven, solution-based ideas like Doge, right? So not to get too caught up in this word salad, what I'm trying to say is the way that we saw that shift happen so quickly, how COVID woke up so many people suddenly, I think we might now, based on exactly what you said, is this idea that Doge, although it is incredible, what they're doing is revealing this tremendous fraud on unprecedented levels. I think that this revelation is now going to lead to the same acceleration of the Bitcoin adoption, the way that it led to this acceleration of us questioning the mainstream narrative, right? So the way that you're saying that people are now a lot more aware than ever before, I think Elon is going to come to that same conclusion. They're trying their darndest to steer the ship away from the iceberg, but it could be that it's too late. And if that's the case, what other option besides Bitcoin do we really have, right? So could it be that Elon and the likes of Elon come to that conclusion rather sooner than later.
I mean, I would say Bitcoin is an ego test. So, people like Elon I'm a big fan of his products. I love X. I think Tesla's a great car. But I think, Elon likes to be the man in the room, and he likes the center of attention to be on himself.
What, you can't balance a fork, a spoon, and a knife on your finger?
I think, he's the richest man in the world, rightly so. He earned it. But I think there's an element to Bitcoin that requires humility because
Absolutely.
you essentially have to accept the fact that Bitcoin is, and it doesn't need, really improvement. Now, I know there's Bitcoiners that come from the other camp. I come from the more ossification type camp. But if you're Elon, he owns Bitcoin personally. His companies own Bitcoin. SpaceX owns Bitcoin. Tesla owns Bitcoin. He did sell some Bitcoin. Tesla did at a lower price, but he has exposure. Like the other big tech stocks don't have exposure to Bitcoin. Elon's in the room when Howard Lutnick and Trump, signed the Bitcoin, the strategic Bitcoin reserve. Elon was literally in the room when Trump did that. Right. So Elon did remove Bitcoin, a buying option for Tesla on the website. So again, I actually asked Michael Saylor the same question too, and he kind of went on a 5-minute rant essentially. But the way that Saylor put it to me was Elon is not focused. He's got so much things going on, like Tesla, right. Doge, right. SpaceX.
Right.
He's got a ton of money.
He's thinking about preserving human consciousness, right?
Yeah.
It's multi-planetary.
So if you look at the companies that have adopted Bitcoin first, like MicroStrategy or now Strategy or MetaPlanet and now GameStop, those are all companies that were in trouble. Even Saylor has admitted that MicroStrategy was either going to die a slow death or a death. It was an unsustainable business model due to his competitors.
Yeah.
MetaPlanet was essentially a dead hotel chain. It has one hotel, and then because they have first mover advantage to acquiring Bitcoin, their stock valuations have increased rapidly and multiple times. So very, very good for them, and they've absolutely crushed it. So I just think Elon is very distracted. To answer your question,
yeah, that's I've never heard that perspective. Hearing that from Saylor, right? That says something. So I'm curious because of how closely he is now working, revealing all the fraud, and essentially how he's come to the conclusion that government spending is what's destroying our currency. Maybe, perhaps, that's going to give him clarity as to how to actually solve this. Because if he tries his best to fix it, but it fails because the underlying currency is broken, perhaps he's finally going to just have this sudden change of perspective that's going to allow for him to full on embrace this new standard. Because if we have to peg, for example, this whole Fort Knox situation, excuse me, he keeps mentioning how they want to go audit Fort Knox, right, and see if the gold is actually there. And with Bitcoin, you don't need to worry about whether it's there or not, right? In real time. So I'm thinking we're starting to see he's headed in that direction where the only real answer to all these issues is Bitcoin, right? And that's why, as I think simply Bitcoin, I think that's how you arrive there. Because at the end of the day, this is the solution. You can have other utilities, other currencies, other blockchains offering different applications, but there's no alternative to the hardest money that we have ever, throughout human history, witnessed, and have the luxury and the privilege to use. So this event here is largely about the technical side, but it's so important to be aware of that because without these conversations, without getting people to realize, hey, you can participate in the protocol, you can have your own node, you can buy this tiny miner. It's not complicate. You can, swap peer-to-peer Bitcoin with your neighbors. That's how we really accelerate adoption. And what you're doing every day, teaching people about Bitcoin, educating people about Bitcoin, you're doing the Lord's work. You're pushing back against this USAID budget of billions of dollars, spewing propaganda. And what we need to do is essentially change the culture, right? Like you said, and now I'm familiar that this quote is not yours. It was Andrew Breitbart's quote. Thank you. Culture is downstream from politics. That's 100% true. And this is why we're doing what we're doing here. This year, 2025, we're seeing such a shift in the administration. Are you invited to the White House? Have you officially received a press briefing room invitation?
I mean, I haven't applied, nor have I been invited. I mean, I've been invited to some significant events in DC, and I think that's been good.
Yeah.
I'm just taking it in all one day at a time, and yeah, man, just continuing to chip at it, and it's great to be able to make content for a living, and I hope to be able to continue to do that.
100%. We'll support you however we can. Is there any way that, besides following, is it just simply Bitcoin on X, or is it simply BTC?
Yeah, so it's simply Bitcoin TV.
Simply
on
Bitcoin
X.
TV on X?
And it's Simply Bitcoin. If you search Simply Bitcoin anywhere, you'll find
pop
us.
up.
So, but thank you so much for having me. I really
Thank you so
appreciate
much
it.
for chatting with us, man.
Yeah,
Looking
really
forward to
enjoyed
working
that
with you in the future.
conversation, and,
Likewise, brother. Optimistic, man. Bullish on the
Absolutely.
future.
Bitcoin is hope.
Let's go.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. I really appreciate
brother.
it.
Likewise. Y'all, we got to hear from Nico, the man himself. So go check him out on Simply Bitcoin TV on X. And we are going to be collaborating in 2025. So lots more to come. We're going to find our next speaker. So bear with us for just a moment. Well worth the wait. JMD makes a good point. We have had an awesome lineup of speakers today. Perhaps this is the time to close. After speaking to Nico, Moran, the self-made Bitcoin media, mogul. We are the media today. And we are redefining the landscape, putting truth first. We're truth oriented. And, we want verifiable proof. And that's what the Bitcoin ethos represents. So show your sources, do your own research, come to these conferences, support the miners, the frontliners, the people on the front line fighting the fight. So another event coming up soon in Tampa is a Bitcoin Day event, collaborating with Money. Is it Money Soiree?
Sound Money
Soiree. Sound Money Soiree. The Bitcoin Bay Foundation Club is going to be collaborating with us. So if you want to join us in person, that will be your opportunity. Tickets are on sale right now, and you can find those on bitcoinday.io. It's been nice hanging with y'all. Tune in again. We'll be live streaming at bitcoinday.io as well. But there's nothing like being in person and getting to meet these people one-on-one. Hope you had a good time, and we'll see you next time.
And C. What's that symbol?